Okay, let's start this again. We're finally going to start Paroxysm. It's episode 13. Currently, the game is on episode 15. I swear, I didn't used to be this behind. We're in the right languages and everything, though. Let's see if this can be finished in less than 5 hours. Probably not. All right, courtyard. The dead twig snaps in half with a crunch, and the crows cease feigning sleep to fly further into the darkness, cawing eerily. A young man silently crouches down in front of a withered pagoda tree and uses his lighter to ignite the hell notes piled upon the ground. Scarlet flames instantly burst forth from the pile, casting a crimson glow upon his pale countenance. Beneath the moonlight, his shadow resembles a wildly flailing demon that wants to devour him along the flames and drag him into the scorching abyss. The man stands with some difficulty, his obsessive gaze fixed upon the dancing ashes as they drift into the pitch-dark room beyond the door. As if summoned, he staggers toward the world behind the door. Moonlight peeks through the dark clouds for a second, briefly illuminating his expression of madness and satisfaction before fading again into the darkness of night. Okay, interesting start. On this night in the deserted back street, flies and other insects swarm over the dumpster, generating a nauseating buzz. Luke casts a glance at the package with no return address and throws it on top of the garbage pile without a moment's hesitation. The direction he's heading in is keenly captured by a high-resolution camera on the corner behind him. The phone in his pocket suddenly buzzes. Luke glances at the caller ID. He hesitates for a second, his finger hovering between answer and decline. In the end, he chooses to answer the call.
희철이 형.
희철이 형.
왜 이렇게 전화를 안 받아? 무슨 일 있는 건 아니지?
Why aren't you picking up? Or weren't you picking up? Did something happen?
별일 없어요. 그냥 쓰레기 버리러 나왔어요.
It's nothing. I just went out to throw out the trash.
내일 저녁에 검진 잊지 마.
Don't forget about tomorrow's checkup.
네, 그럴게요.
I won't.
최근에 그 약 안 먹었지?
You haven't been taking that medicine recently, have you? Aaron deliberately lowers his voice, which sounds even deeper through Luke's earphones. Is Luke being a brat? He is talking to Aaron. He went out to throw away some strange package.
안 먹었어요.
I haven't.
그래, 잘했어. 자세한 결과가 나오기 전까지는 아무것도 먹지 마.
Right, good. Don't take anything before your detailed health report comes out.
요즘 몸은 어때? 부작용이 또 나타난 적 있어?
How's your body recently? Are there any side effects? Luke pauses for a second.
아니요. 그때 한 번뿐이었어요.
No, it was just that one time.
그 한 번에 하필 들켜버렸네.
But she happened to see it.
뭐라 둘러댈 거야?
What are you gonna tell her this time?
그건
Oh. He opens his mouth, unsure of how to answer.
뭐 됐어. 마음 가는 대로 말해.
Never mind. Just tell her what you want to tell her.
주치의로서 네 건강만 책임질 수 있고 다른 건 관여할 수 없으니까.
As your doctor, I'm only responsible for your health. The rest is up to you.
잘 생각해 볼게요.
I'll think about it.
그리고 앞으로 이 일을 어떻게 할지는 천천히 고민해 보자. 그리고 앞으로 이 일을 어떻게 할지는 천천히 고민해 보자.
Okay. And let's decide on what to do next together. Luke falls silent. Suddenly, a black cat jumps onto the dumpster, curiously sniffing the package Luke threw away. It leaps away the next second, baring its teeth as if sensing danger, and scampers along the line of junk to hide in the depths of the alley.
알겠어요.
All right.
그럼 내일 밤에 보자.
He sounds so depressed. Then see you tomorrow. I'm hanging up. The cat is you. Yeah, telling him don't take what's in the package. Is he just taking strange medicines? Like, Luke. I know you're desperate, but come on. Leaning against the wall, Luke gazes up at the gloomy night sky that is framed by various antennas. Suddenly, a drop of rain falls onto his face. He reaches up to wipe off the raindrop, and as though a switch has been turned on somewhere, heavy rain instantly starts pouring down. The dense raindrops form a filter that distorts everything. He reaches out a hand, letting the rain wash over the lines of his palm.
이번에는 너한테 아무것도 숨기고 싶지 않아.
This time, I don't want to keep anything from you.
근데 모든 걸 말했다가 네가 놀랄까 봐.
But if I tell you the truth, it'll frighten you. Dang, that voice acting though. Jeez. On Saturday morning, she goes to White Horse Association to process Gerard Boone's transfer procedures as his legal representative. The process goes smoothly. Marius has also hired a professional company to run a background check on the institution. I love dramatic Luke. It seems like this is a dramatic Luke episode. Although the place isn't quite as large as the sanatoriums under PAX, it ranks among the best in terms of facilities and professionalism, earning it a strong reputation in the industry.
저희 요양원의 상황은 대략 이렇습니다. 더 궁금한 점 있으신가요, 변호사님?
And that covers the basics of our institution. Do you have anything else you want to ask? I don't think I do. That was a very detailed introduction.
그럼 이후 절차는 약속한 대로 진행하겠습니다.
Then I'll proceed according to our agreement. Sure, wait, there's one more thing. I don't think Gerard Boone has any living relatives left. Remember the time Luke threatened to make a kid eat rice off the floor? Yeah, just a child. Jesus. Given the circumstances, can I list myself as his emergency contact?
물론이죠.
Of course.
태양이 건강 상태에 변화가 생기면 변호사님께 제일 먼저 연락드릴게요.
If there's any change in Gerard Boone's condition, you'll be the first we let know. Sorry, you'll be the first person we call. The staff member instructs her to write down her name and contact details in a designated blank space.
테미스 변호사님들은 서류 확인도 두 분이서 하시고 참 책임감이 강하시네요.
The lawyers at Themis are very serious. I didn't expect you to send two people here to verify the documents. Two people?
네, 며칠 전에 백 변호사님도 태양이 일로 찾아오셨잖아요.
Oh, yes, a few days ago. Mr. Wing also dropped by here.
최근 1년간 기본 내역부터 문서 자료까지 꼼꼼히 확인하고 가셨어요.
He looked very carefully over our donation records and written documents from the past year.
혹시 같은 사무소 동료가 아니신가요?
Isn't he a colleague of yours? Oh, yes, he is. Gerard Boone is a very important client of ours, so we're taking extra care with the procedures. Yeah, Artem is off doing his own thing. Yeah, he's investigating something else. And I think, from what I recall from the trailers, or not that I've actually even seen the trailers, it's more that, I see the covers. Artem should be the main focus in the upcoming chapter, which is another reason for me to get a move on with this one. She has no idea why Artem is getting involved in this case, but he must have his reasons. I should text him later and ask him about it. After verifying all the terms once more and ensuring that there are no mistakes, she leaves the White Horse Association. After hurrying over to the station, she's fortunately in time to catch the bus. Since it's not yet rush hour, there are only a few people inside. She keeps receiving pop-ups on her phone about the 3 missing persons cases that recently occurred in Stellas. All the missing persons were also victims of a disbanded pyramid scheme group. As new cases spring up in the city every day, no one even remembers the case of Roman and Remus Kane, and how they gradually fell into the abyss. In the age of information overload, it's easy to drown one's attention in the latest news. Only those who have experienced the suffering firsthand still remember these incidents. Yeah, that seems super relevant to these days, huh? You're like, yeah, whatever, Luke is dying. Okay, let's move on to Artem. Yeah, pretty much. Listen, you know I have a one-track mind, right? My tunnel vision is... it never fails, so... But I am looking forward to dramatic Luke voice acting. That's why, for me, he's still in Korean. I want to be able to understand it too. Hello, Luke? Is everything settled now? She and Luke haven't seen each other since he mistook her for a suspect due to his hallucinations. That's a crazy sentence. He refused to have visitors over during his stay in the hospital, so she could only learn about his condition through Marius and Artem. After he was released from the hospital, he only contacted her once, saying he couldn't meet with her until he wrapped up his current case. Luke x Marius, your side ship will live on forever.
응. 지금 시간 괜찮아?
Yeah, do you have time right now? Of course. She answers at once. Lately, she's been bottling up lots of questions. Even if Luke didn't contact her, she'd still find a chance to ask him and find out about everything.
지금 어디야? 내가 갈게.
Where are you now? I'll head there. There's no need. I'm on the bus now. Let me see. She looks up at the route map in the bus. It happens to stop at the station in front of Luke's home. The bus will pass by your place in about half an hour.
그럼 기다릴게. 조심해서 와.
Then I'll wait for you. Get here carefully. Remember when Marius pinned Luke down and called him crazy hot time? Oh my god. Alright, the moment she gets off the bus, she sees a familiar figure standing under a tree. The sunlight filtering through the leaves, he seems engulfed in both light and darkness. There's no telling one from the other. He's holding a key around his neck with both hands, his head bowed in deep thought. As she's about to open her mouth to call his name, a strong intuition prevents her from reaching him. A rustling sound can be heard from the wind blowing through the trees, as a leaf half green and yellow drifts down slowly. All that music. She turns her gaze to Luke, who brushes off the leaf on his shoulder and looks up, not knowing that she's already there. The moment their eyes meet, it feels as though an invisible barrier shadows, as if everything that has just happened was merely a fleeting illusion. Putting the key back around his neck, he strides into the scorching sunlight, making his way toward her.
엄청 오랜만에 보는 것 같네.
It's been a really long time. How are you doing? He's just acting like everything's okay, even though, oh my god. Luke, you're awful.
아직도 걱정하고 있을 줄 알았어.
The two of them open their mouths at the same time. I knew that you would still be worried about that.
민감한 문제라 밖에서 말하기는 좀 곤란해.
It's a bit sensitive, so we shouldn't talk about it here.
집에 가서 얘기해도 될까?
Can we go to my place and talk about it? Noticing her delayed response, Luke scratches his cheek nervously with his index finger. Luke is so dumb. He is dumb. After a few moments of silence, she finally gives in. Either way, she's finally with him again, though she'll eventually find out about what happened after a few questions. Sure, let's go to your place. After returning to Luke's residence, she gestures for him to sit down on the beanbag chair while she stares at him, arms crossed in front of her chest.
왠지 취조당하는 기분이 드는데?
Why does it feel like I'm being interrogated? She knows he's trying to ease the tension, but she still decides to ask him directly about what interests her the most. Luke, has your condition gotten worse? Luke freezes for a moment at her straightforward answer, or question, a bitter smile appearing on his face.
이렇게 단도직입적으로 물어보다니.
So you're cutting right to the chase.
어디서부터 말해야 할까?
Where should I begin?
내가 계속 약 먹고 있는 건 알지?
You know I've been taking pills, right? She nods. From how she remembers, Luke has been relying on medication since he was infected.
그 약은 통증만 줄여주는 거지 병을 낫게 하지는 못해.
The pills only help ease the pain. They can't do anything for my health.
그러다가 우연히 새로운 약을 알게 돼서 시도해봤지.
So, when the opportunity came, I took a risk and started a new treatment.
효과는 만족스러웠어. 심지어 예전에 최전선에서 임무 수행할 때의 느낌까지 되찾았거든.
The results have been very good. It even brings about the feeling I had when I was carrying out missions on the front line.
대신 부작용으로 환각이 보이기도 해.
But it also has some side effects, like hallucinations. So that day, you...
맞아. 유일하게 부작용이 나타난 날인데 하필이면 네가 보게 된 거야.
Yes, that was the only time, but you happened to see it.
그날 이후로 약을 끊었어. 다행히 단기간 복용으로는 건강에 문제 생기는 건 아니더라고. 그래서 며칠 만에 회복됐지.
I stopped using the medication since that day. Luckily, I hadn't taken too much of it, so it didn't damage me physically. I just needed a few days to recover. I picked up some pills from the garbage and started... I know, right? Right? I was saying that earlier. I'm like, have you just been taking random pills? Like... Luke turns to her, managing a nonchalant smile, as if trying to turn the page on a past chapter. But what happened afterward? Why did you keep hiding from me after you recovered?
피한 건 아니야.
I wasn't avoiding you.
임무 때문에 바빠서 시간이 없었던 거지. 그래서 너한테 무사하다고 문자도 보냈잖아.
I was just busy because of my missions. I thought I'd texted you to say that I was fine.
왜 전혀 못 믿겠다는 표정인데? 내가 그렇게 못 믿어?
Why do you keep looking at me as if you don't trust me? Do you really not believe me? It wouldn't be the first time you've kept the truth from me. How could I have believed you when you said, or what you said without seeing it for myself?
인정할게. 이번 일은 내가 생각이 짧았어. 앞으로 다시는 걱정할 일 없도록 할게.
I acknowledge that this time I was short-sighted, but I won't make you worried again. I promise. I was popping oxys, but don't worry, my doctor caught me and banned them, so I started doing shrooms instead. No. Oh, Beck's summaries are the best. The room falls silent again. Luke has made her many promises, and he's kept every one of them. But whenever the promise concerns himself, he always seems to be jumping back and forth on the verge of breaking it.
그래도 못 믿겠으면 건강검진 보고서를 보여줄게.
If you still don't believe me to that extent, then I'll show you my medical reports. He reaches out for the medical report in a drawer as he speaks, but she grabs his hand. There's no need. I believe you. Luke withdraws his hand and looks at her in silence. After a couple of seconds, he speaks up tentatively, making a proposal.
그럼 얘기 다 끝났으면 밥 먹으러 갈까?
Then if we're
오늘은 내가 쏠게.
done talking, should we eat? It's on me. This is his usual way of trying to make peace. Since she already has her answer, it's only natural for her to accept his peace offering. Alright, give me some time to think about where we should eat. As she tries to think of something expensive for dinner, the doorbell rings downstairs. It's something expensive.
내가 나가볼게.
No, girl, look at them. No, you should. I mean, I think you should trust your partner, but he did offer. So if he did offer, I would look, yeah. Well, I guess they're not really partners in this. The main storyline and the like individual like love lines are so confusing because I'll play like an Artem card and it's beautiful and very sweet and romantic and close. I really do think that Rosa and Artem have this really unique like equal relationship. But then I'll do one of these and it'll be like Mr. Wing. And I'm like, why is she still calling him Mr. Wing? But she can't be dating all of them if she's calling him Mr. Wing. This doesn't make sense. Okay. It might be a package. I'll go get it. Okay. I'm coming with you. To the door? Jesus. Luke opens the door, revealing a pale, gaunt man about the age of 25. He's wearing numerous trinkets for protection from evil, and there's a faint smell of incense around him. Seeing her and Luke suddenly appear, the man is obviously startled and speaks up in a stutter.
안녕하세요. 혹시 여기가
Hello. Is this perhaps... He quickly glances down at his phone before looking up again.
221B 골동품점 맞나요?
Is this Times Antiquities?
네. 물건 수리하러 오셨어요?
Yes. Are you here to have something fixed?
아니요. 여기 골동품점 사장님이 탐정이라서 여러 가지 의뢰를 받아주신다고 해서 찾아왔어요.
No, I came because I heard the owner here is also a detective who accepts all kinds of commissions.
제 이름은 정서빈이에요. 사람을 좀 찾고 싶어서요.
My name is Chung Subin. I need to find someone. The man approaches to explain that his friend has gone missing, but before he can say anything further, Luke interrupts him. Rosa understands what Luke's doing. The shop is for repairing antique items, and details related to a case are better discussed at the agency. Mr. Mallory, please follow me up to the second floor. We'll discuss the details there. He nods after a moment of hesitation, following Rosa and Luke upstairs. The room that used to function as a detective agency is now covered with a thin layer of dust, indicating that its owner hasn't been here for a while. Wow, his office is a mess. Wait, what is this? There are papers under the table. Luke. How? Like under the... Not like just under the table, but under the legs of the table. Oh my god. As Luke opens the window, fresh air fills the room at once.
서빈 씨, 계속 말씀하세요.
Mr. Mallory, you may begin.
그러니까 혹시 울음소리 타워를 아세요?
So have you heard of the Weeping Tower? The Weeping Tower?
물론 알죠. 미림시에서 보기 드문 사하번 건물로 기억해요.
Of course I do. That's one of those rare buildings in Stellis that has a courtyard.
특이한 구조 때문에 바람이 스칠 때마다 누군가 흐느끼는 듯한 소리가 나서 울음소리 타워라고 불린다고 들었어요.
The building has a unique structure, so it makes a kind of whimpering sound whenever wind passes by. That's also how I got the name the Weeping Tower.
10년 전에 버려진 걸로 아는데 친구분의 실종이 그곳과 관련이 있나요?
I heard it's been abandoned for 10 years. Does your friend's disappearance have something to do with this building?
네, 제 친구가 그곳에 갔다가 실종됐거든요.
Yes, my friend disappeared after visiting that place.
네?
What?
저랑 제 친구가 도시괴담 많이 하거든요. 그래서 평소에 심령 영상 같은 걸 즐겨봤어요.
Both my friend and I are very interested in urban legends. In our free time, we watch ghost videos.
흥미로운 영상이 있으면 직접 체험하러
For fun.
가기도 했죠. 일주일 전에 인터넷에서 영상을 하나 봤는데 영상 속 장소가 바로 울음소리 타워였어요.
When something piques our interest, we'll visit the place ourselves. A week ago, I found a video online, and it was filmed at the Weeping Tower.
그때 친구한테 영상을 공유했는데
I sent the video to him,
친구가 울음소리 타워에 귀신을 찾으러 가겠다고 하더니 지금까지 돌아오지 않았어요.
and 2 days ago he said he was going there to look for ghosts, but he never came back. Can you show us the video?
잠깐만요. 찾아볼게요.
Just a moment, I'll find it. Orcus Mallory takes out his phone and scrambles to tap open a video. The footage is very dark at first, making it impossible to see anything, but footsteps can be heard. Suddenly, a lamp clicks on, flickering for a few seconds before giving off a steady light, but the place is still dim, so it's difficult to make out much. The video must have been filmed with the help of a selfie stick. Following the filmmaker, she can see the overall layout of the room from a first-person perspective. It looks like an abandoned room to me.
기다려보세요.
Just wait.
곧 나와요.
Just wait and see. It's coming up. She returns her attention to the video, watching as the filmmaker reaches the center from the edge of the room. For some unknown reason, he suddenly turns the camera to his face, panicked. His expression becomes distorted as he gazes at some spot.
이건 왜 와?
Is this a pagoda? Before he can finish his sentence, the image suddenly shakes violently, accompanied by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. The camera angle shifts. Just before it hits the ground, it captures something on the wall. Luke presses the pause button and zooms in on the wall in the image. A picture seems to be painted on it. A pagoda tree? Rosa and Luke have seen a similar painting in Letta Gray's bedroom, and there was also a pagoda tree in her yard. Clearly, Luke has noticed that as well, so he turns to look at Orcus Mallory.
이 영상은 어디서 찾았나요?
Where did you find this video?
한 달 전 담력 빼면 시체의 줄임말인 담뱃이라는 닉네임의 오컬트 장르 크리에이터가 올린 영상이에요. 영상 속 촬영자가 바로 담뱃이고요.
It's a video that was posted by a vlogger named Nothing But Guts a month ago. He filmed it himself. Luke takes out his phone to search for that name. Judging from Nothing But Guts' profile, he's a vlogger specializing in making ghost videos, earning money from the subscriptions he gets. However, based on the views on his videos and the number of fans he has, Nothing But Guts doesn't seem to be a top-ranking vlogger. He actually appears less popular than the other ones.
인지도도 낮고
think that's what it said.
게시물도 적지만 모든 동영상을 직접 찍어 올리기 때문에 신뢰도가 높아요.
This vlogger isn't very famous, nor does he post lots of videos, but he does make every video himself, so they're very credible. I mean, so he says, but okay.
게다가 일반인들도 충분히 시도할 수 있는 방식으로 귀신을 찾아서 저희 같은 아마추어들도 쉽게 따라할 수 있어요.
He also organizes his ghost hunts in ways that are approachable for ordinary people, which makes it easy for amateurs like us to replicate his adventures.
궁금한 게 있는데 친구가 실종됐으면 먼저 경찰에 신고해야 하는 거 아닌가요?
I have a question. If your friend has gone missing, shouldn't you immediately report it to the police? That's a good question. Under normal circumstances, if someone close to her or someone close to you goes missing, you would probably call the police first. It's rare for someone to contact a detective agency about a missing friend.
저도 경찰에 신고할까 고민했는데 인터넷상에서 만난 친구라 이름이 여민석이라는 거 말고는 아무것도 모르거든요.
I've thought of calling the police, but we're just friends on the internet. I don't know anything about him apart from the fact that his name is Hank Barnes. I mean, I feel like that's something to go off right? To know somebody's like full name.
신고해봤자 귀신을 찾다가 실종됐다고 하면 확실한 증거가 없어서 경찰도 나서지 않을 거예요.
Even if I call the police and say he's gone missing from a ghost hunt, they would hardly believe my story without concrete evidence.
괜히 경찰 인력을 낭비하게 될까봐 걱정도 되고요. 아무리 생각해도 사립 탐정한테 부탁하는 게 가장 좋은 방법 같았어요.
I don't want to waste public resources if this turns out to be nothing. I thought about it, and asking a private detective for help seems like the best option. Oh, how considerate! He's like, I could be catfished, and I don't want to waste the public's resources on that.
혹시 친구를 찾아주실 수 있나요?
I'll just spend my own money.
돈은 얼마가 들든 상관없어요. 바로 전액 지불해드릴게요.
Could you please help me find him? Money won't be an issue. I can pay you right away. Orcus Mallory stands up, hands propped on the table, looking at Rosa and Luke with eyes full of hope. Luke furrows his brows, thinking for a moment. Then, after exchanging a meaningful glance with Rosa, he decides to accept the case.
좋아요. 저희가 찾아드리죠.
All right. We'll find him.
비용은 계약서에 적힌 대로 먼저 30%만 지불하시면 됩니다.
As for the payment, let's do it according to our contract. That's 30% upfront.
네, 좋아요.
All right.
진행 상황은 전화로 알려드리죠. 추가 정보가 있으면 연락 주세요.
We'll call you and keep you updated. If you have any information, please call us.
네. 근데 혹시
All right.
보통 며칠 간격으로 조사 상황을 알려주시나요?
But how often will you be updating me on the results of your investigation?
기본적으로 매일 보고해드려요.
Normally, we report on a daily basis.
알겠습니다.
All right.
그럼 소식 기다리고 있을게요.
Then I'll wait for news.
이번 의뢰 말인데
Oh wait, I don't think I read this part. After Orcus Mallory leaves, Rosa sits down and goes through the video once more. Oh, they sit down. This case. The two of them say the same words in near
먼저
unison.
말해.
You go first. I think the sweeping tower might be related to Letta Gray. I mean, it's not every day that someone paints a pagoda tree on the wall.
아까 말 안 한 게 있는데 울음소리 타워는 예전에 어느 다단계 조직의 아지트였어.
Yeah, the setup is long. The cult stuff creep me out. Oh yeah, like cult stuff always creeps me out. It's fascinating, but in a scary way. Yeah, I just left out one detail. The Weeping Tree used to be a base for a pyramid scheme organization. I remember Roman Kane mentioning that Gerard Boone's family was somehow connected to a pyramid scheme group, and Gerard Boone also had something to do with Letta Gray. Pyramid scheme groups and cults have a lot in common, right? It's disturbing. It's disturbing how people like will prey on the weak, you know, to profit off of them. Or not weak, I guess I should say vulnerable. Prey on the vulnerable. Luke holds his chin, thinking for a moment.
일단 그 크리에이터한테 물어볼까? 단서를 찾을 수 있을지도 모르잖아.
First, should we talk to this vlogger? We might be able to find some clues. Sure. All right, you finished with the first section. He should be living here. After confirming Nothing But Guts' address, she presses the doorbell. About 2 minutes pass before she hears rustling sounds coming from inside. The door creaks open a crack, revealing half of a weary face looking at her suspiciously.
요즘 난리인 초자연 세계의 발견 프로그램 제작팀이신가요?
Are you from that trending show called Discovering the World of Ghosts? Rosa nods hurriedly. She and Luke have made up this cover to get close to Nothing But Guts. It was necessary because he didn't respond when they sent him a private message inquiring about the situation. After some discussion, they decided to pose as editors from Discovering the World of Ghosts, an online interview show that has recently surged in popularity. So after some quick research and studying, she's created another account and sent interview questions to Nothing But Guts. This time, he replied at once and enthusiastically invited the two of them to an interview at his residence.
네, 명함 확인해 보세요.
Yes, please check our IDs.
담배신님 맞으시죠?
You're Mr. Nothing But Guts, right? Nothing But Guts nods and lets the two in after only a quick glance at their IDs.
편히 앉으세요. 제가 요즘 잠을 잘 못 자서 몰골이 말이 아닌데 촬영할 때 필터를 좀 씌워주실 수 있나요?
Please take a seat. I haven't been sleeping well, so I look awful. Could you use a filter when you're filming? She suddenly notices that Nothing But Guts has very dark circles under his eyes. He also appears unusually afraid of the cold. It's pretty hot today, but he's still wearing thick clothing. Apart from that, the curtains in the room are drawn shut, even in broad daylight. Despite the lights being on, the entire place feels dim, creating a somewhat cold and gloomy atmosphere. Sure, that's no problem. The two of them set up the camera in a suitable spot in the room. Rosa and Luke might be a bit lacking in actual interview skills, but to pass as professionals, they have put real effort into some other details, so things are actually looking quite good. What do you mean? Well, I guess interviewing is a little different, but like, you're a lawyer. Mr. Nothing But Guts, we're all set. This is your microphone, just put it on your collar. Nothing But Guts sets aside the energy drink and takes the microphone, putting it in place.
인터뷰는 처음인데 카메라에 어떻게 나오는지 볼 수 있을까요?
It's the first time I've done an interview. Can I see how I look on the camera? He leans forward to look at the camera as he speaks, but Luke stands up, blocking his view.
담배신님, 영상 제작이 다 끝나면 확인시켜 드릴 테니 걱정 마세요.
We'll run everything by you once we've finished editing the video, so don't worry.
그럼 인터뷰를 시작할까요?
Then, should we begin the interview? After thinking for a moment, Nothing But Guts nods at Rosa and Luke.
뭐 좋아요. 뭐가 궁금하시죠?
Alright, what are you curious about? Oh, here we go. This can't be illegal, but whatever. Mr. Nothing But Guts, many people have been following you online lately because of your ghost hunt video at the Weeping Tower. Would you please tell us what prompted you to make this video?
특별한 계기가 있는 건 아니고 어떤 한 구독자분이 추천해 주셔서 찍게 됐어요.
It wasn't anything special, just a recommendation from a fan. A fan?
네, 두 분은 잘 모르실 수도 있겠지만 우리 같은 영상 크리에이터는 늘 소재 고갈에 시달리죠.
You might not know this, but those making novelty videos often hit a wall finding new things to film.
그럴 땐 구독자들의 의견을 모아서 선별한 다음 주제를 정하기도 해요.
When this happens, I turn to my fans for advice and sift through the suggestions to find a topic for my next video. Whoever gave you that idea must have been a big fan of yours. Nothing But Guts pauses for a few seconds and shakes his head, thoughtful.
그건 아닌 것 같아요.
I don't think that's
저
true.
구독한 지는 3개월밖에 되지 않았거든요.
He only started following me 3 months ago.
닉네임도 숫자를 아무렇게나 친 거고 프로필 사진도 없어요.
His nickname is just a string of random numbers, and he doesn't even have a profile picture.
평소 댓글이나 채팅을 남기지는 않지만 구독, 좋아요, 알림 설정은 해두는 좋은 구독자죠.
He never commented on any of my videos, but he did like them. He's a good subscriber. You seem rather fond of him.
당연하죠.
Of course.
요즘 세상에 그렇게 침착하고 말도 잘하는 데다 매너까지 좋은 구독자가 얼마나 드문지 아세요?
Do you know how rare it is these days to have a fan that's emotionally stable, talks sense, and has good viewing habits? This guy is not like media trained at all, and you can tell. Do you know how these words could be twisted? Bro, do not talk about your fans this way. You are gonna get so much hate.
그때 영상 끝부분에 아이디어를 공모했는데 그 사람이 저한테 DM을 보냈어요. 한번 알아보고 대박 날 것 같아서 채택했죠.
I called for new ideas at the end of a video and he sent me a message. I did some research and I thought that it would hit big, so I decided to go for it.
그럼 지금도 그분이랑 연락을 주고받고 있나요?
Are you still in touch with this fan?
아니요.
No.
그러고 보니 이상하네요. 그 영상을 올리고 난 뒤로는 한 번도 접속하지 않았어요.
Now that you've mentioned it, that is a little strange. I don't think he ever tuned in again after I released that video.
다른 채널의 팬이 되었을지도 모르죠.
Maybe he's a fan of other channels. I think Bagata Sarasai, seeming genuinely regretful. That's super suspicious, though. What made you think that a ghost video featuring the Weeping Tower had the potential to go viral?
그야 울음소리 타워의 무시무시한 소문 때문이죠.
Because of the rumors surrounding that place, of course. The rumors?
50년 전에 울음소리 타워는 보육원이었대요.
The Weeping Tower used to be an orphanage about 50 years ago.
그런데 겉모습만 보육원이지 뒤에서는 장기 밀매를 전문으로 하는 지하 조직이었어요.
But the orphanage was only a cover. It was actually an underground organization specializing in illegal organ trade. Oh, not the child experiments again.
주문이 들어오면 불쌍한 아이들을 마취약으로 기절시킨 다음에 수술대에 올려 배를 갈랐고
According to the orders that came in, they'd sedate those poor kids with drugs and gut them alive on an operating table.
아이들의 시체는 정원의 회화나무 아래에 묻혀서 양분이 되었대요.
And the bodies would be buried under the pagoda tree in the yard like a fertilizer.
그때부터 울음소리 타워에 바람이 불 때마다 아이가 흐느끼는 듯한 소리가 들린다고 해요.
Since then, whenever wind blows through the Weeping Tower, you can always hear a whimpering sound like the weeping of children. A whimpering sound suddenly comes from the AC as if to illustrate nothing but Gut's story.
나중에 보육원이 폐쇄되면서 남은 아이들은 구출됐지만 죽은 아이들의 영혼은 해방되지 못했어요.
Afterward, the government shut down the orphanage. They managed to rescue the rest of the orphans, but the ghosts of those who passed away can never find peace. I wonder if whoever sent in the recommendation is trying to expose something. Maybe something did happen at this place. Maybe not exactly as the story he's telling, but
그 아이들은 영원히 울음소리 타워에 갇혀서 거길 찾아간 사람들의 목숨을 빼앗아가고 있어요.
yeah, maybe there are no ghosts, but something serious did happen there. That's usually how these stories kind of go, right? They're trapped forever at the Weeping Tower, haunting everyone who dares to venture in. Nothing but Guts, the professional vlogger, certainly knows how to tell a good ghost story. She feels as though the temperature just dropped in the room, sending shivers down her spine. She finds herself taking half a step back to stand next to Luke, feeling a bit warmer by his side.
10여 년 전만 해도 울음소리 타워에 사람이 살았던 걸로 기억해요.
If I remember correctly, there were still people living at the Weeping Tower less than 20 years ago.
맞아요.
That's right.
근데 나중에 왜 건물이 버려졌는지 알아요?
But do you know why it was abandoned? Why?
10년 전
Because 10 years ago. He lowers his voice on purpose. I did too, just because that's how you should tell a story.
거기 살던 사람들이 다 죽었거든요. 시체는 해가 뜰 때까지 회화나무에 매달려 있다가 천천히 떨어졌어요.
Everyone who lived there died. Their bodies were hung from the pagoda tree and only started dropping when the sun rose.
그때 회화꽃은 사람의 피를 빨아들인 것처럼 화려하게 피었어요.
And the pagoda flowers were particularly enchanting, almost as if nourished by human blood.
10년 전에 정말 그런 살인 사건이 있었다면 경찰 쪽에 기록이 있을 텐데요.
But if a homicide really took place 10 years ago, the police would have a record.
그건 저도 모르죠. 아무튼 인터넷에 그런 이야기가 돌고 있어요.
I wouldn't know anything about
완전
that,
짜릿하지 않아요?
but that's what it says on the internet. Isn't it thrilling? Nothing but Guts seems a bit down just a moment ago, but now his eyes are sparkling with excitement as he talks about the ghost stories. Yeah. Thrilling.
이후에도 꽤 많은 사람이 거길 탐험했는데 맺힌 원한이 너무 깊어서 들어가는 사람마다 족족 사고를 당했어요.
I've heard that many people who have gone there for ghost hunts. I've heard that many people have gone there for ghost hunts, but due to the strong hostility in the area, everyone who ventured in ended up experiencing some sort of accident.
사실 건물 자리는 나쁘지 않아요. 주변이 다 주거지라 리모델링하면 세를 줄 수도 있을 거고요.
It's actually a good neighborhood with a lot of residential buildings. They should be able to rent it out with a bit of remodeling.
근데 그런 일이 일어나니 투자하려 했던 사람들도 다 포기했고 오랜 시간이 지나서 폐가처럼 되고 말았죠.
But after what happened, all the potential investors abandoned their plans, so the tower was deserted. Could you please share with us what happened on the day you went there to film? The video only shows you falling unconscious for no apparent reason.
그때 말이죠. 정리해 볼게요.
About that, let me organize my thoughts.
그날 밤 11시에 운전해서 현장에 도착했고 입구에서 손님께 받은 호신부를 태웠어요.
That night, I arrived at the tower by car at 11 o'clock. First, I burned this protection talisman I got from a master at the entrance.
그리고 바로 안으로 들어갔죠.
Then I went right in.
안쪽은 제법 음산했고 정원에는 아주 큰 회화나무가 있었어요. 아쉽게도 이미 말라 죽은 상태였지만요.
It was gloomy inside, and in the yard there was a big pagoda tree, but unfortunately it was already dead.
더 깊숙이 들어가 봤지만 대부분의 방이 다 비어 있어서 볼 게 없었어요. 근데 방 하나가 꽤 크더라고요.
I went deeper inside, but most of the rooms were empty with nothing special about them. But there was one room that was exceptionally big. You mean the one in your video?
맞아요. 엄청 수상한 방이었어요.
That's right.
다른 방은 닫혀 있었는데 거기만 반쯤 열려 있었거든요.
It was a really suspicious
대놓고
room.
들어오라는 뜻 아니겠어요?
All the other rooms were locked, but the door to that room was half open. I thought it was inviting me in.
실제로 들어가 보니 다른 버려진 방하고도 좀 달랐고요.
After I entered, the things inside looked different from what you might expect. He seems to recall something as he speaks, but then he quickly shakes his head. Different how?
어떻게 표현해야 할지 모르겠는데
I don't know how to say it,
그냥
but
식감이에요.
it's
기분 나쁜 느낌이 들었어요.
just a feeling. The room was uncomfortable.
기절하기 전 마지막으로 본 건 뭐였나요?
What's the last thing you saw before you fell unconscious?
기절하기 전이요?
Before I passed out?
벽에 커다란 회화나무를 봤어요.
I saw a giant
나뭇잎도
pagoda tree on the wall.
꽃만 있는 회화나무였죠.
There were no leaves, only flowers.
가까이 가서 자세히 보려 했더니 갑자기 정신을 잃은 거예요.
Before I could take a closer look, I suddenly lost consciousness.
그 다음에 어떻게 됐는지는 기억나지 않아요. 다음날 깨어나니까 정원의 회화나무 아래에 누워 있었어요.
I don't remember anything about what happened next. When I woke up the next day, I was lying beneath the pagoda tree in the yard.
휴대폰에 저장된 영상이 아니었다면 꿈인 줄 알았을 거예요.
If it wasn't for the video on my phone, I would have thought it was a dream.
누군가가 기절한 담배신님을 회화나무 아래로 옮겼다는 말인가요?
Are you saying that somebody moved you under that tree when you were unconscious?
그건 모르는 일이죠.
I don't know. Why? Upon hearing her question, nothing but Guts covers his mouth with a hand and takes a step closer, deliberately lowering his voice, sounding mysterious.
제가 확인해 봤거든요. 그 길에는 제 발자국뿐이었고 제 몸에는 부적을 태운 제가 남아 있었어요.
Because I checked, and the only footprints on the road were mine, and I was still covered with the ash from the burning the talisman.
전 제가 그곳에서 억울하게 죽은 아이들을 만난 게 아닐까 싶어요.
My guess
절
is
침입자로 여긴 거죠.
I encountered the wrong orphans at the Weeping Tower, and they must have seen me as an intruder.
소문 속 귀신은 목숨을 빼앗아 간다면서요. 근데 왜 담배신님을 살려준 거죠?
But the ghosts from the legend never spare their victims. So what was different about you?
제가 입구에서 호신부를 태웠다고 했죠. 스님의 부적이 절 살린 거예요. 다음에 몇 장 더 사야겠어요.
Remember the protection talisman I burned at the entrance? I think that saved my life. I need to buy more from that master.
두 분도 사실래요? 일이 생기면 목숨을 구해줄 수 있고 아무 일 안 생기면 뭐 그것도 그거대로 좋은 일이니까요.
Do you want to buy some too? It might save you from accidents, and even if everything's just fine, at least it'll put your mind at ease. This is getting weird. This is the pyramid scheme to sell talismans. All right, let's ask about Hank Barnes first. I've noticed that lots of positive reviews from your fans about the authenticity of your ghost hunt videos. Many of your viewers have said that your videos enable them to have similar adventures themselves. In fact, a fan named Hank Barnes went on a ghost hunt at the Weeping Tower after watching your video, but he disappeared shortly afterward. What's your opinion on that? Upon learning that someone had gone missing, a rare expression of seriousness appears on Nothing But Guts' face. Mr. Nothing But Guts?
언제 거기에 갔죠?
When did he go? 2 days ago.
그럼 네 번째네요.
That makes him the fourth. The fourth? You mean there have been other missing persons?
네. 그 사건 때문에 인터뷰하러 온 거 아니었어요?
Yes, isn't that why you came to interview me?
나머지 세 사람의 실종에 대해서도 자세히 말씀해 주실 수 있나요?
Can you give us more details about the other 3 disappearances?
네. 어차피 이미 여러 번 했던 얘기예요. 제가 영상을 올린 뒤로 한 달 동안 의문의 실종 사건이 3건이나 일어났어요.
Yeah, I've already talked about it many times. It all happened within a month after I posted that video. 3 people disappeared under mysterious circumstances, one after another.
경찰이 인터넷 기록을 조사했는데 모두 제 영상을 본 적이 있어서 처음엔 제가 용의자로 의심받았죠.
The police checked their browsing history and saw they'd all watched my video, So they suspected that I was involved.
근데 제가 전혀 모르는 사람들이었어요.
But I
제
don't know these
영상도
people
본
at all.
적만 있을 뿐 구독자는 아니었고요.
They weren't even my fans. They just happened to watch the video. We didn't know that there had been other missing persons. But since the police are also investigating this, we might be able to share some information with Captain Morgan. Ooh. This is just a question out of my own personal curiosity, but did you get yourself checked out at the hospital when you got back from the Weeping Tower?
당연하죠.
Of course.
사비로 전체 건강 검진까지 받았어요. 건강해야 최고의 크리에이터가 될 수 있으니까요.
I paid for a detailed full body exam myself. I mean, my health is crucial if I'm going to be a top blogger.
의사 말로는 수면 부족 말고 다른 문제는 없대요. 근데
The doctor said there was nothing wrong with me apart from the lack of sleep, but the man who's been talking nonstop all this time suddenly pauses, gazing at the floor, hesitant. What's the matter?
몸에 이상은 없는데 그대로 계속 악몽을 꿔요.
There's nothing wrong with me physically, but I keep having nightmares.
악몽이요?
Nightmares?
얼굴이 창백한 여자아이가 인형을 끌어안고 우는 꿈이요.
I keep dreaming of a pale girl crying with a doll in her arms.
제가 다가가서 위로하려 할 때마다 웃으면서 사라져요.
But every time I try to
그
get close to
웃음
her
속에 꿈에서 깨게 되고요.
and comfort her, she disappears, laughing. And then I wake up. All of a sudden, nothing but Guts slaps himself on his thigh as if struck by some sort of inspiration.
그때 절 살려준 귀신이 아닐까요?
Could she be the ghost that spared my life?
스님을 찾아가서 성불해달라고 해야겠어요. 그럼 더 이상 제 꿈에 나타나지 않겠죠.
Oh, I'd better contact that master and have him perform a ritual, or an exorcism. That should stop her from haunting me. I love that Rose is like, I don't believe any of this, but... Nothing but Guts might come off as neurotic, but he doesn't seem to be lying. I mean, if he believes in this stuff, you know. You chose to interview him. You can't be too judgmental. Still, he looks a bit tired after the interview, so Rosa and Luke decide to leave at once, not wanting to trouble him further. Thank you for your cooperation. That's all for today. Take care.
벌써 가시게요?
You're already leaving?
그래요. 저도 좀 피곤하네요.
Alright, I'm a little tired.
그나저나 인터뷰는 언제 방송되나요?
When will the video
나오기
be
전에
out?
미리 링크 보내주셔야 해요.
Remember to send me a link before you post it.
제 채널에 올리면 구독자가 많이 늘 것 같아서요.
Oh. If I put it up on my channel, I'll get a lot more subscribers. I'm so sorry now. This is a fake interview. Oh, he's just another earnest content creator. And we're fucking with him. Oh. Definitely. Rosa doesn't even care. He's a fictional character, but I feel bad.
그리고 저 좀 멋있게 보정해 주세요. 저랑 제 잠재적 구독자들한테 아주 중요한 문제거든요.
Remember to edit the video to make me look better. It's very important for me and my potential fans. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh no. He's just another earnest content creator. Oh, come on. Rosa, he's gonna be so disappointed when he finds out that nothing's gonna be airing and he's been scammed. Rosa and Luke return to the street. In contrast to Nothing But Guts' cold and gloomy room, the sunshine pouring down on them both feels particularly warm.
대부분 근거 없는 괴담이긴 한데 그래도 쓸만한 단서가 꽤 있었어.
Most of what he said sounded pretty strange, but there are still some useful leads. I agree. That mysterious fan, for example, he sounded really suspicious. Why did he disappear right after the Weeping Tower video was posted? Was he trying to get Nothing But Guts to visit that place?
그렇게 간단한 문제는 아닐 거야.
It might not be that simple.
방금 인터넷 기록을 조사해봤는데 이미 깨끗이 지워져 있었어.
I was trying to find some traces of him online, but everything's been wiped clean. I guess as much. Since he showed himself openly as a fan, chances are he used a fake identity to register for that account.
그리고 나머지 세 실종자는 담배시의 구독자가 아니라고 했어.
And there are those three other missing people. According to Nothing But Guts, they weren't his fans.
그리고 정서빈 씨 말로는 여민석 씨도 그 동영상을 봤다고 했잖아.
Hank Barnes also only saw that video because Orcus Mallory shared it with him too.
즉, 네 사람 모두 우연히 동영상을 본 후 실종됐어.
That means all four of them saw the video by chance and they all went missing. Could there be some other links between the missing persons apart from that video?
그건 엄 반장님을 찾아가 확인해 보자.
Let's ask Captain Morgan and check. We can also ask about the deaths in the Weeping Tower 10 years ago.
사실 아까 네가 인터뷰하고 있을 때 간단하게 조사해 봤는데 아무런 정보도 찾지 못했어.
Actually, I did a search while you were interviewing nothing but guts, but I didn't find anything relevant. So it didn't happen? Luke nods at her.
적어도 공개된 사건은 없어.
At least not in the public record. As she and Luke are talking, her phone starts vibrating at the same time. Or sorry, their phones. Marius has sent a message in the group chat. The Big Data Lab just placed a new case on the top of the list. It might be connected to Gerard Boone's case from earlier. Come to N2X headquarters right away. At all. It's rare for Marius to send an urgent notification. Why don't we go check it out first?
내가 답장할게.
I'll reply. Alright. About half an hour, Rosa and Luke arrive at N2X headquarters. Oh, after half an hour. Oh my god. Both Vin and Marius are already there, only Artem is nowhere to
我
be
给左然
seen.
打个电话催一催。
I'll call Artem and tell him to hurry up.
그럴 필요 없어요.
No need. Artem appears in a hurry, briefcase in hand. It looks like he's rushed over at once after finishing some field work.
既然人都到齐了，那我们就开始吧。
Since everyone's here, let's get started. As a serious-looking Marius taps on an interface in the back end of the Big Data Lab, information about the current top-ranking case appears on the holographic display in front of them all.
从1个月前开始，未名市发生了一起连环失踪案。
Over the past month, there have been a series of disappearances occurring in Stellus.
한 달 전에 일어난 사건을 왜 이제야 최상위로 지정했죠?
If it started a month ago, why wasn't it placed on the top of the list until now?
因为在今天之前，它还不是连环失踪案。
Because it wasn't really treated as a serial disappearance case until today. Marius taps on the interface a few times, showing photos of the 3 missing persons and their basic information on the screen. The 3 individuals belong to different age groups, and their birthplaces and residences are also completely different. Additionally, there's no commonality in the timing of their disappearances. The first victim, Winston Nye, disappeared 3 weeks ago, and the last, Joel Jansen, has only been missing for 1 week. They appear completely unrelated.
别急，还有补充。
Hold on, there's more. He taps slightly on the screen, showing a bolded note below the basic information of the 3 individuals. Hi, Cappy!
这3个人在10年前都是一个名为海马会的传销组织的受害者。
All 3 of them were victims of a pyramid scheme organization named the Seahorse Association 10 years ago.
警方正是查到了这一点，才会将这3起分散的失踪案做并案处理。
Oh, in fact, this is the very reason why the police combined the 3 separate missing person cases into one.
正式命名为海马会受害者失踪案。
And the case has been officially named the Seahorse Association Victims Disappearance Case. That's a long name. In your text earlier, you said that this case might have something to do with Gerard Boone. Was Gerard Boone's family also members of the Seahorse
没
Association?
错，
Yes.
这段时间我一直通过黑市
Is that the
信息网
cult?
调查余良家的事情。
Slash pyramid scheme? Is that the pyramid scheme? I've been digging into what happened to Gerard Boone's family through the information network on the black market.
部分内容正好跟现在的失踪案重叠。
Some of what I found is relevant to this disappearance case.
海馬会に関する詳しい資料もあるのかな？
Do you have more detailed information about the Seahorse Association?
有，
Yes. Maria scrolls down to the last page, which is packed with information about the association. The association. The Seahorse Association was founded in 2012. It started out as a peer support network to recruit new members and made a profit selling placebos. Later, as the group expanded, they no longer relied on selling medicine to make a profit. Instead, they sent out placebos based on the amount of money donated to the association. That's a pyramid scheme. Compared to selling drugs at a fixed price, donations didn't have a set amount, so there was no limit for how much one had to donate. That was how Gerard Boone's family went bankrupt and ended up borrowing from a loan shark to make donations. Rosa continues reading through the information and finds that the Seahorse Association was disbanded in 2020 under unclear circumstances. What do you mean by under unclear circumstances? Marius turns, pulls out the chair closest to her, and sits down.
不明的意思就是官方层面并未记录。
It means there's no official record.
그걸 암시장에서 알아냈고요.
But you found something on the black market.
根据我
Marius
查到
nods
的信
slowly.
息，海马会的解散既不是因为组织者良心发现，也不是被警方取缔。
Ooh. According to the information I dug up, the Seahorse Association wasn't disbanded because the organizers suddenly wanted to become better people, nor was it shut down by the police.
而是因为海马会的高层在10年前集体自杀了。
Rather, the high-ranking members of the association all committed suicide 10 years ago.
不仅如此， 海马会那些年非法获得的巨额捐赠款也都不翼而飞，至今下落不明。
In addition, the huge amount of donations they obtained illegally over the years simply went missing. They're still unaccounted for.
集団自殺
Mass suicide.
原因は
The cause of death? Marius shrugs.
查不到，
I couldn't find anything.
我只听说这起案子查到一半就被国安接手了，当时负责的警察和法医也被找了各种理由调离。
Ooh. I only heard that the NSB took over the case midway through the investigation, and all the police officers and medical examiners who were in charge were relieved of their duties in various pretexts.
现在留在警局的残缺卷宗之前也全部处于封禁状态，直到
Frag-
出现了这3起失踪案
The
才解禁。
fragmented files at the police station had all been kept strictly classified until the 3 missing persons cases occurred.
그렇게 은밀한 정보를 어떻게 알아낸 거예요?
But these are all confidential information. How did you find out about it? He just told you! The black market! Marius, holding up his right hand, quickly rubs his thumb over the tips of his index and middle fingers. Money.
啊，当然靠的是超能力，你信吗？
Of course, with money. Can you believe it?
괜히 물어봤네요.
I shouldn't have asked. Bowing his head, Luke picks up the touch pen and turns to the next page, on which a long list of names is displayed.
이건 뭐죠?
What's this? Instead of answering directly, Marius points at the note on the side. Seahorse Association members list.
现在既然已经出现了3名受害者，难保不出现第4个，
Since we already have 3 victims, there's no guaranteeing that there won't be a 4th.
我就先准备了，以备不时之需。
So I prepared a members list just in case.
说来也有趣，你们知道最先确定这3个失踪者有关联的证据是什么吗？
Speaking of which, it's actually quite funny. Do you know what the first piece of evidence was that pointed to a connection between the 3 missing persons? They're about to say it!
泉君はっきり言ってくれるかなみんなの時間を無意に消費するつもりかい
This is why I wanted to hear him in Japanese. I love when he calls him Izumi-kun. Marius, please cut to the chase. You're wasting our time by asking rhetorical questions.
一点都不懂得什么叫调节气氛。
You don't understand anything about setting the mood.
警方查到他们3个在失踪前都看过一个在海马会原址拍摄的灵异视频。
The police discovered that all 3 of them had watched the ghost video filmed at the Seahorse Association's original location before they disappeared.
这才深入调查，之后发现他们有共同的身份。
That prompted a further investigation, which led them to uncover a commonality between the victims. A ghost video. After sharing... Wait! Rosa! How did you not pick up on this already? Girl? Okay, I guess she's not reading the story. After sharing a quick glance, Rosa and Luke brief everyone on the missing person case involving Hank Barnes and update them on the progress of their current investigation. Upon hearing the report, Artem immediately searches for Hank Barnes' name on the Seahorse Association members list. As expected, there's a match.
연민석 씨가 4번째 실종자인 것 같네요.
It appears Hank Barnes is our 4th victim. Rosa taps on the name with a touch pen, showing Hank Barnes' personal information. Hank Barnes, age 24, both parents deceased, was once a victim of the Seahorse Association when the association was disbanded 10 years ago. Hank Barnes was still underage, so he was sent to the Sephora orphanage in North Stellis, where he stayed until the age of 18. There's no record of him after that, with neither contact details nor an address. Unlike the first 3 missing persons, whose information is clearly documented, Hank Barnes is like a drop of water in the ocean, nowhere to be found.
大致的情况就是这样。老规矩，先来分一下工。
So that's all the basics. As always, let's divide the tasks.
すでにヨタニさんの捜索依頼を受けているならこの件は水瀬君たちを中心に進めていくのがいいんじゃないかな
Since Luke is already investigating Hank Barnes' case, it might be better if the 2 of you take charge of this, right?
전 상관없어요.
Doesn't matter to me. Me too. What about the others? Marius' gaze lands swiftly on Artem and Vin.
미안하지만 전 내일 아침 일찍 미림실을 떠나야 해서
Sorry, but I'll
지원만
be
가능할 것 같아요.
leaving Stellis early tomorrow morning. I'm afraid I can only support your investigation remotely. What is Artem up to? I guess I can find out in the next chapter. Just gotta get through this one. Or next, episode. Artem looks down at his watch, somewhat anxious. That's a bit out of the blue. Is it an urgent case?
사건이랑은 상관없어요.
It's not related to a
개인적으로
case.
처리할 일이 있어서요.
I need to sort out some personal business. Personal business? For a moment, she has trouble processing that information. It's very rare for Artem to take time off for personal affairs. Dude, this is what I mean by how it throws me off. He surely would have told her.
네. 다른 일 없으면 먼저 가볼게요.
Yes, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Man, he looks so serious this entire time, too. Artem picks up his briefcase. Suddenly, he turns to look at her as if something just crossed his mind.
도와줄 일 있으면 전화해요.
Call me if you need anything. Sure. Watching as Artem leaves, she suddenly recalls that she hasn't had a chance to ask him about the White Horse Association. Unfortunately, there's no time for it now. I'd better ask Mr. Wing when he comes back. After Artem leaves, the atmosphere at N2X headquarters seems a bit colder. Vin stares thoughtfully at the automatic door long after it closes. When he finally turns back, he seems somewhat apologetic. Are we getting our divorced couple energy?
言い出しておいて申し訳ないけど、僕の方もここ最近大学からいろんな依頼を受けてしまって、スケジュールが一切空いていないんだ。
It's rather unfortunate timing, but lately the university has been keeping me quite busy with philanthropic activities. My schedule has been packed to the brim.
だから直接的な手助けは難しいかもしれない。
So it'll be difficult for me to offer direct assistance.
这么说来，能提供场外援助的只有我了。
Oh, then I guess I'm the only one left to provide support off the field.
你们怎么突然这么忙？不会是瞒着我们在做什么吧？
How come you're all so busy? You can't be plotting something behind our backs, can you? Mario shifts his nonchalant gaze to Vin, but the latter seems oblivious to the implications in his words. Instead, Vin fixes his eyes on
まだ
Rosa.
準備が済んでいない授業があってね。今日はこれで失礼するよ。
It just occurred to me that I still have some lecture materials to prepare. I must take my leave now. Okay, take care, Dr. Richter. Yeah, see? The Dr. Richter thing again. Soon, Vin also disappears from her sight.
这两个人走那么匆忙，总觉得有猫腻。
Those two left in a hurry. Something seems off here. Marius complains, half serious, and turns to look at Rosa and Luke.
之前我在调查的时候发现了一件不太寻常的事，
Oh.
但不一定跟失踪案有关。
I also found something unusual when I was doing the investigation, but it isn't necessarily related to the missing persons case. What is it?
大概是在1个月前，黑市上出现了一个财大气粗、喜欢付现金的金主。
A stranger appeared on the black market about a month ago. He's apparently loaded and he loves to pay in cash.
虽然有钱，但一点规矩都不懂，拿着现钱就想在黑市买爆炸物，可惜没人理他。
Still, he might be rich, but he knows nothing about the rules. That guy is practically waving cash around and shouting about buying explosives, so nobody's paying attention to him. Explosives? If something like that starts circulating, the consequences could be very serious.
是啊，没准在重金的诱惑下，有人会卖给他。
Yeah, someone might just give in to the temptation of that much money and sell him
不
some.
过这个金主很神秘，目前很难追踪，但我会一直盯着。
But this moneybags is very mysterious and hard to track down. Anyway, I'll keep an eye on him.
正好，现在视频中的4方气楼作为重要地点被警方控制了。
It just so happens that the police have sealed off the Weeping Tower in the video as a key
我之后
location.
要先去跟严威沟通，就直接同步给他吧。
I'm going to chat with Darius in a while, so I'll just share the information with him
等到可以
directly.
进去调查的时候，我再通知你们。
I'll let you know when you can go there for your own investigation. Okay, thank you. By the time Marius leaves, Luke has already sent the victims list to both his phone and hers. He puts the phone in his pocket, turns off the holographic display, and looks at her.
시간 없으니까 우리도 빨리 출발하자.
Since there's no time, let's also get a move on. Where to?
회화복지원.
The Foro
명희석
Orphanage.
씨가 거기서 4년을 살았으니까 뭔가 흔적이 남아 있을 거야.
Hank Barnes lived there for 4 years, so he must have left some clues behind. Sephora Orphanage. When Rosa and Luke arrive at the orphanage, it happens to be time for the staff to get off work. The staff members are streaming out of the gate, one after another, leaving only the guard on duty. Even the automatic gate is closing slowly right before her eyes. Looks like we're not going to get anywhere today.
나한테 방법이 있어. 잘 봐.
I have a method. Just watch. Luke strolls over to the guard room with a smile. She's not quite sure what he said, but the guard is now on the landline making a call. Then he hands them the visitor's register, gesturing for her to fill in her information before he takes her straight to the director's office.
여기서 잠시만 기다려주세요. 원장님께서 곧 오실 겁니다.
Please wait here for a moment. Director Colt will be with you shortly. That voice sounds familiar.
감사합니다.
Thank you. When he's no longer close by, Rosa nudges Luke's arm. What did you say to him? Why did he let us in after everyone had already gone home?
별거 없어.
Not much.
마영호 원장님 친구라니까 들여보내주던데?
I just said I'm a friend of Director Colt. You know the director of this orphanage?
응. 예전에 복지원의 물건을 고쳐주면서 친해졌거든.
Ah. We became closer after I helped the orphanage fix something once. As the two are talking, a spirited elderly man walks over with a smile.
오랜만이다, 혁아.
Long time no
이번엔
see,
친구도
Luke.
데려왔구나.
I see you brought a friend. Nice to meet you, Director Colt.
아, 어서 와요.
Welcome. Director Colt greets her with a smile, making her feel at ease.
여쭤볼 일이 있어서 찾아왔습니다.
We came here to ask you about something.
물어볼 게 있다고.
Oh?
말해보게.
What do you want to ask about?
여민석 씨 기억하세요? 10년 전 경찰이 여기 보낸 아이예요.
Do you remember an orphan named Hank Barnes? The police brought him here 10 years ago.
기억하고 말고 참 안타까운 아이였어.
I couldn't forget.
그때 경찰이 다단계 조직에서 구해냈거든.
The poor child was rescued by the police from a pyramid scheme group.
여기 온 뒤로 매일 밤 악몽을 꾸고 말도 잘 하지 않아서 항상 혼자 다녔지.
Oh. After he was brought here, he had nightmares every night. He wasn't much of a talker and kept to himself day in and day out.
나도 많이 다독여줬는데 처음엔 아무 말도 안 하고 혼자서 그림만 그리더라고.
I made many efforts to get him to open up, but he wouldn't say anything and every day would just draw.
그때 여민석 씨가 그린 그림이 남아 있나요?
Do you have any of his old drawings?
아직 있지.
Of course I do.
아이들 물건은 모두 잘 보관해 두었으니까.
I always take good care of the children's
한번
things.
찾아보마.
Let me find them for you. Thank you. A short while later, Director Colt returns with a file folder containing a neat stack of drawings. The name Hank Barnes is written on the folder.
민석이가 그린 그림을 날짜별로 정리한 거란다.
Oh my god, is his name Minsuk? Sorry, I didn't hear it earlier.
민석이가 그린
It
그림을
is!
날짜별로 정리한 거란다.
Suddenly more attentive. Sorry. My favorite EXO member is Minsuk. These are sorted according to the time he drew them. Feel free to take a look. Rosa and Luke examine Hank Barnes' drawings one by one. The main parts of the drawings consist of simple lines, and the backgrounds are filled with large blocks of color. Amidst the basic gray tones, she can vaguely make out the focus of all the drawings is the same little girl wearing a dress. A little girl, Isn't Hank Barnes a boy? Why are all his drawings about a little girl?
여민석 씨한테 다른 가족이 있었나요? 여동생이라든지요.
Did he have any family? Like a little sister? Dr. Colt thinks for a moment and shakes his head.
아니.
No.
내가 똑똑히 기억하는데 민석이가 자기는 혼자고 가족들 모두 이 세상을 떠났다고 말했었어.
I remember it clearly. He told me he was an orphan and all of his family members had passed away. Putting aside the lingering doubt in their minds, Rosa and Luke continued to sift through the drawings.
이거 봐.
Look at this. Luke pulls out a drawing featuring a pagoda tree. The flowers are in full bloom, almost the same as the painting in the video. The two of them look closely at the drawing, searching for the little girl, only to find her buried under the tree, with only her head above the ground, weeping. Oh my god! What did Hank Barnes go through in the Seahorse Association? What prompted him to draw something like this? Director Colt, how much do you know about Hank Barnes' days in the Pyramid Scheme Group?
잘 모르네. 민석이는 자기 얘기를 하기 싫어했거든.
I don't really know. That kid never liked to talk a lot about himself.
그래도 어떤 비밀을 숨기고 있고 그게 민석이를 괴롭히고 있다는 건 눈치챘었지.
But he was hiding some kind of secret and it kept tormenting him. Then do you know how we can contact him now?
알고 말고 전에 무슨 일이 있으면 전화하라면서 전화번호를 남겼거든.
Of course I know. He left me a number and said I could call him if anything comes up. Rosa and Luke dialed the number provided by Director Colt, only to find that the phone is switched off.
전화기가 꺼져 있다고?
The phone is switched off?
그럴 리가. 어제도 연락이 됐었는데.
That can't be. Wait. I was able to call yesterday. Yesterday? Hank Barnes contacted Director Colt yesterday, but according to Orcus Mallory, he went missing 2 days ago. Is it possible that he was still in touch on the day he went on a ghost hunt at the Sweeping Tower? Rosa turns to look at Luke. Judging from his expression, the same thought has just occurred to him.
원장님, 최근에 다른 사람이 여민석 씨를 찾아온 적이 있나요?
Director Colt, has anyone else been asking about Hank Barnes lately?
아, 어떻게 알았나?
Oh, how did you
일주일 전에
know?
어떤 사람이 전화로 민석이에 대해 물어봤었는데.
Someone called me to ask him or asked me about him a week ago.
그 사람이 뭐라 하던가요?
And what did that person say?
민석이 친구라는데
He said they
얘기를
were
들어보니
friends.
맞는 것 같더구나. 아마도 다단계 조직의 피해자일 거야.
And everything else he said made sense, so I thought he must have also been a victim of that pyramid scheme group.
민석이한테는 친구 한 명 없었는데 갑자기 그런 전화를 받으니 내심 기쁘더구나. 그리고 민석이 주소까지 묻더라고.
Oh no. Minsaki doesn't have many friends, so I was really happy to hear about him. And he asked me about about Minsuk's address. Did you give it to him?
당연히 안 알려줬지.
Oh, good. Oh, of
대신
course I didn't tell him.
민석이한테 전화해서 이런 일이 있었다고 알려줬단다.
But I called Minsuk and told him about what happened. Okay, I was right. He did call him. Okay.
반응이 어땠나요?
How did he feel about that? Or how did he respond? Sorry.
전화상으로는 별 반응 없었어.
It's hard to tell
일이
over the
있다면서
phone.
금방 끊었지.
But he said he had something to do and he hung up.
그리고 어제 전화가 와서는 타지로 출장을 가야 해서 당분간은 연락 못할 거라 하더구나.
Ah, right. That was a week ago. Then he called. Okay. Oh my God. It's hard to keep up with this. Maybe I'm too tired already. Then he called yesterday and mentioned he'd be going out of town on a business trip, so he wouldn't be in touch for a while. Director Colt, could you please tell us his address?
그럼 혁이 인품은 내가 잘 아니까 믿고 알려줄 수 있네.
Of course. I trust Luke, so I'll believe in you and let you know.
복지원을 떠난 뒤로 다시 온 적은 없었는데
He hasn't been back since he
대신
left,
해마다 엽서를 한 장씩 보내왔어.
but he always sends me a postcard every year.
아까 그림을 찾다가 가져와 봤지.
I brought them when I was looking for his drawings. Director Colt takes out a postcard from his pocket with Hank Barnes' current address on it. It's near Sycamore Street in North Stellis. All sorts of people live in the neighborhood, and the administration leaves much to be desired. Crimes like brawling are commonplace in that town. Judging from what Director Colt just said, Minsuk doesn't seem to be the type of person who enjoys stirring up trouble. So why would he choose to live in such an unstable area?
얘기하느라 못 물어봤는데 민석이는 왜 찾는 게냐?
I've only been answering your questions. Why are you looking for him?
다단계 조직에 대해 묻고 싶은 게 있어서요.
We just want to ask him about the pyramid scheme group.
그렇구나.
I see.
저번에 그 전화했던 아이도 아마 민석이랑 옛날 이야기를 하고 싶었던 거겠지.
And that person earlier probably also just wanted to catch up with him.
마 원장님, 그 사람 번호도 알려주실 수 있나요?
Director Colt,
그분한테도 물어보면 좋을 것 같아서요.
could you also share that person's number with us? We could ask him some questions as well. Okay, I just realized. So his name in Korean is Ma, right? And Ma is in Mandarin, like could be one of the readings for horse, right? And in fact, in Korean, the word for horse is mal, right? And colt is a young horse. So was that intentional? Okay.
그래. 통화 기록을 찾아보마.
All right. Let me look it up on my phone.
공중전화 부스에서 건 전화였어. 위치를 보니 센트럴 상점가 근처구나.
The call was from a payphone located somewhere near the CBD. After leaving the orphanage, Luke dials the number Director Colt gave them. As expected, the call doesn't go through.
신분을 숨기기 위해 일부러 유동인구가 많은 곳을 찾은 걸 거야.
He must have chosen a place with lots of people to throw off investigation. That suggests whoever made that call is our primary suspect, and he probably hasn't found Minsuk yet.
우선 여민석 씨 집으로 가서 단서를 찾아보자.
Yeah, we should go to Minsuk's place first to see if we can find any evidence. Before they know it, they've arrived at the neighborhood around Sycamore Street, following the address on the postcard. The place is just as she remembers it. Numerous old residential buildings dot the area, and the narrow, winding streets resemble a maze branching off in all directions. If someone hides here, it'd be difficult to find them. Finally, the two of them stand in front of an old building that looks like it could collapse at any moment, with a large sign hanging on the street-facing wall stating that the building will soon be demolished.
바로 여기 4층이야.
And here we are, 4th floor. They step through the narrow doorway. This building is known for sharing renting, where each apartment is divided into several smaller rooms leased to different individuals. The cluttered corridor is filled with random objects. Luke walks ahead of her, clearing the obstacles in her path.
407호.
407.
이방일 거야.
This should be it. The two of them pause in front of an ordinary door. The old worn door isn't locked, and a lease notice is posted on it. Did Min-seok move out?
일단 들어가 보자.
Let's go in first and take a look. Luke gently pushes open the door, slowly revealing the entire room. In contrast to the chaotic corridor outside, the room is clean and tidy, even somewhat empty. The only thing that stands out is a clean, bright, and warm-looking two-story dollhouse on the desk in front of the window. Creepy! What a pretty dollhouse! She looks inside the tiny windows, seeing a set of neatly organized furniture in warm colors on the first floor. On the second floor is a large bedroom with a bear plushie standing in front of a mini closet, picking out little dresses. It might be just based on stereotypes, but I feel like the dollhouse seems out of place in this apartment. Nodding, Luke opens the toolbox next to the dollhouse. In addition to some tools, there are also pieces of wood, cloth of various colors, cotton, string lights, non-toxic paint, etc. What are these?
제작에 쓰이는 재료 같아.
They're crafting
이건
materials.
여민석 씨가 직접 만든 인형의 집이야.
It seems like he made this dollhouse himself.
매장에서 샀으면 로고 같은 게 있을 텐데 그런 게 전혀 없잖아.
If he bought it from a shop, there would be a brand logo, but this one doesn't have one.
아주 정성 들여 만든 것 같지만 손으로 자르고 다듬은 흔적이 보여.
And even though he's put in a lot of effort, traces left by manual cutting and polishing are still more noticeable than when it's done by a machine. Luke points at the carvings inside the dollhouse.
여기 지니의 집이라고 새겨져 있어. 지니라는 사람을 위해 만든 것 같아.
And look here, it says Jinhe's house. He must have made it for someone named Jinhe. It sounds like a nickname. A little girl in a dress appeared in all his drawings at the orphanage. Could she and... Okay, I'm just gonna call her Lulu because she said nickname. Be the same person?
그럴 가능성이 높아.
There's a high chance of that.
여민석 씨의 주변 인물을 중심으로 조사해야겠어.
We should focus on Min-seok's personal relationships next.
누구세요?
Who are you? A middle-aged woman in an apron suddenly appears outside the door, standing with one hand propped on her waist and the other holding a spatula, looking at them suspiciously. An idea pops into her mind. Rosa takes out a name card left over from some fieldwork and hands it to her with both hands. Hello, I'm a lawyer. Here's my name card. We'd like to talk to Min-seok about a case. Do you know where he is? She takes her card and studies it for a while, finally seeming to let down her guard a little.
이미 나갔어요.
He's already
어디로
gone.
갔는지는 모르지만요.
I don't even know where he went. When did he leave?
6일 전 아침 9시 반쯤이요.
9:30, 6 days ago.
여민석 씨랑 잘 아는 사이이신가 보네요.
Do you know him very
나갈
well?
시간까지 정확히 기억하시다니.
I mean, you even recall the exact time he left. The middle-aged woman waves her hand annoyed.
아유, 안 친해요.
I don't know him at all.
여기서 2년 동안 살았는데 나랑은 한마디도 안 했는거려.
He's lived here for 2 years and he's never talked to me once.
6일 전에 처음으로 나한테 말을 걸었어요. 집안 사정 때문에 방을 빼겠다고 했죠.
When he was leaving, that was the first time he ever talked to me. He mentioned something about his family and said he wouldn't be renting the room anymore.
근데 계약 기간이 안 끝나서 일단 다음 세입자를 찾게 되면 보증금을 받아가겠다고 했어요.
But his lease isn't over yet, so he wanted to see if he could find another renter. He'd be able to get the deposit back if he did.
이것 봐요. 그 사람이 문에 안내문까지 붙이고 갔는데 며칠이 지나도 아무도 보러 오지 않더라고요.
He even put up a notice on the door, but many days have passed, and nobody's come to check it out. Or nobody's come to ask about it. Then how do you remember that he left at 9:30?
제가 야간 근무를 해서 아침에만 시간이 나는데 챙겨보는 드라마가 매일 아침 9시 반에 재방송하거든요.
The TV show I'm watching has reruns at 9:30 every morning. I work the night shift, so I can only watch it then. I see. Thank you.
별 말씀을요.
It's
근데
nothing.
변호사가 씨,
But, Miss
그
Lawyer,
사람이 무슨 일이라도 저질렀나요?
is he in some kind of trouble? She leans over and asks in a low voice, ready for some good gossip. Not really. We're just here to gather some information from him. Do you know if he has any friends?
아유, 몰라요.
I don't know.
외출도 거의 안 하고 찾아오는 사람도 없었어요. 도대체 뭘 하는 건지 맨날 휴대폰만 보고 있더라고요.
He rarely goes out, and I've never seen anyone come looking for him. He's always on his phone, so who knows what he's up to. The moment she finishes her sentence, the smell of burnt food wafts to the corridor.
내 제육볶음.
Oh no, my braised pork. The woman turns at once, rushing back to her room next door. Moments later, she hears her cursing. Just then, Marius sends a message informing her and Luke that he's spoken with Darius, and now they're permitted to investigate the Weeping Tower. We can do this.
강혁 씨, 변호사님.
Darius lifts the caution tape, waving them in.
사정은 유신우 씨한테 들었습니다.
Marius told me
이번에도
everything.
협력해야겠네요.
Looks like we're working together again. Thank you, Captain Morgan. He waves his hand with a smile and turns to glance at his colleagues who are still collecting evidence
감식반
of the
작업이
scene.
끝나지 않아서 아직은 현장에 들어갈 수 없어요.
My colleagues from the CSI team haven't finished collecting evidence yet, so I'm afraid I can't take you to the scene right away.
괜찮아요.
It's okay.
마침 엄 반장님께 여쭤보고 싶은 게 있었거든요.
There's also something we'd like to ask you.
무슨 일이시죠?
What is it?
여민석 씨가 해마회에 있었을 때 다른 가족이 있었다거나 그런 기록이 있나요?
According to the police records on Munzuk, did he have any relatives at the
두
Seahorse
분이 오시기
Association?
전에 여민석 씨 자료를 미리 모두 뽑아뒀습니다.
We've already looked through all of his files before you came.
좀 특별한 케이스예요.
It was a special
해마에
case.
가입 당시 미성년자였고 가족이라고는 몸이 좋지 않은 여동생 여윤진 뿐이었죠.
He did have a younger sister. He was still underage when he joined the Seahorse Association, and he brought his younger sister with him, who was physically unwell. Her name was Luna. Lulu! Luna. Lulu? I see. Could the little girl in his drawings and that Lulu on the dollhouse all be his sister? Luke nods, but Darius appears utterly confused, so they fill him in on the clues they've gathered about him.
그런 일이 있었군요.
But that's what happened. I had no idea. Darius says thoughtfully and continues to share more information.
저희가 조사한 바로 여민석 씨 부모는 남매가 해마에 가입하기 전에 교통사고로 사망했어요.
According to our investigation, his parents died from a car accident before he and his sister joined the Seahorse Association. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't they be adopted by relatives or sent to an
보통은
orphanage?
그렇죠.
That's
뭐
normally
이유는
the case.
모르겠지만 결국은 해마회에 가입했어요.
I don't know the reason, but the Barnes siblings ended up at the Seahorse Association.
해마회가 두 남매를 받아준 이유는 뭘까요?
Why would the Seahorse Association take them in?
부모가 사망했을 때 가해자가 거액의 배상금을 지불했거든요.
Because after their parents died, the person responsible for the accident paid them a hefty compensation.
당시 여민석 씨가 적은 기록에 따르면 해마회에 있던 2년 동안 그 돈을 전부 기부해버렸다고 해요.
That's fucked up, man. According to Mr. Barnes' statement back then, he donated all that money bit by bit to the Seahorse Association during his 2 years there. Dude, they're preying on literal orphans. That's fucked up. As expected, the Seahorse Association took them in for no reason other than money.
엄 반장님, 해마회가 해체되고 나서 여윤진은 어디로 갔나요?
Captain Morgan, where did Luna Barnes go after the Seahorse Association was disbanded?
안타깝게도 해마회에 가입하고 1년 반 뒤에 대엽성 폐렴으로 사망했어요.
Unfortunately, she didn't live to see that day. She died of lobar pneumonia a year and a half after joining the association. Lobar pneumonia? I thought that disease was easy to cure with timely treatment.
이론상 그렇지만 발병부터 사망까지의 과정이 굉장히 빨리 진행돼서 병원에서도 치료할 방법이 없었어요.
That is true, but her disease progressed rapidly. By the time she was sent to the hospital, the doctors could no longer do anything for her. God, I hate Themis. Stop hurting the children!
제가 사망 증명서를 봤는데
I've seen her death
이틀
certificate.
뒤면 7번째 생일이더군요.
She died 2 days before her 7th birthday. So she was only 5 years old when... Dude, I hope... Man, everybody at the Seahorse organization who fucking died, they deserved it. I cannot. The silence lingers as if mourning for that young and unfortunate life.
아무튼 여씨 남매에 관한 정보는 대충 이렇습니다.
Anyway,
그리고
that's all
다른
the
3명의
information I have on
실종자에 대해
them.
알려드리자면
And there are 3 other missing persons. Darius clears his throat, turning their attention back to the case.
세 사람은 해마회에 있는 동안 거액의 사채를 끌어다 기부해서 집안이 망했어요.
During their stay at the Seahorse Association, all 3 of them ended up buried in debt from loan sharks in order to make donations. It destroyed their families. It's exactly the same as Gerard Boone and his family.
해마의 피해자들에겐 비일비재한 일입니다.
It's a common situation among victims of the Seahorse Association. Didn't they notice that something was wrong?
어느 정도 눈치채긴 했겠지만 이미 너무 많은 돈을 쏟아부은 뒤였을 거야.
They might have known, to some extent, but they'd already invested too much.
만약 그게 사기극이라는 걸 인정하게 되면 상황이 더 비참해질 테니까.
Acknowledging that their previous investments have been lost in a scam would have made their situation even worse.
그래서 꿈속에 남으려 했던 거겠지. 꿈이 완전히 박살나고 잔인한 현실에 직면하기 전까진 눈을 뜨고 싶지 않았던 거고.
So they kept dreaming, refusing to open their eyes until the dream shattered, revealing the gruesome truth.
많은 다단계 조직원들이 조직을 완전히 벗어나지 못하는 이유 중 하나이기도 합니다.
And there's another reason that many members of pyramid scheme groups can never free themselves from the group's control. Just then, some noises come from the site as a group of police officers come out one after another. After exchanging a few words with them, Darius turns around, gesturing for them to start the investigation. Wait, he's not going to tell us his other reason? Okay, fine. I appreciate exposing these types of issues in society, but why do they always have to hurt the children? Themis, please. Okay. A tea set is placed on the dining table. While some of the words printed on the utensils have faded from time, she can barely make out the words Seahorse Association. It appears that the place is still kept the way it used to be after the Seahorse Association disbanded.
10년 전 사건 때문에 여기에 접근하는 사람이 없었거든요. 그래서 덕분에 잘 보존되어 있습니다.
Yeah, because of what happened 10 years ago, few people dare to come near, so much of the stuff here has been preserved. The corners of the room are filled with cobwebs, but upon closer inspection, they look somewhat different from natural spider silk.
이 거미줄들 진짜가 아닌 것 같네요.
I don't think these spider webs are real.
네. 성분 검사 결과 놀이공원에 있는 귀신의 집에서 사용하는 가짜 거미줄로 판명났어요.
Oh, that's right. We've analyzed the substance, and it turns out these are artificial spider webs, the same as the ones used to decorate haunted houses and amusement parks. But why would someone put them here? Observing their surroundings, she notices fake spider webs in every corner. Judging by the look of it, the decorations must have taken a great deal of patience to complete. While it might make sense to put them in amusement parks open to the public, this house has been abandoned for 10 years. There's absolutely no need to decorate it.
누가 일부러 이런 짓을 한 게 아닐까?
Wouldn't someone have done it on purpose?
어떤 진실을 덮어버리려고 말이야.
I mean, these cobwebs might be here to cover up some truth that must remain hidden. Concealing the truth with cobwebs? She mutters to herself, repeating Luke's words. When she looks around the abandoned room again, there seems to be something off with the surroundings, but she can't quite tell what. It's as if some items in the room are from a different timeline than reality. The whole place appears to be a crazy collage of random objects. A pagoda tree is painted on the blank space of the fireplace wall. Just as she and Luke saw in the video earlier, the pagoda flowers on the tree are in full bloom, almost unnaturally vivid. It's like one of those demonic trees in folklore that feeds on human blood and energy. Her blood runs cold at the sight. This painting also has pagoda flowers, just like the one in Letta Gray's bedroom, but the atmosphere feels entirely different. The pagoda flowers are shaped more like hung objects than flowers, completely lifeless.
그것도 그렇고 최근에 그린 그림 같아.
It seems like it was done recently. Prompted by Luke's words, she carefully observes the pagoda tree on the wall, noticing that the paint is still relatively fresh. She only overlooked that due to the dim lighting in the room.
그렇습니다.
That's right.
페인트를 검사해 봤는데 대략 3개월 전에 그린 것으로 추정돼요.
The paint analysis revealed this was painted about 3 months ago.
아쉽게도 이 부근의 CCTV가 훼손돼서 누가 그렸는지는 찍히지 않았죠.
Unfortunately, the surveillance cameras nearby have been damaged, so they didn't capture the painter.
이 그림을 그린 사람이 실종 사건과 관련이 있을까요?
Could whoever painted it be involved in the disappearance case? Darius doesn't give a clear reply. There are too many clues right now, and some of them are meant as distractions. Faced with a mix of truths and falsehood, it's difficult to know where to start. A peachwood sword covered in talismans is hung on the wall next to the shelf. However, some of the talismans have fallen off from the passage of time, revealing what the sword originally looked like. I thought peachwood swords were often used to drive out evil. Was the Seahorse Association really haunted? Could that be why they hung it here?
울음소리 타워에 관한 괴담이 전혀 근거 없는 소문이 아닐 수도 있어.
It could be that the horror story of the Weeping Tower didn't come out of thin air. Luke suddenly speaks up. She's so scared that she seems to sense an eerie wind sweeping across their shins. Hey, don't say that. You're scaring me. There's no such thing in this world as ghosts.
모든 진실이 밝혀지면 이게 진짜 귀신인지 누군가의 장난인지 알 수 있겠지.
Whether there's really a ghost here or not, we'll know for certain once the truth is out. Luke's ambiguous answer makes her feel somewhat uneasy. She gazes at the peachwood sword, bewildered, shuddering. In this confined space, it feels as if a pair of eyes is secretly fixated on the two of them. Do they just take the sword? Are they allowed to do that? Oh, teddy bear.
이 곰돌이 인형 여민석 씨가 갖고 있던 인형의 집에서 본 거랑 비슷하지 않아?
Doesn't this bear plushie look similar to the one in Yeomin-suk's dollhouse? Now that you mentioned it, it actually does look similar. The bear plushie is dressed up like a doctor. He must have made it this way to cheer his sister up. Luke tilts his head, glancing around before he returns his gaze to the bear before her,
이 인형
thoughtful.
낡았는데도 잘 관리되어 있지 않아? 여기랑 어울리지 않을 정도로 깨끗해.
Isn't this puppet remarkably well preserved? It's so clean, like it doesn't belong here. That's true. Amidst all the spider webs and dust around it, the bear plush remains completely untouched by any dirt or dust. The outfit is clean and tidy. Upon closer inspection, there's even a faint hint of a soapy fragrance lingering around it. This might have been left here only recently. Look, there's some word written on the back of the collar with a marker. Luke flattens the collar of the bear plushie to make the writing clearly visible. Lulu, it's the same name as the dollhouse in Hank Barnes' apartment.
동생이 갖고 놀던 곰인형인가 봐.
It seems like it's the doll that his sister used to carry. But Luna Barnes died 10 years ago, so why would someone intentionally put her belongings here?
지금으로서는 알 수 없지만
We can't know for
분명
sure now, but
여민석 씨랑 관련이 있을 거야.
it must have something to do with Yeomin-suk. Sorry, I keep switching between names. It's because I can't decide. T-shirts of the same style are neatly stored here. The words Seahorse Association are printed on the t-shirts. Who would have thought that even a pyramid scheme would have t-shirts made with their logos on them? Well, I mean, the takeout box hasn't been opened yet. Looks like they left in a hurry. I wonder what's inside. You could open it. Ah, here we go. Oh! There is a pattern resembling a magic circle underneath the round carpet. Overall, it still looks brightly covered. However, judging from the extent to which the colors have faded on the outer edge, she can tell that the carpet must have been around for a while. Is it a magic circle?
맞습니다.
That's right.
자세히 조사해 봤는데 망령을 소환하는 마법진과 비슷하더군요.
After looking into it, it appears to be a magic circle for conjuring dead spirits.
다만 아직 확신할 수는 없습니다.
But we can't be sure.
그린 사람이 직접 창작한 마법진인지 복잡한 요소가 섞여 있거든요.
We can't be sure yet. There are many out-of-place elements in the circle, so chances are whoever drew it had created it themselves. Darius explains while passing Rosa and Luke a photo the police took while collecting evidence. Could this magic circle for conjuring dead spirits be related to the horror story of the Weeping Tower?
50년 전부터 전해져온 그 무서운 소문 말씀이신가요?
Are you talking about that urban legend that's been around for half a century? Rosa nods, but Darius doesn't seem very impressed.
이런 버려진 건물에는 늘 도시 괴담이 전해지곤 하죠. 대부분은 꾸며낸 이야기에 불과하니 심각하게 받아들여서는 안 돼요.
It's not uncommon for old abandoned houses to have urban legends, but many of them are far from the truth. You can't take them seriously. I guess you're right. Then why would someone draw a magic circle like this? I doubt they did it for fun.
진짜 죽은 사람의 영혼을 불러올 수 있다고 믿었거나 다른 사람을 겁주기 위해서였겠지.
If they didn't truly believe that they could summon the spirits of the dead, then they must have done it to scare people. Either of these possibilities can be true, but without further clues, it seems impossible to discern their real purpose.
저희도 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다만
That's
시간이
also what
너무
we
오래
thought.
지나서 조사가 쉽지 않을 것 같군요.
But so much time has passed that it won't be easy to investigate.
나중에 새로운 단서를 발견하면 두 분께 알려드리겠습니다.
If anything turns up, I'll let you two know.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you. Hey, and that should be it for our clues.
대충 어떤 상황인지 파악하셨겠죠?
You know the basics now.
전 곧 회의가 있어서 나가봐야 합니다. 죄송하지만 두 분도
I have a meeting coming up, so I can't really keep you here. Got it, then let's head out. Rosa and Luke follow Darius to the courtyard of the Weeping Tower. The police are still investigating patches of grass nearby. As Nothing But Guts described, the two of them see a withered pagoda tree, but it looks far less dramatic than in his depiction. Rosa looks around, noticing that most of the building has been damaged by varying degrees, except the room that they investigated early, which remains the most intact.
여기 좀 이상하지 않아?
Isn't this place a little strange?
주변에 온통 잡초와 허름한 방밖에 없는데
There's nothing but weeds and broken rooms, but following Luke's gaze, she turns her eyes from the overgrown weeds amidst the ruins to the only undamaged room at the Weeping Tower. The strange feeling is growing stronger. It's this sense of oddness that she can't seem to shake off. Only one room is strangely intact. It looks as though someone actually arranged everything inside. Yep, that's what he said, right? There was one room that seemed particularly big too.
뭐
Oh, they want the reason why. Sorry. Was it to draw in? No. I'm so bad at these sometimes. Like sometimes I'm like fine, and then sometimes I'm like I'm overthinking it, or I just misunderstand the prompt. Okay. So it's okay. Maybe it's why does the why is what's confusing me. Okay. I understand now. It wasn't why did somebody arrange it. It is why do we think it looks so preserved. Okay. I remember that Nothing But Guts came here for the ghost hunt a month ago, but the painting of the pagoda tree on the wall was done 3 months ago. Someone had evidently set this up.
여민석 씨 동생 여윤진의 고민형도 수상해.
It's also
관리가 잘 되어 있잖아.
It's also suspicious that his sister's doll was here. It's a bit old, but it seems well preserved.
여기에 10년 동안 방치된 건 아닌 것 같아.
It doesn't seem like it could have been here for 10 years. Someone must have staged the scene for a specific person to see it. The bear plushie could correspond to Hank Barnes, but what about the pagoda tree? Was it meant for the other 3 missing persons?
아닐 수도 있어.
Could not.
여민석 씨도 복지원에 있을 때 회화나무를 그린 적이 있거든.
Because Yo Min-suk also drew pagoda trees when he was at the orphanage.
오름소리 타워는 건물이 사방으로 둘러싸인 구조고 각 방의 창문은 중앙 정원을 향하고 있어.
The Weeping Tower is a compound with buildings. Oh, with windows overlooking the square. Therefore, everybody could see the pagoda tree from their window. Rosa and Luke turned their eyes to the withered pagoda tree in unison. Both Lutza Gray's case earlier and the horrific legend Nothing But Guts mentioned are related to pagoda flowers. Rosa suddenly has a strong feeling that they might just be the key to unraveling the entire mystery. Rosa and Luke return to the detective agency after leaving the Weeping Tower. Since the police have taken over Yo Min-suk's case as part of the serial disappearance case, they need to explain the situation to Orcus Mallory, their original client. It'll be his decision whether to continue with the case. Orcus Mallory arrives about 15 minutes later. He's wearing the same outfit as last time, but he looks even paler. Mr. Mallory, you don't look too well. How are you feeling?
괜찮아요. 감기 기운이 좀 있나 봐요.
It's alright. I think I just caught a cold. Dude, I hope he's okay. I hope he doesn't die. He waves his hand hurriedly, appearing not to be the least concerned about his health.
민석이의 행방을 찾으신 거죠?
So you have news about Min-suk?
죄송하지만 아직 확실한 정보는 없어요.
I'm sorry, but we don't have anything specific yet. Orcus Mallory's eyes grow dim, but Luke carries on as if he didn't notice the change in Mallory's expression.
최근에 일어난 연쇄 실종 사건은 들어보셨나요?
Have you heard about the serial disappearance cases recently?
네. 요즘 뉴스에 많이 나와서 들어보긴 했는데 그게 친구와 상관이 있나요?
Yeah, it's all over the news. Does it have something to do with my friend? Don't tell me... He suddenly jumps from the chair, agitated.
설마 연쇄 실종 사건의 피해자로 의심하고 계신 거예요?
Are you suspecting that he's also a victim in that case? Rosa and Luke exchange a glance and briefly explain the current situation to him, sticking to what's disclosed to the public.
나중에 경찰이 서빈 씨한테도 연락해서 여민석 씨에 대해 물어볼 거예요.
Later, the police will be talking to you about what happened to Hank Barnes.
경찰이 저를 찾아올 거라고요?
The police will come to find me? It's just some standard questions. All you need to do is tell the truth. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't cut him off. He's doing a good job.
네.
Oh, alright. He slowly sinks back into his seat and replies absentmindedly. Luke takes out the contract from earlier and pushes it over to him.
사건이 경찰 측으로 넘어갈 거라서 저희한테 의뢰하지 않으셔도 최종 수사 결과를 알 수 있을 거예요.
The police will be taking over from here. They'll give you an answer even if you don't want us to continue with the case.
그러니까 지금 계약을 해지하실 건지 선택하실 수 있어요. 비용
So-
공제하고 일부 계약금은 돌려드릴게요.
You're able to terminate the contract now if you choose. We'll return part of the deposit after deducting the incurred costs. He shakes his head and pushes the contract back.
계속 민석이를 찾아주셨으면 좋겠어요.
I hope you'll keep looking for him. But why?
전 한 번 시작한 일은 끝을 봐야 하거든요.
I don't want to give up halfway.
사람이 많을수록 찾을 수 있는 가능성도 더 커지잖아요.
And isn't there a higher chance of finding him if more people are involved?
게다가 이미 조사도 시작하셨는데 이제 와서 그만두겠다고 하는 건 예의가 아니죠.
And you've already started the investigation. It wouldn't be right to call it off. He's such a wow, what a good person. Do you know what I mean? He's like, oh, it wouldn't be like polite, you know? Luke's gaze lingers on him for a few seconds before returning the contract.
좋아요. 그럼 매일 진행 상황을 알려드릴게요.
Then we'll continue to report our progress to you every day.
감사합니다.
Thank you. The two escort him downstairs. Before seeing him out, Luke falls back a step on purpose to send her a text. Help me distract him in a moment. As the three reach the door, she comes up with a question before he gets into the car. Oh, you said you and Yeomin-suk were both fans of urban legends. You know, I'm interested in those ghost videos. Could you recommend some websites for me?
사이트요?
Sites?
지금 찾아드릴게요.
Oh, let me find them for you. Thanks. As he's searching for the websites, Luke slips something about the size of a button into his bag. He makes an okay gesture. Just then, he looks up, so she quickly averts her gaze.
링크 보내드렸어요.
I've sent you the websites. Or I've sent you the links. Thanks. After he drives away, Rosa turns to look at Luke. Did you just put a tracker in his bag? You think something's off with him? Luke
맞아.
nods at her.
여민석 씨가 실종된 게 언제라고 했지?
Do you remember what he said when Yeomin-suk went missing? Luke explains to her as he adjusts some device, ensuring that the tracker is working properly. He said it was 2 days ago.
근데 민석 씨는 어제까지 마 원장님이랑 연락을 했어. 통화 기록이 그 증거지.
But he had contacted Director Colt only yesterday. We checked Director Colt's phone and saw that it was true. Yeah, but they're only internet friends. Like, maybe it's possible he just didn't know, right? It's also possible that he didn't manage to reach him.
그럴 가능성이 없지는 않지만
That is true.
정서빈 씨 말에 허점이 있다는 건 확실해.
But at least we found a hole in his story.
정말 이 사건과 관련되어 있는지는 확인해 보면 알 수 있겠지.
With just a little test, we'll be able to confirm whether or not he's involved in the disappearance. Under her curious gaze, Luke dials a number labeled Eggy. The call goes through after ringing a few times.
여기 형님! 웬일로 저한테 연락을 다 주셨어요?
Oh, why are you calling me today?
부탁이 하나 있는데
I have a favor to ask. Whoever's on the other side of the call seems to be somewhat busy. There's a lot of noise in the background, and Luke's voice is drowned out in a burst of cheers.
재미있게 놀고 있나 보네.
Ah, having a good time, are you?
놀기는요.
Oh, what do you mean?
잠시만요. 조용한 곳으로 자리를 옮기겠습니다.
Oh, wait a moment. I'll go find somewhere quieter. The sound of footsteps becomes increasingly clear on the phone as the loud background noise is filtered out.
형님, 이제 말씀하셔도 돼요.
Now you can talk.
혹시 사람 좀 찾아줄 수 있어?
Do you think you'll be able to find someone for me?
얼마든지요. 자료만 보내주시면 바로 작업 시작하겠습니다.
Of course. Just send me their information and we'll get to work.
큰 소리 쳤다가 실패하면 어떻게 되는지 알지?
You know what'll happen if you fail me, right? Jesus Christ. His tone, too. Luke, stop being scary.
에이, 형님 부탁이면 목숨을 걸어서라도 해내야죠.
Since it's a request from you, I'll make sure it's done, even if it costs me my life. Luke bows his head to send over Hank Barnes' photo and information. Rosa can hear a rustling sound on the other end of the phone. After a while, she once again hears Eggy's voice clearly over the phone.
우리 애들한테 전달했습니다.
I've sent it to my
3일이면
guys.
소식이 있을 거예요.
I'll get back to you in 3 days.
3일은 안 돼.
3 days?
너무 느려.
Ah, not 3 days. That's too slow.
아, 형님. 아시겠지만 요즘은 사람 찾는 게 예전처럼 쉬운 일이 아니에요.
I'm
게다가
sorry,
우리
but
애들도
it's not easy to find someone anymore.
내일
And my
아침까지
men?
찾아.
Find him by tomorrow morning.
그럼 원래 금액으로는 좀 어렵겠는데요.
Then I'll need more than the usual price. So that's what all this talk is about. He wants to jack up the price. Rosa glances at Luke, who seems to know his ways very well.
얼마면 되는데?
How much do you want?
적어도 2배는 주셔야죠.
You should give at least double.
그건 안 돼.
No.
형님, 제가 거짓말한 게 아니라 원래 금액으로는 진짜 도와드리기가 힘들어요.
I'm telling you the truth, or I guess like for real. Our old price makes it very difficult to get things done. A corner of Luke's mouth twitches involuntarily.
10% 올려줄게.
I'll raise it 10%.
너무 적어요.
That's too little.
우리 애들도 밥은 먹어야지 않겠습니까?
My kids have to eat, you know.
알았어.
All right.
그럼 다른 사람 알아볼게.
I'll find someone else.
아이고 형님, 그러지 마시고.
I don't do that.
그럼 10%로 합시다.
Then let's do 10%.
대신 계약금은 50% 깎아 주실 수 있을까요?
But can you pay me half the money in advance?
그냥 하던 대로 하자.
Let's just do it as we've been doing it.
원래는 10%밖에 안 주셨지 않습니까? 애들 주머니 사정이 어려워서 그러니 양해 좀.
But then I only get 10% as an advance. My kids are having a hard time making ends meet, so
끊을게.
I'm hanging up. After hanging up, Luke quickly transfers the 10% advance payment to a bank account.
교활한 녀석들. 매번 조금이라도 더 받아먹을 생각만 한다니까.
These guys are always asking for more. But you agreed to raise the price anyway.
너무 과하지만 않으면 되도록 들어주려고 해.
As long as it's not too outrageous, I can do it. Luke shakes his head. Oh, right. You talked about testing him, or testing Orcus Mallory, but you only sent someone to look for Yeonmin-seok.
생각해봐.
Think about
정서빈
it.
씨가 가장 원하는 게 뭘까? 여민석 씨의 소식이지? 낚시를 하려면 미끼를 먼저 준비해야 하지 않겠어?
What does Orcus Mallory want the most? It's information on Yeonmin-seok, isn't it? If you want to catch a fish, you've got to prepare the bait. Luke intends to lure out Orcus Mallory with Hank Barnes' whereabouts.
정서빈 씨와는 별개로 어차피 우린 여민석 씨를 찾아야 해.
And
연쇄 실종 사건의 열쇠가 될 수 있으니까.
even if not for Orcus Mallory, we still need to find Yeonmin-seok. After all, he might be the key to solving the serial disappearance case.
아무튼 미끼는 이미 던졌으니 이제부터는 인내심을 갖고 기다리면 돼.
Anyway, we've already cast the net. All we need to do is wait.
자, 이제 이 일은 잠시 제쳐두고
Let's put these
이따
things
어디 갈
aside.
거야?
Where are you going next? I'm heading home, obviously. It's been a busy day.
내가 데려다줄.
Then I'll take you. Before he can finish his sentence, a little boy squeezes in between the two of them, fixing Luke with a serious stare while tugging at his clothes.
꼬마야, 무슨 일 있어?
Kid, is something wrong? Luke squats down to look at the boy squarely in the eyes. Instead of speaking, the boy hands Luke a package.
이거
Is this? Nodding, the little boy stands on tiptoes to whisper something into Luke's ear. She doesn't know what he said, but Luke's expression changes at the boy's words. He stands up straight, casting a vigilant glance around. But there seems to be nothing unusual about the people around them. Many parents have taken their children out to play, probably because it's the weekend. Someone dressed in a teddy bear outfit is giving out balloons to children on the square next to an intersection. Is that person suspicious? Luke squats down again, giving the box a gentle shake in front of the boy.
누가 갖다 주라고 했는지 알려줄 수 있어?
Can you tell me who asked you to bring this to me?
곰돌이 형아가 주라고 했어요.
I knew it! The teddy bear Hyung asked me to give it to you. The teddy bear? She looks at the little boy in surprise. He nods at her with a smile before turning his gaze to
말
Luke.
잘 듣고 약 잘 먹어야 해요, 형. 안 그럼 아빠랑 엄마한테 혼나요.
You should listen and take the medicine. Otherwise, mom and dad might yell at you. Oh my
너야말로
god.
함부로 낯선 사람 도와주면 안 돼. 알겠지?
You should stay away from strangers. Don't just go around running errands for someone you don't know.
곰돌이 형아는 낯선 사람이 아니라 내 영원한 친구예요.
But I do know him. He's my best friend. The little boy grimaces as he speaks. Then he turns and walks away. Watching the boy as he leaves, Luke tightens his grip on the package. What's the matter, Luke? Luke changes back into his usual cheerful smile at once, as if snapping out of a trance. Luke, for fuck's sake.
별일 아니야. 갑자기 작은 임무가 생겨서 바로 처리하러 가야 할 것 같아.
It's nothing. I just have a last-minute mission that I need to take care of. His nonchalant explanation suddenly gives her a feeling the look on his face might be just a fake mask to put her at ease. Duh. Does it have to be right now? Luke opens his mouth, pausing as though he can't find the right words. I'm just worried that you might be worn out after a busy day. I mean, you've only just recovered.
조심할 테니까 걱정 마.
I'll be careful, so don't worry. Alright, then text me and let me know that you're safe when you've finished up. I'll be waiting.
그래, 알았어.
Alright. Inside the lab, Luke hands Aaron the package from the little boy. The package contains a syringe along with a note signed with the name Oedipus. Okay. The note says this is a new medicine, the result of the latest R&D efforts. Unlike the previous pills, its toxicity has been reduced somewhat.
이 오이디푸스라는 사람도 참 끈질기네.
This Oedipus is very stubborn.
직접 갖다 주기까지 하네.
Since you don't accept deliveries, they put the package right into your hands. Yeah, that's sus, man. Aaron extracts the medicine, divides it into several test tubes, places them in different machines, and starts the testing process. The machines make a soft sound as they work. He turns to look at Luke, a gleam of worry flashing across his eyes. How's your body these days? Any after effects?
부작용은 없고
No after
가끔 약을
effects.
먹고 싶다는 충동이 들긴 하는데 형이 만든 억제제를 먹으면 금방 가라앉아요.
Sometimes I do have the urge to take the pills, but it goes away pretty quickly with that inhibitor medicine you developed. Okay, so it's addictive. Scary.
다행이네.
That's good. Aaron lets out a sigh of relief.
건강 검진 결과가 나왔어. 다행히 아직은 별 문제 없더라.
Your physical examination report came out. Luckily, everything looks fine for
네
now.
몸의 기능 상태를 봤을 때
Looking at your bodily
오이디푸스라는
functions,
사람이 준 약물이 병세를 어느 정도 호전시키는 건 확실해.
it's true that the medicine can give you, to a certain extent, treatments.
근데 약의 독성이 있어서
But it is
복용
toxic.
기간에 환각이 나타날 수 있고 중단한 뒤에도 후유증이 나타날 수 있지.
It causes hallucinations while you're on it, and there will be after effects if you stop taking it. So it's addictive.
그래서 아직까지는 반제품으로 볼 수밖에 없어. 아마 널 실험용 쥐로 취급하는 것 같네.
However you look at it, this medicine is not finished. It seems like they're using you like a lab rat to test it out.
어쨌든 이건 지금껏 먹은 약 중 가장 효과가 좋아요.
And still, it's the most effective medicine among everything we've tried. Luke fiddles with the syringe. Ew! Oh no! The needle is giving off a somewhat cold glow, appearing particularly harsh in the lab.
정말 아이러니하네.
How ironic. Aaron smiles wryly, his eyes filled with a myriad of complicated emotions as he gazes at Luke.
계속 복용할 생각인 거야?
Are you thinking about taking it? Luke pauses, averting his eyes as if surprised by Aaron's blunt question. Focusing his gaze on a black dot on the wall, he reaches out to wipe it off, only to find out that it's a nail that's been stuck there for a long time. A helpless smile creeps into his lips as the answer to that question slowly spills from his mouth.
가능하다면 오래 살고 싶어요.
If possible, I want to live a little longer. Even if I have to break the rules.
살아 있어야만 해낼 수 있는 일들이 있거든요.
There are things that I can do only while I'm still alive. Perhaps Aaron anticipated that answer. He doesn't seem at all surprised by Luke's response.
알겠어.
Alright.
그래도 주도권을 그 사람한테 넘겨줄 생각은 없어요.
So I don't plan to just hand them the reins.
어떻게 할 건데?
What are you gonna do?
적어도 오이디푸스의 일방적인 연락은 받지 않을 거예요.
At least I won't accept this one-sided communication from
서로
Oedipus.
원하는 바가 있으니 게임의 룰을 다시 만들어야죠.
If we both want something from each other, we both need to rewrite the rules of this game. Aaron unlocks a drawer and takes out a report detailing Luke's illness and his consumption of the unknown medicine. He prepared this report after Luke was sent here for a medical examination upon suffering from hallucinations, and he planned to hand it in.
강혁, 너 다음에도 함부로 약 먹으면 죽어도 신경 안 쓸 줄 알아?
If you take that drug again, I won't help you anymore, even if it kills you. Aaron grabs Luke's collar and pins him against the white wall of the ward, knocking a vase full of flowers onto the floor. The clear water flows across the floor, spreading bit by bit, seeping into the two men's shoes before flowing under the sick bed from the other side. Luke doesn't say a word, his gaze following the water that can't control its own flow, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips.
대답해!
Answer me. As if woken from a dream, Luke refocuses his gaze on the man in front of him.
그 애는 잘 지내고 있어요?
She okay? He recalls the worried look in the girl's eyes when he left.
기억이 나는구나.
But you still remember
함부로 약
her.
먹을 때 그의 생각은 하긴 했어?
Did you think about her when you took that drug?
그건
Aaron loosens his grip, slowly lowering his head.
이 약은
Or
누가 준
hand.
거야? 어떤 성분이 들어있는지 알아?
Who gave you the drug? Do you even know what's in it? Aaron speaks in a milder tone. He found the pills in Luke's pocket, and it appeared Luke had already consumed half of them. Following his intuition, he took the pills back to the lab for tests without telling anyone about it. It turns out that they contain N2X. Oh!
네가 어떤 상황에서 이 약을 먹었는지 반드시 확인해야겠어.
You need to tell me exactly under what circumstances you took these pills. Luke looks up upon hearing
형.
Aaron's words.
굳이 핑계 만들어주려 하지 않아도 돼요.
You don't need to make excuses for me.
약은 정신이 멀쩡하고 아무 위협도 없는 상태에서 먹었어요. 어떤 성분이 들어있는지도 잘 알고 있고요.
Idiot. I took that drug fully conscious and not under any duress. I know what's in it.
근데
But then why? Aaron fixes Luke with an incredulous gaze, but the latter turns his head aside to avoid his eyes. Moonlight streams silently into the ward, casting a sorrowful glow over the two arguing men.
약을 먹으면 원래의 모습으로 돌아갈 수 있으니까요.
Because when I take it, I go back to the way I was. Luke raises his dominant hand.
형, 기억나요? 저번에 그 애한테 아픈 걸 들켰을 때 이 손부터 감각을 잃기 시작했어요.
Young, do you remember? When she found me, I was losing feeling through my body, starting from this hand.
마비 범위는 점점 온몸으로 퍼질 거고 그럼 꼼짝 못하고 누워만 있는 쓸모없는 인간이 되겠죠?
Jesus Christ, what does this anime cancer do? The numbness will spread as time passes until I can't move any part of my body. By that time, I'll become a useless man who can only lie in bed.
그럴 일 없게 만들 거야.
I won't let that happen.
지금 약은 효과가 없다는 거 형도 잘 알잖아요.
But you know that all of the currently available medicine can't do anything.
이 약으로는 몇 년 더 살 수도 없어요. 그리고 예전처럼 회복할 수도 없으니 플라시보 효과를 믿어보는 수밖에 없었죠.
They can't even let me live a few more years, let alone bring back the person I used to be. It's just a placebo, a lie to myself.
그런 생각을 하고 있었구나.
So that's what you've been thinking. Luke suddenly realized what he's saying. He looks at Aaron, panicked.
형, 그게...
Young. Aaron stands up and gently pats Luke's tense shoulder, as if telling him to take it easy.
약물 연구에 진전이 없어서 나도 너만큼 초조해.
We're not getting anywhere with the drug research. I'm anxious too.
너도 다른 사람처럼 내 눈앞에서 쓰러질까 봐. 그런 너를 속수무책으로 지켜봐야만 할까 봐 두렵거든.
I'm afraid that I won't make it in time. I'm afraid that you'll fall right in front of me like the others, while I can't do anything about it.
형...
Aaron turns his head and tussles Luke's hair forcefully.
그래도 이번 일은 그냥 넘어갈 수 없어.
But I can't just let it go
네
this time.
상태를 한번 전체적으로 검사해보자.
Let me do a full examination.
알겠어요.
Alright.
검사 결과에 따라 상부에 사실대로 보고할지 결정할게.
And after looking at the results, I'll decide whether to report the situation as it is.
그동안 몸이 좀 이상하다 싶으면 숨기지 말고 솔직하게 말해야 해.
In the meantime, you can't hide anything related to your illness from me.
그리고 어쩌다 약을 먹게 됐는지도 자세히 알려줘야 해.
And you have to tell me everything
나중에 또
about how
약을
you took
받게
that
되면
drug.
바로 나한테 전달하고. 알았어?
If you get any of it in the future, bring it to me at once. Do you understand?
그럴게요.
I will, Young. In the dimly lit corridor, a pair of bony hands slowly closes the door to the ward, keeping the conversation inside. That's creepy. As he leaves, he grabs a handful of candy from the reception before throwing himself into the neon lights outside. Seems sus.
네 보고서는 일단 제출하지 않을 거야.
About your report, I've decided not to hand it in for now.
형...
Aaron shoves the report into Luke's arms as if he doesn't even want to see it.
어쨌든 내 최종 목적은 네가 잘 살아가는 거. 그거 하나야.
In any case, my ultimate goal is just for you to live a good life.
오이디푸스의 약이 정말 효과가 좋으면 잠시 숨겨줄 수 있어.
If Oedipus's drug truly works, I'll keep it a secret for now.
고마워요, 형.
Thank you, Hyung.
아직 기뻐하긴 일러. 조건이 있으니까.
Before you get too excited, I have a condition.
앞으로 네 치료 계획은 내가 전적으로 책임지겠어. 네가 이 정체불명의 약을 계속 복용해도 되는지 아닌지도 내가 판단해.
I'll continue to take full responsibility for your treatment plan. I'll be the one to decide whether you can keep on taking this unknown medicine.
그리고 이건 우리 둘만의 개인적인 연구야.
But this will be a
아무한테도
secret
알려서
experiment
안 돼.
between the two of us.
실수로 말이 셀 수도 있으니까 암호를 정하는 게 좋겠는데.
And just to be safe, we should give it a name in case it slips out. Luke looks at Aaron in surprise as he makes plans for the future, seemingly unconcerned about the seriousness of the situation. Luke pauses for a few seconds before speaking up.
형은 굳이 가담할 필요 없어요. 혹시라도 들키면 형까지 연루될 거예요.
Young, there's no need for you to get involved. You might go down with me if it comes to light. Aaron looks up, brought back from his thoughts of naming the medicine, and fixes Luke with a serious
효가.
gaze.
그때 넌 어떻게 살아남을 수 있었어?
Chuck, how did you survive back then?
감염된 뒤로 위태로운 순간을 수없이 겪었잖아. 내가 이제는 끝이라고 생각할 때마다 넌 매번 버텨내더라.
After that infection, your life was in danger countless times. I always thought you'd die, but you pulled through each time.
네가 필사적으로 삶의 끈을 붙잡은 이유가 뭔지 알고 싶어.
I want to know what it was that drove you to hold on to your life.
아쉬워서 그랬을 거예요.
Because it would have been a shame to go like that. He murmurs in a low voice.
그렇게 허무하게 죽기 아쉬웠고 그 애한테 아무 말도 못하고 소리 없이 사라지기 아쉬웠어요.
I would have regretted dying for nothing. I would have regretted disappearing without having said anything to her.
그런 거라면 나도 마찬가지야.
It's the same for me.
의사로서 내 환자가 미련 가득한 채로 세상을 떠나는 걸 보고만 있고 싶지 않거든.
As a doctor, I am full of regrets seeing my patients leave this world.
너뿐만 아니라
It's not
너와
just
같은
you.
사람 모두를 치료해주고 싶어.
I want to treat everyone with the same condition.
더군다나 너 혼자 어둠 속에 둘 수는 없잖아.
And I can't leave you to face the abyss alone.
물론 내 제안을 거절해도 괜찮아.
Of course you can
그
refuse.
대신
But in
앞으로
that
그 일에
case,
관한 건 네가 알아서 해야 돼.
you'll have to figure out what to do with her by yourself. Sighing helplessly, Luke takes out a special tablet from his pocket and hands it to Aaron.
이 패드는 제 손목 단말기랑 연결되어 있어요. 앞으로 그 패드로 언제든 제 몸 상태를 확인할 수 있을 거예요.
This device is connected directly to the terminal on my wrist. It'll enable you to monitor my physical condition at all times. Aaron takes the tablet and sets it aside after testing it, making sure there's nothing wrong.
이제야 말을 잘 듣네.
Ah, now you're listening. God, Luke is an idiot. Artem! Sorry. Instantly distracted. In the dimly lit office, Artem feels compelled to tap open the video on his phone once more. A cacophony of chaotic and sharp noises instantly burst from the headphones. This is the lot he bought from an auction earlier. During the Letta Gray case, Artem shared the first part with Vin, where Hugo Gray was getting bullied, and he's gone through every second of the second half countless times, the blood-smeared face on the screen etched deeply into his memory.
선생님, 도대체
Professor. Just what? Oh my god. Oh, that's why Artem has been looking so sad. Oh my god. Bro. The man in the video was pinned to the ground, his face distorted in pain, but he doesn't give in, even when he's completely subdued.
누가 당신들을 보냈지?
Who sent you here? A man in a suit steps hard on his finger, crushing it repeatedly. I don't think that this is Jerome Adams. Just because, at least usually, he's not described as really being in a suit. But, remember we also, like, got a hint of that guy in the red before? Maybe it's him.
사람이 질문하면 대답하는 게 예의인데 그 사람이 안 가르쳐줬나 봐.
I guess the person who sent you here didn't teach you it's bad manners to not answer a question.
우리 보스가 당신 말주변이 뛰어나다고 했는데.
My boss told me that you're quite good at talking. I wonder. Okay, I can't remember the guy's voice right now, to be honest. But I might have to double check.
틀린 말이 아니었네.
He wasn't joking.
갈비뼈 4개가 부러지고도 아직 입이 살아있다니.
4 broken ribs and you're still talking.
칭찬으로 듣지.
I'll take that as a compliment.
그래서 왜 날 붙잡아 온 거지?
Then, what is it that you want from me? Instead of answering the question, the man looks at Neil Hume with pity as he grovels on the ground, gasping in pain.
별거 아니고.
Nothing in particular.
변호사님께서 잘 협조 좀 해줬으면 해서.
Just that you cooperate.
그래야 우리 모두 편할 것 같거든.
That would be best for everyone.
게다가 당신이 상상하는 것보다 훨씬 더 많은 걸 우리 보스가 줄 수도 있어.
And my boss can give you more than you can
어쩌면
imagine.
당신의 꿈을 더 빨리 이룰 수 있을지도 모르지.
He might even be able to help you realize your dreams sooner. The man in the suit squats down to show Neil Hume his phone.
이건 당신들.
It's you guys.
어때, 석 변호사? 내가 거짓말하는 게 아니라니까?
What do you think? I wasn't lying to you. The video ends there. The camera angle prevents Artem from seeing what the man in the suit showed Professor Hume. Uncertain whether Professor Hume really was abducted by them, Artem turns off the video and calls Vin.
もしもし、どうかしたかい？
Is something the matter? Why did he talk to him like that? Doesn't his tone seem kind of nice? Okay, sorry. This is my side ship, I guess.
저번에 교마회 환자들에게 무료로 심리 상담을 해줄 거라고 했죠.
Before you said that you'd be willing to provide free consultations for patients at the White Horse Association.
確かにそういう手配はしてるけど、
That's
講
true.
話会に行くとまで言った覚えはないよ。
But I don't remember saying that I would go to the White Horse Association directly. Vin retorts, attempting to force more information out of Artem. But Artem ignores Vin's implication and continues, following his own train of thought.
제가 알기로
As far as I
겉으로
know,
보이는 것처럼 교마회가 그렇게 깨끗하지 않거든요.
the White Horse Association might not be as
하은사
clean as it
사건 때도
appears.
계속 간섭하려 했고요.
They were trying to influence Sky Harper's case at the time.
제가 몇 번 찾아갔는데
I-
담당자가 절대 안 들여보내줬죠.
I've gone to look many times, but the director always turns me away with watertight excuses.
だから無料の心理相談という名目で僕に調査させようと？
So you want me to investigate them in secret under the pretext of free consultations?
자원봉사자로 찾아가면 더 생생한 정보를 얻을 수 있잖아요.
Compared to an official investigation, you should be able to obtain more authentic information. Instead of replying at once, Vin waits a while before speaking up again.
随分と執着しているようだけど、君が調べているのは本当に河合ゆきなさんの件だけかい？
Is it really Sky Harper's case that you're investigating, or is it someone more important?
윤노아 씨, 그런 불필요한 추측은 할 필요 없을 것 같은데요.
I don't think you need to entertain these unfounded speculations.
残念だけど、今回は何も聞き出せそうにないね。
I guess it can't be helped. I'm not going to get any answers out of you.
仕方ない。手を貸してあげよう。もちろん貸しにしておくけどね。
It can't be helped. I'll agree to help you, but you owe me an explanation.
고마워요.
Thank you. After hanging up, Artem loosens his tie and leans back in his chair, somewhat exhausted.
선생님이라면 어떻게 하실 건가요?
Professor, if it were you, what would you do? Luke gets a call from Eggy on his way home, instructing him to come and collect intel in an alley.
벌써 찾았어?
Oh, you've already found it?
빨리 잔금을 받고 싶어서요.
We need that money for emergencies.
말해봐. 어디 있는데?
Tell me, where is he?
어디에 있는지는 모르겠지만
We don't know where he is,
내일
but
11시에 북구 도심공원의 복지원에서 무료 점심을 받아간다는 것만 알고 있어요.
we know that he comes to the welfare home around the neighborhood park in North Dallas every day at 11 o'clock to get a free lunch.
매일?
Every day?
여민석이랑 아는 사이야?
Do you know Yeon-seok?
우리 애들 중에 복지원 단골이 있는데 지난주 수요일부터 여민석이 점심을 받으러 왔다네요.
One of my kids is a regular visitor at the welfare home. He started seeing Yeon-seok come to pick up meals since last Wednesday.
좀 음침하고 남들이랑 말도 잘 안 섞고
He's gloomy, he doesn't
맨날
talk to
낡은
anyone,
가방을 보물처럼 가슴에 메고 다닌대요.
and he's always carrying an old school bag like some kind of treasure.
어떻게 그렇게 잘 알아?
How do you know this so well?
괴롭혔어?
Did you bully him?
아니.
No.
그 자식이 가방을 너무 애지중지하길래 안에 뭐가 들었는지 궁금해서 열어봤을 뿐이에요.
We were just curious about that school bag, so we grabbed it and took a look.
온통 애들이나 갖고 노는 주사기랑 인형 같은 잡동산이더라고요.
But it's just some, like, toys, syringes, rag dolls. Luke frowns, displeased.
형님, 오해하지 마십시오. 그냥 장난 좀 쳤을 뿐입니다.
Hyungnim, don't
나중에 가방도
misunderstand.
돌려줬고요.
We didn't mean any harm, it was just a prank, and we gave the bag back.
그리고 그렇게 가방을 매면 위험하니까 지하철역 물품 보관함에 두는 게 더 나을 거라고 귀띔까지 해줬어요.
We even told him it's not safe to carry a bag like that, and he better put it in a locker at the station.
앞으로 그런 쓰레기 같은 짓 하지 마.
Don't do that kind of trashy behavior in the future.
아이고, 명심하겠습니다.
Yes, we'll keep that in mind.
형님, 잔금은요?
So, 형님, what about the payment?
2배로 줄게. 대신 이 정보를 다른 사람에게 팔지 않는다는 조건으로 말이야.
I'll double the pay, but only if you promise not to sell this information to anyone else.
아이고, 물론이죠.
Oh, of course. Luke transfers the money. Eggy's tone brightens noticeably at the sound of money coming in.
잘 받았습니다. 그럼 먼저 가보겠습니다. 필요하실 때 언제든 연락 주세요.
Thank you, then I'll get going. Call me if you need anything else. Okay, Luke is kind of a softie, even if he sounds scary. After Eggy leaves, Luke leans against the street lamp, his shadow stretching far under the light. He quickly types out a text, sending Hank Barnes' whereabouts directly to Orcus Mallory. Before exiting the list of contacts, he taps on the number pinned to the top, but ultimately refrains from dialing it.
시간이 늦었으니까
It's late.
문자로 알려줘야겠다.
I should just send her a text to let her know. The busy day is over. Now Rosa can finally sink comfortably into bed and rest. She taps a button on her phone and unlocks the screen. To the time in the corner shows that it's almost midnight. Luke hasn't reached out to her since he left to carry out a small mission. I hope he's alright. Should I send him a text? As she hesitates, her phone vibrates briefly. Unlocking it, she sees a text from Luke. My mission's over. I'm on my way home now. By the way, there's a lead on Yeomin-suk's whereabouts. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning at 9. She finds texting too slow, so she decides to call him directly. Her call is answered after a single ring.
아직도 안 잤어?
You're not asleep yet? I'm getting ready for bed now. What about you? I thought it was only a small mission. What took you so long?
사실 진작에 끝났는데
I actually finished a while ago.
중간에 피다니한테 연락이 와서 만나고 왔어.
But I got a message from Eggy on my way home, so I went to meet up with him. Luke briefly shares with her the information about Yeomin-suk. I never imagined he'd still be hiding out in North Stellis.
북구는 복잡한 곳이라서 마음 먹고 숨으면 제대로 숨을 수 있어.
It's home to all sorts of people. It's not too hard for someone to hide there.
그리고 복지원에서 공짜 점심을 얻어먹으면 전자결제를 통해 신원이 노출되는 것도 피할 수 있고.
He can also avoid exposing himself with e-payments by picking up the free lunches at the welfare home. Looks like he's pretty cautious.
내일 일찍 복지원으로 가서 기다릴까?
Should we head to the welfare home early tomorrow and wait for him to show up? Sure, let's meet there at 10.
방금 문자로 내가 데리러 간다고 했는데?
But I just told you that I'd pick you up. No need. You'd better go home and get some rest. Still outside at this hour of the day, just imagine what Mom and Dad would say if they found out.
알았어.
All right.
집으로 갈게.
I'll head home. See you tomorrow. Good night. Okay. Welfare home. Using Eggy's intel, Rosa and Luke wait near the welfare home next to the park at 10 o'clock the next day. There are many such welfare homes in North Stellis to provide support for people facing difficulties in life. Yeomin-suk is very cautious. Instead of arriving early to get lunch, he doesn't show up until they're almost done handing out lunches. He's here. She whispers into Luke's ear. He nods and walks quietly to a spot behind him. Yeomin-suk, who's been on the run, is clearly very wary. He flees immediately upon seeing Rosa and Luke, two strangers he doesn't recognize. Yeomin-suk, stop!
내가 쫓아갈게.
I'll chase after him. Luke dashes off at once. Standing outside the welfare home, she gazes at the spiderweb of streets in North Stellis stretching out in all directions. There's no way that she can catch them with just her strength alone, but she might just stand a chance if she takes a shortcut. She opens the map of North Stellis on her phone, finally locating the shortcut she needs amidst the labyrinth of alleys. By the time she arrives, Luke is already surrounded by a dozen people at the entrance to the alley. Yeomin-suk is shivering behind a trash truck. Who are these people? Nobody can answer her question. To avoid alerting anyone, she discreetly takes out her phone and sends Darius her location, along with information to report to the police. The moment she puts the phone back in her purse, she catches sight of a vague shadow on a distant balcony gazing in her direction. The figure appears somewhat familiar, but they disappear in a second, so she returns her gaze to Luke, who's standing right in front of her. Someone familiar? Unless it's one of the N2X guys, I suspect Jerome. Jerome Adams is always involved.
움직임을 보니 평범한 건달이 아닌 것 같은데.
You've got some moves. Let me guess, you're not some regular street rats. Shut up. The man lifts an iron rod and swings it at Luke. Clang, following the sharp sound of metal clanging together, she sees Luke using an expandable baton to fend off the enforcer's attacks.
누가 너희들을 보냈지?
Who sent you?
말 안 해?
Not gonna tell me? Oh! Time for Luke to... This is like Beck's favorite part. Luke torturing people. Luke pushes the man away and expands the baton to its full length, his gaze confidently sweeping over the crowd.
말 안 해도 상관없어.
Doesn't matter if you say anything.
곧 싹싹 빌게 될 테니까.
You'll all be begging in a second. He calmly rolls up his sleeves, prepared to preparing to take on the enemies.
한꺼번에 덤벼. 시간 아까우니까.
All of you come at me at once. It'll save time. In the blink of an eye, everyone in front of her starts moving quickly. Luke weaves his way among the enforcers, blocking, striking, and blocking again. The onlookers in residential buildings are all hidden behind their windows, witnessing the fight. She grips her phone tightly, not daring to relax for a second. This is the first time she's ever seen Luke in action at such close range. Each time he strikes, he manages to anticipate his opponent's moves. It isn't long before all the enforcers have fallen to the ground. Jesus. Is this the SSR card that, or sorry, SSR, the MR card that you get for him? I admit, it's nice. This is one of the few times Luke actually is also dressed nicely. I should read. Okay. Luke raises his hand, gently wiping off the blood splattered onto his cheeks, his eyes utterly calm and emotionless. His hair dances in the wind as crystal beads of sweat vaporize quickly upon falling to the ground. These descriptions. He looks down on the enforcers moaning on the ground, his face expressionless except for a displeased frown.
벌써 끝났네?
Already over?
생각보다 훨씬 약하잖아.
You guys are way weaker than I thought. His cold gaze sweeps over the crowd before settling on someone who appears to be the leader. Luke remains motionless except for casually raising his chin, indicating for the man to speak up.
이제 누가 너힐 보냈는지 말할 수 있겠지?
Now you should be able to tell me who sent you here, right?
버티겠다 이건가?
You're still holding out? Luke raises the baton slightly, and the enforcer on the ground shifts back a few steps out of fear.
아니, 버티는 게 아니라요.
It's not that we're holding out.
사실 저희도 누군지 모릅니다.
Actually, we don't know either.
그럼 여기는 어떻게 알고 왔어?
Then, why are you here? Luke's slight frown causes the man to back off even further, shivering. I really like how cold Luke sounds. It's very different from how he normally talks to Rosa.
그냥 돈 받고 일하는 것뿐이에요. 의뢰인이 현금을 주면서 타깃을 잡아오라고 했고요.
We just take the money and do the job. He paid us in cash. Cash? Few people in Stella's pay in cash anymore. Most people use virtual currency. Oh, I wonder if that's the guy who's been trying to buy explosives on the black market. Marius mentioned someone on the black market trying to buy intel with cash. Could he have something to do with whoever hired these enforcers today?
그 사람이 뭐라고 했는데?
And what did they say? Luke's oppressive look down from above makes the enforcer shudder.
오늘 11시에 북구 도심공원 복지원 근처에 타깃이 나타날 거라 했어요.
He said our target will appear around the welfare home next to the neighborhood park in North Stella's at 11 o'clock today.
낡은 사진 한 장도 주면서요. 저희도 한참 비교해보고 나서야 사진이랑 같은 사람이라는 걸 알아챘죠.
He even gave us an old picture. It took us a while to figure out it was him. The time, the location, all the information matches exactly what Rosa and Luke learned from Eggy. Oh, and the only other person that they gave this information to was Orcus Mallory. Oh, maybe the figure that was watching wasn't Jerome. Maybe it was Orcus Mallory.
역시.
As expected. Dang, Luke. The police siren gets louder. Darius is finally here with his squad. He has some officers send away the crowd of onlookers and handcuffs the enforcers one by one before taking them back to the station. Rosa and Luke turn to Yeomin-suk, who's hiding behind the trash truck, shivering on the ground, his face pale. Are you Yeomin-suk? Oh, sorry. I should hear his voice. Oh! They showed his face here. Oh, he's cute. He looks a little bit like Marius. There's no need to be afraid. The police already have these people under control. Yeomin-suk completely ignores what she's saying. Instead, he looks up in the air above her head, fear appearing on his face. Suddenly, he leaps up from the ground, grabs a wooden stick, and starts swinging it wildly through the air.
날 내버려둬. 날 좀 내버려달라고.
Leave me alone, he mumbles while swinging the stick, as if delirious from trauma. Under these circumstances, he might do something to harm others or himself. Seeing this, Luke eyes Darius, signaling for him to subdue Yeomin-suk while he himself creates a distraction. Dropping the baton, Luke approaches Yeomin-suk carefully, or slowly, with arms raised and palms facing forward.
오지 말라고.
Stay away. I said stay away. Yeomin-suk turns to Luke, fear written all over his face, as if seeing a terrifying ghost instead of Luke.
여민석 씨, 진정하세요. 저희가 도와줄게요.
Yeomin-suk, please calm down. We're here to help.
아니, 안 믿어.
No, I don't trust you.
바보인 줄 알아요?
Do you think I'm stupid? Oh! Even his shirt has a teddy bear. That's so cute. He's a yeah. Oh, he's a sweet looking guy.
애초에 당신들의 그 만병통치약을 믿는 게 아니었어.
I can't believe I trusted that miracle drug of yours.
윤진이는 당신들이 죽인 거라고.
Yoonji, she died. You killed her.
날 도와주러 온 게 아니잖아요. 죽이러 온 거겠죠. 속을 줄 알고.
You're not here to help me. You're here to kill me. I won't be fooled. Kill you? Why would he say that? Could it be Hyo Min-suk might be suffering from memory problems after being exposed to such intense stimulation.
죽인다고요?
Kill you?
저희가 여민석 씨를 왜 죽이죠?
Why would we kill you? Luke seizes the opportunity to get more information out of him.
그건 내가.
Because Oh! He seems to realize something halfway through a sentence. He throws away the stick and covers his mouth with both his hands.
말하면 안 돼. 말하면 죽을 거야.
You can't say it, you can't say it. If you say it, you'll die. At this point, Darius has gotten close to Hyo Min-suk from behind. Caught off guard, he's swiftly subdued. But based on bits of information he just revealed, he was very likely involved in the bizarre suicide case concerning the Seahorse Association leader 10 years ago. Darius looks solemn as he signals for his colleagues to take Barnes back to the station for questioning.
오늘 일은 고맙습니다. 우선 경찰서로 데려가 조사해야겠어요.
Thanks for today. I'll take him back for questioning.
반장님, 뭔가 알아내시면
If anything happens,
걱정 마세요.
don't worry.
허용되는 범위 내에서는 모두 공유해 드릴 겁니다.
I'll let you know everything that I can about this case. After finishing his sentence, Darius gets into the car and drives away. The remaining officers clear away the nearby roadblocks, restoring the place to its usual peace. It's as though the whole fighting and drama a moment ago had never happened.
우리도 여기 서 있지 말고 카페 가서 좀 쉬자.
We shouldn't stand here anymore either. What do you say we take a break at a cafe? Sure. After ordering coffee, Rosa and Luke take a seat next to the window. There are many details that seem quite suspicious about what happened today. First of all, how did these enforcers learn about Hank's whereabouts? Suddenly, what Hyo Min-suk said at the scene naturally raises questions about his involvement in that case 10 years ago. And judging from how he covered his mouth right before revealing crucial information, someone must have warned him not to disclose what happened. Does anyone else know about his whereabouts?
너랑 정서빈 씨한테만 말했어.
I've only told you and Orcus Mallory.
일부러 피단한테 정보 팔면 안 된다고 입단속까지 했는데.
And I even warned Eggy not to sell the information to anyone else.
돈은 좀 밝히지만 믿을 만한 녀석이야.
He might dig for gold, but he's trustworthy. So, Orcus Mallory is our primary suspect. Could he be behind the attempted kidnapping? Upon hearing her conjecture, Luke shakes his head.
아직은 정서빈 씨랑 납치 사건이 관련 있다는 걸 입증할 수 있는 증거가 없어.
We don't have any evidence that points directly to his involvement in the attempted
걱정
kidnapping.
마.
But don't worry.
위치 추적기 신호를 경찰 쪽에 공유했으니까 곧 찾을 수 있을 거야.
I've already shared the tracker information with the police. I'm sure they'll find him in no time.
그것보다 지금은 10년 전 사건이 더 신경 쓰여.
More than that,
여민석 씨가 횡설수설 말하긴 했지만
I'm worried
그
about the
속에
case from 10 years
중요한
ago.
정보가 담겨 있었어.
What Hyo Min-suk said didn't make much sense, and he also revealed some key information.
여민석 씨랑 다른 3명의 실종자는 하나의 공통점을 가지고 있어.
There's something that Hyo Min-suk and the other 3 missing persons have in common. I mean, we know this one, right? No? Wait, hang on. 3 missing persons are similar. Oh! Whoops, sorry. All 3 missing persons lost everything because of the Seahorse Association. It destroyed their families and they all died in the end. He lost his sister because they falsely believed in the association's miracle drug. It appears all of them held a grudge against the Seahorse Association.
그리고 여민석 씨가 폭로한 내용에 따르면 10년 전 해마회 고위층 자살 사건과 관련되어 있을 가능성도 커.
That's right, and according to the information that he revealed, he'd very likely been involved in the association leader's suicide case 10 years ago. If those deaths weren't just suicides, then all 4 of them have a motive for murder. Could the kidnappers have committed the crime to avenge the Seahorse Association leaders?
정확히 알고 싶다면 당사자에게 직접 물어보는 게 가장 빠르지.
To know for sure, then the quickest way would be to directly ask the people involved. Even so, she can't help but feel worried about Yeomin-suk's mental state. Luke. She looks up to discuss what to do next with Luke, only to find him completely focused on something outside the coffee shop. Following his gaze, she sees nothing but a group of children surrounding someone in a teddy bear costume and asking for balloons. The teddy bear gently passes the balloons one by one to the children as if handing out precious gifts. It's another teddy bear.
방금 뭐라고 했어?
Huh? What'd you just say? Are you hiding something from me?
없어.
Oh no. Then why do you keep staring at that teddy bear? Do you also want a balloon or what?
그럴 리가. 내가 어린애도 아니고.
There's no way. I'm not even a kid.
사실 조금 전에 연락이 왔는데 저번에 수행했던 작은 임무에 새로운 진전이 있대. 나 먼저 가봐야 할 것 같아.
Actually, I just got news about a new development concerning that small mission from earlier. I have to go now. It's still not over yet?
거의 다 끝났어.
It'll be over soon.
이제 마지막 단계야.
We're in the final phase. Uh-oh. Luke, please. Luke averts his gaze ghostly as he speaks. She turns her eyes to the square once again. The teddy bear has nearly finished handing out balloons, and the children are running back to their parents with bright smiles, balloons in hand. What did Luke just see? It feels like he's holding something back. But even though she scanned every corner of the square, she still can't find anything amiss. That would be Luke's specialty. Maybe I'm overthinking this. I'd better not get in the way of Luke's mission. And then off you go. Stay safe and don't tire yourself out.
알았어.
Alright.
여민석 씨는 경찰서로 갔으니까 엄반장님이 조사 마치면 소식을 보내주실 거야.
Yeomin-suk's already at the police station. We should be getting some news once he's finished with the questioning.
그러니까 이제 집에 가서 푹 쉬어.
So go home and get some rest. Okay. Just did that one, right? Okay. It's so hard to keep up. Okay, 13:13. I think we're about halfway through. It's so hard to keep track. There's so much to do. Okay. The warehouse is usually busiest in the afternoon with goods coming in and out, but at this moment, it's strangely quiet. Only the central air conditioning is making noise, drowning out some of the quieter sounds. Luke walks into a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, opens the terminal on his wrist, and taps on it swiftly, shutting down all cameras at once. He turns to check his surroundings, but suddenly a familiar dizziness causes him to lose control of his body. Bang! The goods on the shelf fall onto the ground. Luke leans awkwardly against the shelf, with one hand tightly clutching his chest and the other reaching into the pocket to fish out the drug Aaron prepared. Once he takes the drug, the symptoms disappear in 5 minutes, but Luke hesitates.
약 먹을 때가 아니야.
Now is not the time for medicine. Putting the bottle of pills back into his pocket, Luke takes out his phone despite the pain, intending to report the situation to Aaron first.
안 하면 또 희철이 형한테 야단 맞겠지?
If I don't do this now, he's going to chew me out. The intermittent trembling caused by the side effects makes it difficult to control the phone with precision, so he ends up accidentally dialing the number at the top.
안 돼.
No. He drops his phone on the ground in a panic as a familiar voice comes from the phone. Oh my gosh. An idiot. After she leaves the coffee shop, she returns home to go through the clues that the two of them have gathered and sends them to the N2X group chat. The other 3 have all replied in the chat, but Luke still hasn't responded. He's probably still on that mission. As she's about to tap open the delivery app and order some food, a call comes in. Luke, have you finished your work? All she hears are painful gasps, reminding her of how Luke looked when he was having an episode. Luke, are you okay? A series of banging sounds comes from the other end of the call, as if many items are falling down from a cabinet. Luke, tell me where you are. I'll come find you.
별일 없어. 걱정하지 마.
It's nothing. Don't worry. Luke sounds a bit hoarse and very different from his usual self. Are you having an episode? The prolonged silence stretches on endlessly. Sweat seeps from her hand holding on the phone.
아니, 그냥 작은 사고가 일어나서 그래.
No, it's just a small accident. But why are you gasping so?
급하게 뛰어서 그래.
I was just running. Luke cuts her off, sounding urgent.
일단 끊을게. 동료한테 전화하려다가 실수로 네 번호를 눌렀어.
I'll hang up first. I was gonna call my colleague, but I dialed your number by accident. Is that so? She grips her phone tightly. Her knuckles are turning white from the excessive force, but she can't feel the pain. On the other end of the call, Luke is still trying to get off the topic by downplaying the whole thing.
일 마무리하고 나면 야식 사줄게.
Yeah, when this is all over, I'll bring you some snacks. Luke is speaking very quickly. It seems he does have urgent business, so she forces herself to push aside her worries for now. I'll wait for you. Alright. She expects Luke to hang up immediately, but the call continues for a long while. You can faintly hear a cheerful children's song and light footsteps from the other end of the call.
강혁 씨, 아프면 약을 잘 챙겨 먹어야죠.
Kang-hyuk Si, you should take medicine when you're sick. That's definitely Jerome Adams' voice. Even through a filter. That's his voice, right? Holy shit. Before she can say anything, the call ends abruptly. Amidst the cheerful melody, the teddy bear bows down to pick up the phone Luke dropped and ends the call.
밟고 있는 손은 이만 놔요. 이제 괜찮은 척할 필요 없어요.
The teddy bear silhouette is taking me out. Oh my gosh. Okay, but no, that's even through the filter, I can tell. That's his voice, right? I'm not like making this up. I'm pretty sure. Why don't you stop clutching your arm and put your hand down? There's no need to pretend you're okay anymore. Luke releases his hand and leans against the shelf, barely managing a cold sneer.
오이디푸스?
Oedipus?
강혁 씨, 제가 일부러 사람까지 보내서 약 잘 챙겨 먹으라고 했는데.
Didn't I send someone to remind you to take your medicine?
제 말을 안 들으니까 이렇게 고생하잖아요.
It's because you didn't listen that you're suffering. The stabbing agony has subsided a little. Luke loosens his grip on the shelf, staring directly into the two black decorative eyes of the teddy bear.
내가 약을 먹는 건 살기 위해서야. 환각과 부작용에 시달리는 반송장이 되기는 싫다고.
I took your drug to live. I didn't want to become a good-for-nothing controlled by hallucinations and side effects.
그런 일이 있었는데도 내가 계속 약을 먹을 거라 생각했어?
Did you really expect me to continue taking the medicine after what happened?
무슨 일이 있었는데요?
Did something happen? The teddy bear tilts his head, scratching it in confusion.
모르는 척 마. 나를 계속 감시하고 있었잖아.
Stop acting as if you don't know. You've been keeping an eye on me, haven't you? With his actions exposed, Oedipus doesn't appear embarrassed. Instead, he shrugs.
모든 의학의 발전에는 이 과정이 필요해요. 만병통치약은 하루아침에 개발되는 게 아니랍니다.
It's a necessary process for any medical development. Miracle drugs aren't developed overnight. Even the intonation is just very Jerome-like, you know?
수많은 실험과 개선을 거쳐야 병을 치료하는 약이 될 수 있죠.
Countless experiments and improvements are necessary for developing an effective drug that can be brought to the market.
장기적으로 볼 때 이 모든 게 그만한 가치가 있다고 믿어요.
I believe everything will be worth it in the long run. Luke fixes the teddy bear with a dead stare, offering no reply.
그러니까 날 실험용 쥐로 삼은 거야?
So I'm your lab rat for testing out the drug?
그럴 리가요.
Of course not.
말하자면 강혁 씨는 실험용 쥐가 아니라 제 길동무죠.
You're my companion, not a lab rat.
그리고 전 강혁 씨가 아주 마음에 들어요.
And I admire you a lot.
그래.
Actually,
어떤 점이 마음에 드는데?
sorry, in Korean he says, I actually like you a lot. What do you like? The teddy bear looks up, holding his cheek with one hand, showing Luke what he's thinking.
감염된 상태를 보니 지금껏 상상할 수 없을 정도의 고통을 겪었겠네요.
Given the degree of your infection, you must have been through a tremendous ordeal to survive to this day.
왜 스스로에게 기회를 주지 않는 거죠?
So why don't you try it and give yourself a chance? I think he said something different in Korean, but it's hard to go back. Luke grabs hold of the teddy bear, pressing an arm against his neck.
내가 감염됐다는 건 어떻게 알았지?
How do you know about my infection?
수도병원의 약물 감염 사건도 당신이랑 관련 있는 거지?
Are you also involved in the drug infection at the Capital's hospital?
강혁 씨는 살아야 할 이유가 아주 많은 것 같네요.
I can see there are many reasons why you must stay alive. The teddy bear raises his arm, seemingly unconcerned about any threats to his personal safety.
여기서 쓰러지면 안 되죠.
Then, you can't collapse here. God, Luke is an idiot. Another wave of powerlessness compels Luke to release his grip. Deprived of strength, he has to lean against the wall to prevent himself from collapsing. Do you want to take my hand?
제가 약을 제공할 테니 강혁 씨는 복용 후 반응을 알려주면 돼요.
I'll provide you with the medicine and you can let me know the results. I'm confident the effects will stabilize after a while.
그리고 강혁 씨가 생존할 가능성도 더 커지겠죠.
And you'll have a better chance to stay alive.
이런 상황에 내가 어떻게 거절할 수 있겠어?
In this type of situation, how could I possibly refuse?
저지를 잘 알고 있군요.
Then you understand. Luke straightens up, enduring the discomfort as he stares at the teddy bear opposite him, as if attempting to see through the costume and uncover the man's true identity.
손 잡을게.
I'll take your hand.
조건이 있어.
But I have one condition.
말해봐요.
Tell me.
이런 일방적인 소통은 그만둬. 계속 이러면 불안해서 당신을 못 믿을 거야.
We have to do something about this one-sided communication. Otherwise, I can't trust you.
좋아요.
All right.
다음부터 그렇게 할게요.
Then let's do it next time. The teddy bear bows his head, rummaging through his pocket. After a long while, he finally finds a
제가 개발한
syringe.
신약이에요. 지난번에 보내드렸죠? 그런데 강혁 씨 상태를 보니 아직 사용하지 않은 것 같아서요.
This is the new medicine I've developed. You've already received it, but judging from the way you're looking, I suppose you haven't injected it yet.
그런 일이 있었으니 당연히 안 썼지.
After what happened, of course I didn't take it.
그건 그렇지만
You've got a
이
point.
신약만큼은 자신 있어요.
But I'm very
저도
confident about
약품은
this.
더 빠르게 일어날 거예요.
It takes effect faster.
그럼 부작용은?
And the side effects? The teddy bear shakes his oversized head, looking cute and
저도
ridiculous.
몰라요.
I don't know.
저번 약물보다는 독성이 약할 거예요.
It's less toxic than the pills.
한번 써볼래요?
Do you want to give it a try? Looking at the cold, gleaming needle. Ugh. Oh, God, I don't even want to think about needles. Ugh. Luke hesitates for a moment before slowly rolling up his sleeve and revealing a part of his arm. The teddy bear deftly takes out the alcohol disinfectant cotton and prepares the injection. Oh no, don't show me the needle. As the cold metal needle is slowly pushed into the skin. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I think I still have a phobia of needles, to be honest. Luke frowns slightly, his body unconsciously preparing to defend itself. This might hurt. Hearing no answer from Luke, the teddy bear can't help but laugh.
정말 용감하시네요.
Ah, you're truly brave.
쓸데없는 소리 할 거면 그 입 다물어.
If you're only gonna say useless things, then shut up.
미안해요.
Sorry.
중환자들을 많이 만나다 보니
I've spoken with many who are terminally ill. I suppose I've become accustomed by comforting them. Dude, it's clearly Jerome!
환자한테는 관대한가 보네.
You seem very patient with sick people.
맞아요. 그거 몰라요?
Right, didn't you notice?
사람은 건강할 때 항상 무의식적으로 여러 가지 나쁜 짓을 저질러
Sorry.
남을 짜증나게 하죠.
Sorry, don't you know? When a person is healthy, they tend to do all kinds of terrible and annoying
하지만
things.
그러다가 병에 걸리면 동정과 보살핌이 필요한 사람이 돼요.
But when they get sick, they need sympathy and care.
저는 천성적으로 그런 사람들을 내버려두지 못하는 성격이거든요.
I just have a natural inclination to care for those people. The teddy bear expresses his genuine concern for patients as if they're a completely new species to him.
당신은 사이코야.
You're a psycho.
그래요?
Is that so?
환자한테 그런 말을 듣는 건 처음이네요.
The first time I've heard this from a
보통
patient.
감사하다고 하던데.
They're usually very thankful to me. Oh, it's so obviously Jerome.
다 됐어요?
It's done. The teddy bear removes the needle and instructs Luke to apply pressure to the wound.
주사를 맞고 나면 몸이 약간 불편할 수 있어요.
Now that I've injected the medicine, you might feel slightly uncomfortable at
그걸
first.
왜 이제 말해?
Why are you saying that now? Upon hearing Luke's question, the teddy bear taps his head carefully.
깜빡했네요.
I forgot,
괜찮아요.
but it's alright.
오늘은 아무도 이 창고에 오지 않을 거니까요.
Nobody will be coming here today,
걱정 말고 회복할 때까지 여기 있어도 돼요.
so you can rest while you wait for recovery. Luke knows Oedipus kept that information from him on purpose, and he'd guessed as much. He deliberately refrains from injecting the medicine himself to slip into his weakest state, luring Oedipus to let down his guard and show himself. The dizziness becomes increasingly pronounced, prompting Luke to sit down slowly, supporting himself with the shelf and leaning against the wall. The teddy bear crouches down while looking at Luke, who's on the verge of losing consciousness, and asks a question that has been puzzling him.
제가 강혁 씨에게 무슨 짓을 할까봐 두렵지 않나요?
Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you?
두려워해봤자 달라지는 게 있어?
Even if I was afraid, would it change anything? Since Luke's here, it's clear he's prepared to bear all the consequences. There is certainly a sort of gamble involved, but ever since he was infected, everything has turned into a kind of gamble. Every day he lives and every choice he makes. And his greatest gamble has been telling that girl about his condition.
없는 것 같네요.
I guess not. The teddy bear stands up and waves to Luke.
다음에 봐요.
Then see you next time. After some time, Luke wakes up from his stupor. It's already dark when he walks out of the warehouse. His phone keeps vibrating as if there's something truly urgent.
여보세요. 이철이 형?
Hello, Aaron?
혁아, 드디어 전화를 받는구나.
Oh, you're finally picking
너
up.
심박수가 왜 그래?
What's going on with your heart rate?
롤러코스터처럼 오르락 내리락 하던데.
It keeps going up and down like a roller coaster. Oh, poor Aaron.
왜 대답이 없어?
Why aren't you answering?
오이디푸스를 만났어요.
I met Oedipus.
뭐?
What?
어떻게 된 거야?
What happened? Luke tells Aaron what happened during his meeting with
신약
Oedipus.
주사를 맞았으니 우선 이쪽으로 와. 검사해 줄게.
So he injected you with the medicine. Come back here. I'll give you an
괜찮아요.
examination.
오이디푸스가 제 혈액 샘플을 남겨줬어요.
It's okay. He left me a blood sample.
형, 제가 지금 일이 좀 있는데 배터리도 없어서요. 나중에 다시 연락할게요.
I still have something to do, and my phone's running low. I'll call you later. Before Aaron can respond, Luke's phone turns off automatically. His distressed expression is reflected on the dark
야식 먹기
screen.
늦은 시간은 아니겠지.
It's still not too late to bring her snacks, right? God, Luke is an idiot. Before she knows it, it's already late at night. She hasn't heard from Luke since he hung up. Since he promised to come, she knows he will be true to his words, as he's always been. But that voice at the end of the phone call makes it impossible for her to relax. Luke. The ring of her doorbell interrupts her worried thoughts. Making her way to the door, she catches sight of Luke on the video intercom, which puts her anxious mind somewhat at ease. As soon as she opens the door, the pleasant aroma of food wafts in. Luke removes his shoes and comes inside, waving his phone in front of her. Apparently, it's run out of battery and turned off automatically.
미안.
Sorry.
배터리가 다 돼서. 너
My
보려고
battery died.
충전도 안 하고 달려왔어.
I was in a hurry to see you, so I came running.
다행히 단말기에 결제 기능이 있어서 야식은 살 수 있었어.
Luckily, they had a payment terminal, or I wouldn't have been able to buy all the snacks.
뭐해? 빨리 같이 뜯자.
What are you doing?
전부 네가 좋아하는 거야.
Help me open these. I got exactly what you like. She glances at the bag. There are several large takeout boxes inside. Don't you think you bought a bit too much?
이게 많다고?
Is it too
적당해
much?
보이는데.
I think it's not
내가
enough.
아직 저녁을 못 먹어서 그런가?
Maybe it's because I haven't eaten.
걱정 마. 안 남을 거야. 내가 책임지고 해치울게.
Don't worry, we won't leave anything behind. I'm here to take responsibility. Or I'll take responsibility. Luke poses as if he could devour an entire cow right here and now. His dramatic expression dispels the anxious thoughts she had earlier. All right, I'll pour you something to drink. What do you want?
오렌지 주스?
Orange juice? Coming right up. After she finishes pouring the juice and returns, she finds that Luke has covered the coffee table with snacks.
엄청 오랜만에 이 집 야식 먹는 것 같네. 내가 수도에 가기 전이 마지막이었지?
It's been a while since we had a late night snack from this restaurant. The last time we did was before I even moved to the capital.
아저씨 아주머니가 야근하신 틈을 타서 몰래 용돈으로 사 먹었던 기억이 나.
I remember that we snuck out to buy the food with our pocket money while your parents were working overtime.
눈 깜짝할 사이에 세월이 많이 흘렀네.
Many years have
이
passed in the blink of an
가게가
eye.
아직 영업하고 있어서 다행이야.
I'm glad the place is still open. Luke keeps babbling, just like he always did as a small child when he made a mistake, changing the topic on purpose and trying to conceal his guilt by talking on and on. Remembering how he sounded on the phone this morning, she takes a deep breath and sits up straight, fixing her gaze on him. Luke, I have something to ask you.
뭔데 이렇게 진지해?
Why are you so serious? He stops, looking at her innocently. You said you'd never do anything that might worry me again.
그게
He looks hesitant, as if he has something on his mind but can't quite spit it out. She starts feeling a bit antsy. Truth be told, since they reconnected, the issues between the two of them have never been fully resolved. The 8 years without a word, his grave illness leaving him with an uncertain future, and those dangerous missions that seem to be popping up all the time. Yet time and time again, she's let him reassure him. Maybe deep down she believes that trusting him will make life easier. But this time she's not about to let him off the hook so easily or take his care for granted. She grabs Luke's hands and twists them behind him, pinning him down on the sofa with all her body weight.
갑자기
All of a sudden? What are you doing? This is what you did to tackle me the other day. It felt like being treated as an enemy by someone I trust and care about. All that fear, panic, and anxiety, I'm sure you can also feel it now. Dang. The look of surprise on his face is replaced by sorrow.
그게
Dang, girl. That's... Ooh. Tough love. He stammers for a while before finally blurting out, I'm sorry, but this isn't what she wants. I don't need you to tell me everything. Before he can start showering her with apologies, she takes the lead and voices her thoughts. I just want a clear answer. No more of these vague words of comfort. Is that too much to ask? Despite being in a dominant position, she finds her eyes burning with tears.
우선 이것 좀 놔줘.
First, let go of me, okay? Luke turns to look at her, speaking in a bargaining tone.
다 말해줄 테니까
I'll tell you everything,
놔줘.
but let me go. After a moment of hesitation, she finally releases him. In fact, given the significant difference in their physical strength, it'd be a breeze for Luke to break free from her constraint.
너 눈가가 왜 이렇게 빨개?
Why are your eyes so red?
따뜻하게 찜질해줄게.
I'll get you a warm compress. I'll do it myself. Shaking his head, Luke pushes away her hand and gets up to prepare a warm towel for her eyes. The burning sensation gradually
궁금한
subsides.
게 있으면 물어봐.
Just ask me whatever you want to know.
안 숨기고 다 말해줄게.
This time I won't hide anything. I'll tell you everything. She and Luke sit facing each other as the warm scent of the food fades away, taking with it the culinary temptation. But where should she start? I forgot to ask. Now that you've stopped taking that new medicine, what are you going to do for your subsequent treatment? Don't even think about making up a story. Kids who lie all the time always end up getting punished. Luke smiles, meeting her gaze with
다른
intense
신약을
sincerity.
계속 먹을 거야.
I'll be using a new medication. Aren't you afraid? What if there are similar side effects?
겁나긴 하는데.
I'm afraid.
근데 이건 말곤 방법이 없어.
But there's nothing else I can do.
난 그냥 살고 싶은 게 아니라
I don't just want to live.
아주 잘 살고 싶어.
I want to live well.
많은 사람의 희망을 짊어지고 있으니까.
Because I carry the hopes of many people.
만약 내가 여기서 쓰러지면
If I collapse
아무도
here,
그 사람들을 위해 진실을 밝혀주지 않을 거야.
no one would be able to uncover the truth for them.
미안.
I'm sorry.
이렇게 말하면 네가 걱정할 거 알아.
I know that if I answer in this way, it'll worry you. Shaking her head, she straightens up and gazes at Luke. Thank you for telling me all of this. Knowing what Luke has said is enough for her. There's no point in rushing things. She lets out a sigh of relief. However, as she starts to relax, she's overwhelmed by an endless wave of drowsiness.
졸리면 그냥 자.
If you're tired, just go to sleep. Oh, wait a minute. We haven't talked about what we'll do tomorrow. We need to talk with Yeomin-suk at the police station first, and then... The drowsiness grows heavier as she speaks. She blinks, trying to keep her mind clear.
됐어. 내가 이따 내일 일정 정해서 보내줄게.
That's all right. I'll send you our schedule for tomorrow in a bit. Luke stands up, pushing her towards the
넌
restroom.
얼른 씻고 자.
Wash up and go to sleep. But we haven't cleaned things up yet.
내가 치울게.
I'll clean it up.
졸려서 눈도 제대로 못 뜨면서 무슨.
You're so tired that you can't even keep your eyes open. All right, you should get some rest too.
응?
In the middle of the night, Aaron places Luke's blood into a tube and begins running analysis. Yawning, he glares at Luke, vexed.
강혁아.
Okay, only two. 강혁.
매번 한밤중에 불러내는 거야.
You're always calling me out in the middle of the
내가
night.
갑자기 죽으면 다 네 책임인 줄 알아.
You should know that if I have a heart attack, you're responsible for it.
다음엔 보약이라도 지어올게요.
I'll buy you some tonics next
누가
time.
보약 같은 거 필요하대?
I don't need tonics. Alcohol sub in hand, Aaron instructs Luke to roll up his sleeve. It's all bruised around the injection point, probably because Luke didn't apply pressure properly earlier.
너무 경솔했어.
That was reckless of you.
어떻게 그 자식이 너한테 주사를 놓게 둘 수 있어?
How could you just let him use a needle on you?
만약 나쁜 마음이라도 먹었으면 넌 이미
What if he has some sort of malicious intent? You could have already... Aaron stops mid-sentence, knowing that Luke is fully aware of the danger without him having to mention it.
오이디푸스가 저처럼 중요한 실험 샘플을 함부로 망가뜨릴 리 없잖아요.
There's no way he would hurt me as a sample for his experiment.
게다가 어차피 상황은 우리가 예상한 대로 흘러가고 있어요.
Besides, things are going the way that we expect. Sighing, Aaron turns to look at the analysis curve on the screen, fully aware that there's no point in saying anything further. Right now, all he can do is focus on his job and provide Luke with his full support. In the narrow alley, a police officer walks up to a round garbage bin, casting a perplexed glance at the red spot on the... Then, sticking his hand into the organic waste rotting in the bin without hesitation, he finds a working tracker.
반장님, 위치 추적기는 찾았는데 정섭이는 보이지 않습니다.
I found the tracker, but there's no sign of
아마
Orcus Mallory.
마지막으로 이동하면서 위치 추적기를 버린 것 같습니다.
He must have thrown it away the last time he changed locations. The young police officer places the tracker in an evidence bag and hands it to Darius.
알겠어.
All right.
다들 수고했다. 이만 철수하자.
Good work, everyone. Let's wrap up for today.
그럼 정섭이는 어떡합니까?
Then what about Orcus Mallory?
분명 우리를 따돌리려 한 짓 같아요.
He's obviously trying to mislead us.
지금쯤이면 이미 미림실을 벗어났을지도 모릅니다.
Maybe he's already left Stellis.
걱정 마.
Don't worry.
나한테 다 계획이 있으니까 놓치지 않을 거야.
We won't leave him. I'll make some arrangements. The young policeman opens his mouth, then closes it again in frustration.
알겠습니다.
I understand. Ooh. The next day, Darius Morgan stands in the waiting room with dark circles under his eyes. Apparently, he didn't sleep the whole night.
강혁 씨, 변호사님, 여긴 어쩐 일로 오셨습니까?
What are you two doing here?
날이 밝았군요.
Ah, the sun's up. Captain Morgan, are you all right?
저요?
Me?
괜찮습니다.
I'm all right.
잠시만요.
Wait a moment.
세수 좀 하고 오겠습니다.
I'll just go wash up a bit. 2 minutes later, Darius returns after splashing water on his face, seemingly much more awake. He takes out 2 bags of coffee from his drawer and puts them directly into a thermos.
우선 말씀드려야 할 게 있는데 정서빈이 도망쳤습니다.
There's something you need to know. Orcus Mallory has escaped.
위치 추적기를 북구의 한 쓰레기통에 버렸는데 하필 그 길에 CCTV가 없어요.
He discarded the tracker in a trash bin in North Stellas. And it happens that there's no surveillance camera in that alley.
이미 수배령 내리고 주요 길목도 봉쇄했으니 잡는 건 시간 문제일 겁니다.
We've already put up wanted notices and locked down all major roads. It's only a matter of time before we find him. But why would he run? We're only speculating. We don't have any evidence that proves his involvement in the disappearances. He's practically admitting to being guilty by fleeing right now.
도망갈 수밖에 없는 이유가 있을지도 몰라.
Maybe he's got a reason. Rosa and Luke share with Darius their opinion on the possible connection between the Seahorse Association suicide case 10 years ago and the current disappearance cases.
추측과 경찰의 조사 방향과 일치하네요.
What you're saying aligns with our current
근데
investigation.
핵심 인물 중 한 명인 여민석이 어제 경찰서에 온 뒤로 밤새 이상한 소리만 해대더군요.
Oh, interesting. But Yeon-min-suk, one of the key persons involved, has been playing tricks with me all night since he arrived at the police station. Playing tricks? Darius slams his thermos onto the
자기가
desk.
귀신을 본 거라고 잡아대면서 헛소리만 늘어놓더니
Yes, he insisted that he's seen a ghost and was just talking nonsense.
어떤 질문을 하든 똑같은 대답만 하더라고요.
No matter what we ask, that's all we got.
귀신을 봤다고요?
He said he saw a ghost.
정확히 어떻게 얘기하던가요?
What did he say exactly?
거긴 10년 전부터 귀신이 나타난 곳이고
He said the
해마의
place was
고위층도
haunted 10
귀신에
years
홀려
ago.
자살한 거다. 뭐 그런 얘기였습니다.
And that the Seahorse Association leaders killed themselves because they were possessed.
반장님, 혹시 여민석 씨랑 얘기 좀 할 수 있을까요?
Can we talk to him?
그러시죠.
Yes.
마침 저도 그 건달들 신문은 끝났는지 가보려던 참이었어요.
I'll just go and check on how the interrogation with those enforcers is going. Alright, investigation time. Rosa and Luke see Yeon-min-suk in the meeting room. Compared to the cowering mess he was earlier, there's a touch of gloom about him at the present. Hello, we met yesterday. My name is Rosa. I work as a lawyer, but now I'm here as a detective's assistant. The person standing beside me is Luke. He's been commissioned to find you.
안녕하세요.
Hello. Yeon-min-suk looks up, his gaze falling on Luke.
기억나요?
I remember you.
어제 사람들이 절 때리려고 했을 때
Some people
구해주셨죠.
tried to beat me up yesterday and you saved me.
감사해요.
Thank you.
별 말씀을요.
It's nothing.
민석 씨한테 몇 가지 여쭤볼 게 있는데 괜찮을까요?
We have a few questions for you. Is that alright?
네,
Yes.
절 구해주셨잖아요.
You saved my life,
뭐든 물어보세요.
so you can ask me anything. You said someone was coming to take your life. Who was it?
저도 모르겠어요.
I don't know.
그때 제정신이 아니어서
I was out of my
뭐라고
mind.
말했는지 기억이 안 나요.
I don't remember what I said. Darius was right. Although Yeon-min-suk is answering all their questions, he isn't really giving them any useful information.
기억나지 않는 건가요? 아니면 알려주고 싶지 않은 건가요?
Do you really not remember, or are you choosing not to share it?
놀라거나 외부의 자극을 받았을 때 하는 이야기가 사실일 때도 있거든요.
Sometimes a person only tells the truth when they're frightened or exposed to external stimuli.
지금 당장은 숨길 수 있다 쳐도 나중에 들키지 않을 거라 장담할 수 있나요?
Even if you can hide it from us now, are you confident you can hide it forever?
저한테 이러시는 이유를 모르겠어요.
I don't understand why you're saying that. He seems determined to keep playing dumb. Okay, let's try asking about his sister. You said yesterday your sister died after taking the miracle drug from the Seahorse Association. Could you tell us exactly what happened?
그건 그냥 헛소리였어요.
I was just talking nonsense.
저랑 동생은 저희를 거두어준 해마회에 아주 감사하고 있어요.
My sister and I are very grateful to the Seahorse Association for taking us in. He's saying the complete opposite of what he claimed yesterday.
12년 전
12 years ago,
부모님이 교통사고로 돌아가시고
my parents died in a car
저랑
accident,
윤진이만 남게 되었어요.
leaving Yunji and me alone in the world.
그때 저희는 둘 다 미성년자였어요.
We were still minors.
몇 없는 친척마저
We didn't have any
저희
relatives.
남매를 입양하려 하지 않았죠.
The few who we did have weren't going to take us
그렇다고
in.
복지원에 가게 되면 저희는 서로 다른 가정에 입양돼서 다시는 못 만나게 될 상황이었는데
But if we stayed in the orphanage, we'd be adopted by different families and never see each other again.
그러다 인터넷에서 해마회의 광고를 받고 가입을 하면 동생이랑 헤어지지 않아도 된다는 걸 알게 됐어요.
Ah, we saw an ad about the Seahorse Association. If we became members of the association, we wouldn't have to be apart.
바로 해마회로 갔고
We moved in.
사람들이랑 서로 도우면서 그럭저럭 살아갔죠.
Everyone pitched in and helped each other, and we managed to live a decent life.
해마회에 큰 불만은 없었나 보네요. 다단계 조직 아닌가요?
You say that you're satisfied with your life at the Seahorse Association, but wasn't it a pyramid scheme group?
경찰한테 설명을 듣고 나서야 다단계 조직이라는 걸 알게 됐고
I only found out about that when the
그
police
전까지는
told me.
몰랐어요.
I really didn't know before that. Yeomin-suk sounds completely emotionless, which makes what he's saying difficult to believe. He seems to be intentionally defending the Seahorse Association in order to prove his innocence. There's a pagoda tree painted on a wall at the Weeping Tower, which looks remarkably similar to the one you drew at the orphanage. What does it mean? A flicker of fear passes through his face.
그런 거 없어요.
There's no such
별뜻
thing.
없이 그렸다고요?
Doesn't mean anything? Why? Then why'd you draw it?
그건 생각났어요.
I remember.
예전에 해마회 정원에 아주 큰 회화나무가 있었어요.
There used to be a big pagoda tree in the yard back at the Seahorse Association.
윤진이가
Yunjini
그 나무를 엄청 좋아해서
really loved that tree.
무의식 중에 그리게 됐나 봐요.
I wasn't really thinking about anything while I drew it.
맞아요. 그게 다예요.
That's right.
다른 의미는 없어요.
That's all. There's nothing else. He averts his gaze, looking flustered. He obviously just made that up. If he really drew the tree because his sister liked it, then why did he make it look so unnatural? But judging from the way he looks, it's unlikely that they'll get any valuable information from him. Why did you go into hiding? You're not going to say you don't know, are you?
아니에요.
No.
제가 숨은 건 6일 전 선용이 삼촌이 보낸 심령 영상 때문이에요.
I went into hiding after Uncle Jansen sent me that ghost video. Uncle Jansen? You mean Joel Jansen? He nods. So that's the real reason he went into hiding. It wasn't because someone went to ask him about him at the orphanage, but because of that ghost video. They were right earlier. The strange decorations at Weeping Tower were meant to lure them out.
동영상에 여민석 씨가 무서워하는 게 나오나요?
Did something in the video frighten you? Upon hearing his question, Yeomin-suk nods after a moment of hesitation.
귀신이 있어요.
Yes, there were ghosts.
귀신?
Ghosts?
네. 나무에 달린 귀신들이야.
There were ghosts hanging on the tree. He says, an eerie smile appearing on his face. Ooh. What do you know about the suicides of the Seahorse Association leaders and years ago?
모르겠어요.
I don't know.
그날 저녁을 먹고 나서 엄청 졸렸고
We were all sleepy after
다음
dinner,
날 아침에 일어나서야 사람들이 죽은 걸 알아챘어요.
so we only found out they were dead when we woke up the next morning.
이상한 점을 못 느꼈나요?
You didn't sense anything strange?
이상한 점이요?
Something strange?
그러고 보니 사건이 일어나기 얼마 전까지 해마회에 귀신이 나온다는 소문이 돌았어요.
Now that you mention it, the Seahorse Association has been haunted for a while before the incident took place.
귀신이요?
저도 자세한 건 모르지만
Haunted by ghosts?
빨간 치마를 입은 여자 귀신 때문에 다들 겁에 질려 있었어요.
I don't know the details, but there was talk of some woman in a red dress. Everyone was terrified.
그 귀신을 본 적 있나요?
Have you ever seen this ghost? He shakes his head without hesitation.
아니요.
No.
저도 다른 사람한테 들은 얘기예요.
I only heard about it from others. According to him, the Seahorse Association had been haunted before its leaders supposedly committed suicide. But during their on-site investigation, they discovered a magic circle for conjuring dead spirits under the carpet. So whether or not ghosts are real, this particular ghost at the Seahorse Association was clearly the result of human manipulation. The leaders must have hung a peachwood sword on the display to ward off the ghosts. Okay, finally, Orcus Mallory. Do you know anyone by the name of Orcus Mallory? He looks genuinely confused upon hearing this name.
몰라요.
No.
해마회에서 나온 뒤로 새로운 친구는 사귀지 않았거든요.
I haven't made any new friends since I left the association.
그럼 최근에 모르는 사람이 찾아온 적은요?
Have any strangers come to visit you lately? He shakes his head firmly. So I presume you know nothing about the enforcers coming after you?
네.
No. Well, we know that Orcus lied, so I'm sure he's somehow related to sending him the video,
궁금하신 거
but
없으면 먼저 돌아가 볼게요.
if you don't have any more questions, I'll head back. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. He glances at her, seemingly wanting to say something, but can't quite muster the words. Then he follows the police officers behind him out of the meeting room. As expected, he didn't give us anything valuable. It's like we were talking past each other the whole time.
건진 게 전혀 없는 건 아니야.
It wasn't
뭔가를 애써
a complete
숨긴다는 건
waste.
거기 분명 뭔가 있다는 거니까.
The more a person tries to hide something, the more suspicious it becomes.
울음소리 타워로 다시 가볼까?
Let's take another
새로운
look
단서를
around.
발견할지도 몰라.
Shall we look around the Weeping Tower one more time? Maybe we'll find something new. She nods, agreeing with Luke's suggestion.
좋아.
Alright,
지금 바로 출발하자.
let's head out right away. After leaving the police station, Rosa and Luke drive directly to the Weeping Tower. The officer on duty, having received a notification from Darius in advance, is waiting for the two at the scene. The gloomy weather today has somewhat made the place even eerier. Since the current case is connected with the Seahorse Association leader's suicide case from 10 years ago, it might be a good idea to focus on items linked to the past. Luke, we should pay special attention to the spots that are easy to overlook. We can't miss a single clue. We have to take a good look at every nook and cranny.
알았어.
Got it.
그럼 시작하자.
Then let's get started. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at these. We gotta look for things linked to the past, right? Then the photo. This is what I wanted to look at last time, but they were like, let's look at the cobwebs. A dusty photo frame is placed on the shelf. After wiping it clean, she can see 3 children in the photo. And there's the bear. I'm assuming 2 of these are Yunjin, I forget her name, and Minseok, but who's the other guy? Is it Orcus Mallory? On the left and right are 2 teenagers aged 14 or 15. Judging from how they look, they must be Orcus Mallory and, I knew it, Yeominseok in their youth. The 2 boys are smiling, their hands resting on each other's shoulders. They look close in the photo, but why is he determined to find Yeominseok? And why did he say that he didn't know anyone named Orcus Mallory?
두 사람의 사이가 멀어지게 된 사건이 있었겠지.
Something must have happened afterward that hurt the relationship. She nods, returning her gaze to the old photo. Apart from Orcus Mallory and Yeominseok in their youth, there is also a little girl aged 6 or 7 in the middle. She's holding a bear plushie, the same as the one on the desk. Upon closer inspection, she finds that the bear plushie has a syringe with bear stickers in its hand. This little girl here must be Luna, his sister. Even from the photo, she can tell that Luna Barnes isn't in good health. However, even though she's leaning feebly against Yeominseok, there's a bright smile on her face. Oh. Themis needs to stop hurting the children. Okay. There's only 3, so... Nothing to do with the chair, huh? How about that parcel from last time? Gazing out from this broken window, you can see the pagoda tree in the courtyard. Okay. Things related to the past. I should just start poking around again. Some empty pill bottles are stored in this carton. It's no longer possible to read what's written on them. Were they used to store the miracle drug back then? We looked at the tea set last time. Maybe I should ask for a hint. It's turning out harder than I expected. Oh, never mind. Oh! A secret compartment? A safe? They find a combination lock behind a brick in the inner wall of the fireplace. Because it's hidden behind artificial cobwebs, they failed to notice it before. Luke, can you open this lock?
10년도 넘은 구식 도어록이라 열기 쉬워.
It's an old-fashioned combination lock from over a decade ago. It shouldn't be difficult. Sorry. He says opening is easy, but same thing. Luke works the lock for a few seconds, and the fireplace in front of them starts shifting slightly with the clicking sound of gears working. They exchange a glance. He extends his hand to carefully pull open the hidden door, revealing a staircase leading down. The staircase extends deep underground. The further they go, the colder it gets, and there's a faint smell of pagoda flower-scented balm in the air. Finally, they reach the bottom. It takes them a few seconds to adapt completely to the dim lighting. She can only just make out that 2 of them are in a square room of moderate size. It looks more like a shed than a basement. And the pagoda flower fragrance from earlier becomes increasingly overwhelming, mixed with a strange scent. She takes a careful step forward, only to bump into something lying on the ground. These...
테마회에서 사라졌다는 거액의 기부금일 거야.
Oh my god, they found the money! These should be the massive donations that disappeared from the Seahorse Association. This place appears to be their vault. The money they tricked out of their members is all stored here.
근데 여길 찾은 사람이 우리가 처음은 아니야.
But I don't think we're the first ones to find it. Luke crouches down to examine the disorderly set of footprints on the ground. There's also some cash scattered around. She notices an obvious gasp in this piles of cash. Some of the money must have been taken away. You know what? Orcus Mallory also said that he would pay them in cash up front. He's definitely that guy that's been like swinging cash around. But why is he looking for explosives? What's he gonna blow up? This building? The person who's been dealing in cash on the black market must be using the money from here. They finally piece together all the clues that they have. The money bags on the black market is this kidnapper.
근데 이곳을 단순히 금고로만 볼 수는 없어.
But I don't think this is just a vault. What do you mean? Following Luke's gaze, she looks up slightly, catching sight of 3 figures wrapped in white cloth hanging from the ceiling. The pagoda flower scent she smelled earlier also appears to come from here. She suddenly remembers the pagoda flower painting she saw above the fireplace, which looks eerily similar to the scene in front of her. There were 3 flowers on the painting, and hanging there are 3 white objects smelling of pagoda flowers. In a split second, it occurs to her that there are exactly 3 missing victims. Oh, no. And an almost instinctive fear prevents her from stepping forward while Luke and the police officer walk up to take a closer look. Okay, I thought these were just like decorative, like ghosts. Like, are these real bodies? Oh my god. Following their movements, the foul smell, concealed by the pagoda flower fragrance, instantly permeates the room. She can't help but cover her nose and mouth.
3명의 실종자를 찾았어요.
We found the 3 missing persons. Oh my god. Why do I read this story? It's so fucking dark. As soon as Luke finishes his sentence, the 2 of them are requested to leave the basement by the police officer to avoid damaging the crime scene. Oh god, let's just get the last clue and get out of here. Oh, this is so fucked up. Oh, is there one more? Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh my god. There's a tattered notebook on the communal desk by the window. The journal entries start from 13 years ago. A photo about the size of an inch is stuck on the first page. Although it's a bit yellowed, you can recognize the man as Orcus Mallory. The journal entries are sometimes shorter and sometimes longer, and they don't follow an exact chronological order. It appears that he was quite casual whenever he wrote in his journal, jotting down whatever came to mind. The early entries are a detailed account of his everyday life. One can see how much he enjoyed his life at the Seahorse Association. He spoke highly of the Seahorse Association. He used the word home multiple times in the journal.
계속 읽어보자.
Let's keep reading. A year later, mention of the Yo siblings starts to appear in the journal entries. The siblings ended up in the Seahorse Association because none of their relatives would take them in after their parents passed away, and they didn't want to go to the orphanage, which would have separated them. When Yunjin first arrived at the Seahorse Association, she appeared to be very caring and considerate despite her young age. And smiling at every person she met, soon she became very popular. But after a year and a half, her health began to deteriorate.
일기 속 내용을 보니까 병원에 한 번도 가지 않고 해마회에 만병통치약을 복용한 것 같아.
Based on the journal entries, she never went to the hospital. Instead, she took the miracle drug from the Seahorse
그
Association.
약에 환각 성분이 함유되어 있어서 초반에는 몸 상태가 호전되는 것처럼 보였나 봐.
Because the drug contained a hallucinogen, her physical condition appeared to be improving at first. Yeah, and that's why he sounds more optimistic in his journal. But then 2 weeks later, there was a break in Mallory's journal, and the next entry was after her funeral.
아마 만병통치약의 효과가 얼마 못 가 사라졌고 원래 더 오래 살 수 있었는데 제대로 된 치료를 받지 못해 죽은 걸 거야.
Yeah, this is something that really scares me about like cults in general, but also like these pyramid schemes and stuff that really exist, right? Where they sell you like medications and stuff, but then like it discourages you from seeking out real medical help and attention when you need it. People have died, right? So the miracle drug probably stopped being effective, and although she could have lived longer, she passed away because she missed a chance to receive proper treatment. And she's just a child. The journal entries afterward mention how an increasing number of association members borrowed from loan sharks to make donations, but he didn't write anything about what happened next, as if he purposefully avoided mentioning it. Then came the hauntings, which caused panic among the Seahorse Association leaders, who even went out of their way to request a peach wood sword from a so-called master. And the journal entries paused again. They didn't start again until 3 months ago, 10 years after the last entry. Compared to the relatively normal entries 10 years ago, the recent writings are more like the ramblings of a madman. The names of 4 people were written sloppily in the corner. Winston Nye, Sean Chan, Joel Janssen, and Yeomin-suk, each with a huge X over their name. The second page is strewn with words such as vengeance, pay, retribution, and traitor. He was obviously very worked up when he wrote them down. Oh my god. It doesn't take long for the police to arrive. After a quick inspection of the scene, they remove the bodies hanging from the ceiling. Based on their personal belongings, the 3 people are identified as the Seahorse Association victims that had gone missing in the past month. Rosa finds herself wondering whether Yeomin-suk would have been hanged in the basement if he hadn't gone into hiding.
현장은 이미 봉쇄됐습니다. 두 분도 당분간 들어가실 수 없어요.
This place is currently under lockdown. It's impossible for you to go in and investigate at the moment.
알겠습니다. 현장에 무슨 단서가 있나요?
Are there any clues at the scene? Darius sighs after thinking for a moment.
지하실에서 자필 자백서 3장을 발견했습니다. 여민석과 함께 해마의 고위층을 살해했다고 적혀 있었어요.
Oh my god! We found 3 handwritten letters of confession. In the basement, they admitted to conspiring with Yeomin-suk to murder the Seahorse Association leaders.
자백서 내용에 따르면 사건 당일 그 3사람과 여민석이 피해자들의 저녁밥에 알 수 없는 약물을 넣었다고 해요.
According to the letters, on the day of the incident, the 3 of them, plus Hank Barnes, added some mysterious drug to the
그
dinner.
모두 기절하듯 잠들어 버렸고 늦은 밤에 정원에서 이상한 소리가 나는 걸 들었대요.
Everyone fell asleep afterwards. However, later that night, they heard a strange sound coming from the garden.
당시 해마의 귀신이 나온다는 소문이 돌 때라 바로 나가지 못하고 창문으로 엿봤다고 합니다.
The Seahorse Association had been haunted for a while, so none of them dared to go outside, so they peeked out from the window instead.
그러다 마침 해마의 고위층들이 조종당한 것처럼 손전등을 든 여민석들을 하나둘씩 따라가는 장면을 보았다고 해요.
And they happened to see Hank Barnes holding a flashlight while the association members or leaders trailed behind as if hypnotized. Hypnotized?
네. 그런데 그것보다 더 이상한 점이 있어요.
But there's something even stranger than that. Darius ruffles his hair, agitated.
자백서에 따르면 해마의 고위층들이 귀신에 씌인 것처럼 하나둘씩 회화나무에 스스로 목을 매 자살했다고 합니다.
According to the letters, the association leaders ended up hanging themselves in the pagoda tree as if they were possessed by some kind of demon. Oh my god. That's a ghost story. It feels like the circumstances of their deaths are similar to What Nothing But Gets Dead, only that his version sounded a bit more superstitious. Darius nods thoughtfully.
똑같지는 않지만 확실히 비슷한 점이 많네요.
It's not exactly the same, but there are many similarities.
엄반장님, 자백서에 그 알 수 없는 약물에 대한 설명이 있었나요?
Captain Morgan, did the letters say anything about the mysterious drug?
아니요. 그냥 여민석이 준 약물이라고만 적혀 있었습니다. 구체적으로 어디서 났는지는 세 사람도 모르더군요.
No, they only said it was provided by Yeomin-suk, but they had no idea where he obtained it. Luke appears even more solemn. He's lost in thought, arms crossed in front of his chest. Did he think of something? Darius' phone begins to ring, breaking the silence.
전화네요.
It's work.
두 분도 여기 있지 말고 저랑 같이 나가시죠.
You two might not want to stay here. Come out with me. The 3 walked to the pagoda tree. According to the confession letters from the 3 victims, this is the tree where the Seahorse Association leaders hanged themselves 10 years ago. From the suicide case a decade ago to the kidnapping and murder now, the pagoda tree has witnessed everything, but it can't provide any answers. Did you just think of something, Luke? Luke nods at her.
지금 가진 단서로 정서빈 씨의 범행 동기를 확정지을 수 있을 것 같아.
Yeah, based on what we have now, it's pretty clear why Orcus Mallory orchestrated the kidnapping. Orcus Mallory had deep feelings for the Seahorse Association. He always regarded it as his home. So he decided to avenge its leader's death after discovering that the incident had something to do with Yeomin-suk and the others.
맞아. 문제는 정서빈 씨가 어떻게 진실을 알게 됐느냐는 거지.
That's right. But the problem is, where did he learn the truth?
그리고 만약 정서빈 씨가 해마회에 막대한 기부금을 가지고 있다고 해도 혼자서 돈만 갖고 그 많은 일을 처리할 수 없어.
Even with the substantial donations from the Seahorse Association, there are still things that he couldn't have accomplished alone, regardless of money. Luke suspects that he had help, and she feels the same. Oh my god. And as usual, I suspect Jerome is involved, but it could be his mentor. But with the current leads, we don't have a single clue.
서두를 필요 없어. 알아낼 수 있을 거야.
There's no need to rush. Just take it one step at a time. I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it. Luke's right. It's actually not that difficult to figure out that Orcus Mallory learned about the truth. You should be able to deduce that once she knows where he went before the kidnapping and who he spoke with. Now that they figured out how to continue the investigation, that she doesn't feel frustrated anymore. But Luke furrows his brow as if he's just thought of some difficult problem. Is there something wrong?
별거 아니야.
It's nothing.
갑자기 10년 전 사건 경위가 생각났는데 뭔가 중요한 걸 놓친 것 같아.
I was just thinking about what happened 10 years
돌아가서
ago.
생각 정리 좀 해야겠어.
It feels like we're missing something important. Let's go over everything once we're back.
그리고 담배 씨가 말했던 울음소리 타워의 소문에도 10년 전 사건에 대한 언급이 있었어.
Also, the horror story Nothing But Guts mentioned also has a description of the case 10 years ago. You think that story has something to do with our case? Yeah.
잘하면 같은 사건일 수도 있을 것 같아.
It might even be the same case. Huh? But is it likely that a real case turns out to be the one and same as an urban legend spread on the internet?
잘 감시하고 무슨 일 있으면 바로 보고해. 끊어.
They found him! They got him. And keep an eye on him and report to me if there's any change. I've gotta go. Darius hangs up as he walks towards the two of them.
다행히 아직 안 가셨네요.
Good thing you haven't left.
드릴 말씀이 있습니다.
I have something to tell you.
저번에 정서빈을 지명수배 중이라고 말씀드렸는데 찾았다고 합니다.
Remember we
근데
wanted
선천적인
notice of
지병을
Orcus
앓고
Mallory? We
있었는데
found him.
이미 말기라고 하네요.
But he has a congenital condition that's progressed to the terminal stage. I knew it wasn't just a cold.
찾았을 때 길가에 쓰러져 있었다고 해요.
He was,
그래서 저희 쪽에서 구급차를 불러 병원으로 이송했고요.
he passed out on the road. We even called an ambulance to send him to the hospital.
의사 말로는 상태가 좋지 않아 깨어나도 얼마 못 살 거라더군요.
The doctor said he's in a fragile condition. Even if he wakes up, he doesn't have long to live. Then the kidnapping and murder.
정서빈이 한 짓이에요.
It was him.
가명으로 방을 빌렸더라고요. 거기서 새 피해자를 납치했다는 증거가 대거 발견되었습니다.
It was him. We searched an apartment he rented under an alias and found lots of evidence that proves he kidnapped the 3 deceased victims.
그리고 두 분이 사건 현장을 발견하기 전에 저희 쪽에서 정서빈의 신원을 파악했어요.
And right before you discovered the crime scene, we also learned about his background.
정서빈의 본명은 정혁이고
His name was Quinn Mallory.
해마이가 해체된 후 정서빈으로 개명한 겁니다.
He only changed it to Orcus Mallory after the Seahorse Association disbanded. No wonder Min-suk said he didn't know him when we asked him about that.
정서빈은 어릴 때 선천적인 병으로 친부모한테 버림받았어요.
He was abandoned by his
한동안
birth parents at an early age
이곳저곳을 전전하며 그걸로 줄인 배를 달래야 했죠.
because of a congenital condition. He moved from place to place and begged for a living. For a time, he couldn't even get enough food.
그러다 해마회의 어느 간부가 정서빈을 데려가 허드렛 일을 시켰습니다.
Later, he was taken in by a Seahorse Association leader who kept him in the association to perform some miscellaneous tasks. Oh man, I feel really bad for him because he was a victim too and just a child. They're just kids. Or they were. That's why he treated the association like his home.
네.
That's right.
사건이 발생하고 나서도 해마회가 다단계 조직이라는 걸 믿지 않았고 고위층이 살해당한 거라 믿었어요.
Even after a suicide case happened, he still refused to believe that the Seahorse Association was a pyramid scheme group and insisted that its leaders had been murdered.
이후 9년 동안 정서빈은 해마회 사건을 몰래 조사하다가 반년 전 병이 발작해 교마회에 들어가게 된 겁니다.
In the following 9 years, he kept investigating the case in secret until about 6 months ago, when he was taken in by the White Horse Association. The White Horse Association is so sus. Due to his illness. The White Horse Association. Okay. I have ideas.
아는 게 있으신가요?
You know about this organization? She nods. I mean, they're all connected. We knew that, but She's personally come into contact with the White Horse Association with Gerard Boone. Artem seems to be dealing with them as well, albeit in private. What happened after Orcus Mallory joined White Horse Association?
교마회에 있었던 시간이 그렇게 길진 않습니다.
예.
3개월 전에 스스로 교마회를 떠났거든요.
He didn't stay long. He left on his own 3 months ago.
어차피 죽을 바에는 고향으로 돌아가서 죽겠다는 이유였죠.
He said he was going to die anyway, so he would rather die at home.
정서빈 씨의 인생을 봤을 때 이건 조금 억지스러운 이유네요.
That's hardly possible considering his background. Luke is right. There's something about the timing. 3 months. Pagoda tree on the wall of the Weeping Tower was drawn at the time. And he also started updating his journal again 3 months ago. All the clues indicate that something must have happened then that provided Orcus Mallory with some key evidence and prompted him to work on his revenge. Okay, so he was at the White Horse Association. Somebody at the White Horse Association must have given him information about this and set him off on this task. And I'm pretty sure it's Jerome Adams, because it's always Jerome Adams. And also, White Horse Association is like a place treating, like, you know, patients and stuff. And experimenting on people like they're doing with Luke. So, exactly what role does Jerome Adams play at the White Horse Association? Is he just being guided by that older guy? Is the older guy the one in charge?
엄반장님, 교마회에 관한 단서는 없나요?
Captain Morgan, what do we have in the White Horse Association?
없습니다. 아주 깨끗한 조직이에요.
No, the organization is very
최근
clean.
3개월 CCTV 영상도 조사해봤는데 아무런 특이 사항이 없었습니다.
We've also looked into their surveillance footage from the past 3 months, but we didn't spot anything out of the ordinary. Then what was Orcus Mallory's situation like?
평판이 좋았어요.
He had a good reputation.
교마회에 들어가기 전까지는 재활센터의 직원이었는데 환자들과 소통도 잘했다고 하더군요.
Oh, he had a good reputation. Before he joined the White Horse Association, he used to work as a member of the staff at a rehabilitation center, so he was good at communicating with patients.
정서빈을 만난 적 있는 사람들은 모두 성격이 온화하고 친절하다고 임모와 말했습니다.
Oh, he really did seem like a nice guy. I mean, sus, but everyone who had contact with him said he was mild-mannered and always ready to help others.
근데 이상한 건
What?
해머의 피해자들까지도 정서빈을 좋게 평가했어요.
Strangely, even the victims of Seahorse Association spoke highly of him. Darius's words confuse her again. How is it possible for someone to be cold enough to take lives and yet at the same time gentle to patients? That's foreshadowing. That's totally about Jerome Adams. That's 100% about Jerome Adams. Was he faking it all? But he had no reason to put on a pretense like that. Or is it really just the complexity of humanity that defies a simple definition? After concluding the consultation with his last patient, Vin comes to the garden for some fresh air. Okay, we're switching to Vin's perspective. Leaning against the bench, he leisurely feeds the pigeons on the ground, squinting slightly.
도련님이 예상하신 대로 교마회는 겉으로 보이는 것처럼 깨끗한 곳이 아니었습니다.
right after Darius said it was very clean. Young master, your suspicions were justified. The White Horse Association isn't as clean as it appears.
王子、唐突に現れるのはやめてもらえるかな?
Ogier, try not to be so spooky when you speak to me.
도련님께서 저한테 비밀 조사를 시키시지 않았습니까?
But you told me to carry out a secret investigation, didn't you? Instead of answering, Vin throws out all the breadcrumbs at once. The pigeons, which were strolling in a distance, all come swarming in front of him.
何を見つけたんだい?
And what did you find? Ogier hands Vin the file bag he's holding, but he doesn't let go even after Vin lays his hands on it. Ogier? Vin frowns, somewhat displeased.
배후가 복잡한 일입니다.
It's a very complicated matter.
도련님이 더 이상 관여하지 않으셨으면 좋겠습니다.
From where I'm standing, I hope that you won't get involved.
王子、もう一度言うよ.
Ogier, should I remind you?
僕の決定にあなたが干渉する必要はないんだ.
I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Is that clear?
알겠습니다.
All right. Vin somewhat forcefully snatches the folder and pulls out the printed copies inside, quickly scanning through them. Also, the way he treats Ogier is different. I wonder if this is like... I don't know. It's... Interesting. He returns the files he's reading to Ogier. We should leave.
今日の任務は終わりでいいよ.
Our mission is done for the day. As Vin is about to leave the White Horse Association headquarters, a familiar figure comes swaggering in.
森月仁.
Moritsuki Hito? Matthew? In the distance, several staff members behind Matthew Richter are carrying lots of gift boxes of different sizes. Shortly afterward, the man is surrounded by kids.
아저씨, 이번에는 무슨 선물 가져왔어요?
Oh, 아저씨, what gifts did you bring us this time?
저번에 아저씨한테 무슨 소원을 빌었는데?
And what did you wish for?
원피스요.
A dress.
호미 공주랑 똑같은 원피스를 갖고 싶다고 했어요.
I want the same dress that Princess Home wears.
그럼 아저씨가 원피스 줄게.
In that case, then I'll give you the dress. He taps the girl's nose and then casts a glance at the staff behind him, who presents the girl with an elaborate gift box.
엄청 예쁜 원피스다.
What a beautiful dress.
감사합니다, 아저씨.
Thank you, 아저씨. Okay, I'm genuinely confused. It's weird to see Matthew Richter being nice because he's such a creep. All the kids surrounding him have been granted gifts. Watching with cold eyes, Vin turns to take another way out. Unfortunately, Matthew Richter has already spotted him at this point, so he comes over directly after saying goodbye to the children.
이게 누구야? 우리 조카님 아니야?
Ah, who's this? Isn't it my dear nephew?
慣れ慣れしく親族を名乗らないでくれるかな
We're not that close. So do you not act as if we were?
그래. 우리 바쁘신 윤 교수님께서 무슨 일로 여기 오셨을까?
That's right. Then why is the busy Professor Richter here?
僕の仕事をあなたに報告する義務はないね
I do not believe I'm obliged to report my work to you.
업무 내용?
Your work?
여기 환자들한테 심리 상담을 해주는 거 말이야?
Are you here to provide the
제대로
patients with
시간 낭비하는 거지.
psychological consultation? What a waste of time. Matthew Richter shakes his head as if trying to appear truly sorry for Vin.
無意味
Useless.
どういう意味かな
Sorry. Meaningless. I don't understand.
말 그대로야. 난 매달
Exactly what I
교마회에
said.
와서 환자들의 마음을 위로해주고 있거든.
I come here every month to bring comfort to the patients and learn about their difficulties.
누구처럼 입만 놀리고 끝나는 게 아니라 실질적인 도움을 주고 있다 이거지.
Okay. I provide substantial help for them, not like you people who seem to suppose that talking can solve everything. He comes every month? Sorry, oh, Vin just asked that. You come every month? Matthew Richter snorts upon hearing the doubt in Vin's voice.
우리 조카가 이 삼촌을 어떻게 보든지 간에 난 진심으로 여기 환자들을 안타까워하고 있어.
Whatever my dear nephew thinks of me, I do genuinely sympathize with the patients.
너처럼 늘 건강하고 사랑받았던 녀석은 분명 어려서부터 질병에 시달리는 고통을 모르겠지.
People like you who have always been healthy and adored have no idea of the misery of someone tormented by illness from a very young age. Are they trying to make Matthew Richter sympathetic? I guess they wouldn't have made him this attractive if they didn't want you to sympathize with him. Vin doesn't reply. Instead, he puts his name card inside Matthew Richter's pocket.
症状を訴えたいのなら予約をしておくことをお勧めするよ
If you wish to discuss your
親戚の
troubles,
よしみで2割くらいは値引いてあげるから
please make an appointment. I'll offer you a 20% discount. You are family after all. Disregarding the angry Matthew Richter, Vin leaves the White Horse Association without looking back. Oh my god. After returning home, Vin flips through the printed copies once again before dialing Artem's number.
君の推測通り子馬会には確かな問題があった
As you suspected, there is indeed something wrong with the White Horse Association.
彼らが介入していたのは河合さんの件だけじゃなく葛原つもみさんの事件にも絡んでいる可能性がある
It wasn't just Sky Harper's case. They were even behind what happened with Letta Gray.
확실한 증거가 있나요?
Do you have any concrete evidence? Artem has been delving into the White Horse Association for a while now, but he hasn't unearthed any solid evidence that could implicate them in a crime.
それはまだだけど
Not
面白い
yet.
情報を見つけたよ
But I have found something more interesting.
뭔가요?
What?
左京君は九条さんに関することを見つけたようだね
I presume you have come across some incident involving Neil Hume? Vin allows Artem no chance to think. Instead, he offers his assessment right away.
ごまかす必要はないよ N2X で彼と一緒に仕事をしていた時間は君よりも長いんだ
No need to look for an excuse. I've been working with him in N2X longer than you have.
彼のちょっとした小細工じゃ僕の目はごまかせないよ
The things he does cannot escape my eyes. A weighty silence follows, telling Vin everything he needs to know. Sometimes silence itself holds the answer.
ひとまず
I
今
understand.
後のことは君が帰ってから話すとしようか
Let's talk more when you get back.
그래요.
Alright. After hanging up, Vin takes out a sealed box containing information on the original N2X members. It contains personal information about Jan von Hagen, Neil Hume, and himself. He then adds the printed copies to Neil Hume's
も
file
し
folder.
本当にそんな日が来たらぜひとも正しい選択ができているといいね
If that day truly comes, I hope that all of us can make the right choice. We can do this. Rosa and Luke return to the detective agency and start reviewing the two cases, separated by a decade on the whiteboard. Putting the they have a conspiracy board. Great. Love a good conspiracy board. Putting the supernatural elements aside, the two arrive at the conclusion that the urban legend Nothing But Guts told about what happened at the Weeping Tower 10 years ago was, in fact, adapted from the suicide case. According to the urban legend, those residing in the Weeping Tower were bewitched by resentful ghosts and forced to hang themselves from the pagoda tree. Meanwhile, in the case from a decade ago, the Seahorse Association leaders did the same after consuming a mysterious drug. What matters now is determining exactly what kind of drug they consumed 10 years ago.
그 사람들이 먹은 약은 아무 문제 없을 거야. 문제가 있었다면 약을 먹은 모든 사람들이 그날 밤 목을 매 자살했겠지.
I don't think there was anything wrong with the drug they took at dinner. Otherwise, everyone who took it would have hanged themselves that night. So you're saying that the association leaders were poisoned with yet another drug after consuming the previous one? Yeah.
게다가 약을 먹고 비정상적인 행동을 했잖아.
Isn't the situation a little
왠지
familiar?
익숙하지 않아?
Like how a person does something out of the ordinary after consuming some drug? You mean both Jonah Zahn and Remus Kane did something unthinkable after taking a hallucinogen. Ooh.
현재 암시장에 있는 N2X 약물이랑 비슷한 약을 먹고
Oh no.
환각에 빠져
It's always
자살한
N2X.
걸 수도 있어.
I mean, it makes sense though. That's the whole thing we're dealing with. It's likely they also consumed a drug similar to the N2X infused medicine available on the black market, which induced hallucinations that ultimately led to their suicides. If you want to test that theory, the most straightforward approach would be to review the autopsy report from that time. Luke nods and directly dials Darius' number.
강엽 씨,
엄 반장님, 10년 전 해마회 고위층의 시신에서 약물이 검출되었나요?
Captain, was any drug detected in the bodies of the Seahorse Association leaders 10 years ago?
약물이요?
Drug?
일단 현재 보건 보고서에는 약물 검사는 진행하지 않았던 걸로 기록되어 있습니다.
Based on the existing autopsy report, no such examination was ever carried out.
대신 당시 법의관과 연락해 봤는데 시신의 팔에 주사 자국이 있었던 걸로 기억한다더군요.
However, I did contact the medical examiner back then, and he recalled finding injection points on the arms of the deceased. Injection points! So they really had been injected with another drug prior to their deaths. There was a syringe covered in bear stickers in the photo of Orcus Mallory and the Yo siblings. Later at the Weeping Tower, she only found the bear plushie. The syringe was nowhere to be seen. Rosa and Luke exchange a glance, and they both reach a similar conclusion.
알겠습니다.
Got it.
감사합니다, 엄 반장님.
Thank you, Captain. If the drug injection was related to Yeo Min-seok, could he have committed the crime with his sister's
그럴
syringe?
가능성이 높아.
That's highly possible. But it's been 10 years already. Who knows where the syringe is now?
내가 어디 있는지 알아.
I know where it is. What? Luke explains to her how one of Eggy's guys snatched Yeo Min-seok's backpack when he was on the run. Apparently there was a syringe inside. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot.
그날 여민석 씨가 경찰서에 끌려갔을 때 가방은 메고 있지 않았어.
Yeo Min-seok wasn't carrying a backpack when he was taken into custody that day. He must have hidden it. Luke nods upon hearing her speculation.
저번에 피단이 여민석 씨한테 가방을 돌려주면서 역사 물품 보관함에 보관하면 더 안전하다고 알려줬대.
Eggy told me that after they returned the backpack to Yeo Min-seok, they also advised him to store it in a locker at the station for safekeeping. I remember that if you don't pick up your belongings from the locker within 24 hours, they'll transfer it to the warehouse and store it there for a month.
가서 물어보자.
Yeah, let's go look around. Or ask about it. Rosa and Luke arrive at the station. After explaining the situation, the staff manages to find the backpack previously stored in a locker. As expected, there's an old syringe inside. Upon closer inspection, she can even see the residue from some other drug on the inner walls of the syringe. To identify the substance, Luke takes her straight to Aaron, urging him to test the residue. Ew! Oh, ew, gross. That's the fact that that's like... Do you know what I mean? Like... Okay. After about 45 minutes, Aaron hands the test report to Luke. How is it? Aaron's expression appears solemn after hearing Luke's question.
N2X 성분이 검출됐어.
It contains N2X.
10년 전에도 이 약을 쓴 사람이 있었을 줄이야.
I didn't think that there would be people using that drug 10 years ago.
배후 세력이 아주 깊게 숨어 있는 것 같아.
Whoever's behind this must be really well hidden.
희철이 형, 이 일은 우선 비밀로 해줄 수 있어요?
Can you keep this a secret for now?
왜?
Why?
N2X 약물이 10년 전부터 불법 유통되었다는 거잖아. 이건 새로운 사실인데?
Oh, we didn't know that the illegal circulation of N2X could be traced back 10 years. This is new information.
혁아, 우리 맹세했잖아.
Haga,
잊었어?
we promised, didn't we? Did you forget?
잊지 않았으니까.
I haven't.
보고를 좀 미뤄달라고 부탁하는 거예요.
I'm just asking you to push back reporting it. Aaron gives Luke a confused look. It seems like he'd never agree to Luke's request unless he provides a reasonable explanation. Luke lets out a sigh, having no choice but to tell Aaron that the NSB took over the Seahorse Association suicide cases 10 years ago, a fact they learned from Darius Morgan.
그럼 10년 전 국정원에서 해마회 고위층 자살 사건의 진실을 덮은 거라 의심하는 거야?
Are you suspecting that the NSB withheld the truth about that case?
아직은 확신할 수 없어요.
I'm not sure,
진실을 밝히려면 이틀 정도의 시간이 필요해요.
but I need 2 days to figure it out. Aaron hesitates for a moment before nodding, frustrated. All right,
이틀 뒤에 보고서를 제출할게.
but I'll hand in the report after those 2 days.
다른 일 없으면 이만 회의하러 가봐야겠어.
If there's nothing else, I have a meeting. Luke clenches the test report tightly as he watches Aaron leave. By the time he notices, the report has crumbled in his hands. He leans against the wall as if all his strength has been drained, his gaze fixated on an invisible point in the air. Luke. She finds herself grabbing Luke's wrist. He turns to her numbly, a sad smile appearing on his
괜찮아.
face. I'm fine.
그냥 기운이 좀 빠져서 그래.
I've just lost my strength.
수도병원 사건으로 얼마나 많은 사람이 떠났는지 알아?
You know how many people passed away from what happened in the Capitol's hospital? He's never forgotten about the group infection in the Capitol's hospital. Back then, many people were infected like him, but he was the only one who survived. Possibly because of some sort of survivor's guilt, Luke has always felt terribly sorry for the people who lost their lives.
만약 N2X 약물을 10년 전부터 조사했으면 그 사건도 발생하지 않았겠지?
If the investigation into N2X had started 10 years ago, maybe that wouldn't have happened.
그럼 다들 지금까지도 잘 살고 있을 텐데.
And everyone might still be alive and well.
인생에 만약이란 게 어디 있겠어?
But there are no ifs in life. I'm always so sad whenever I do Tears of Themis. Why do I do this? Oh, why do I read this to myself? Okay. Luke laughs at himself and raises a hand to cover his eyes.
미안해.
I'm sorry.
하소연을 했네.
I'm just whining. She gently lowers Luke's hand, looks into his red eyes. It's all right, Luke. I wouldn't call that whining. Thank you for sharing it with me, instead of keeping it bottled up inside of you. He draws a deep breath, concealing the emotions that burst out unexpectedly, pretending that everything is back to normal.
나 괜찮아.
I'm all right.
이제 사건에 집중하자.
Let's focus on the case.
이번 사건으로 N2X 약물 연구에 대한 단서를 더 많이 찾을 수 있을 거야.
Maybe it'll help us find more clues about the N2X research. Okay. With everything she knows now, she can already figure out what truly happened 10 years ago. Judging from Yeomin-suk's age and background, it was impossible for him to gain direct access to the N2X-infused drug. Someone must have manipulated him into injecting the Seahorse Association leaders with that drug, which caused them to hallucinate and hang themselves. Then, the question is, who gave him that drug?
이미 핵심 증거는 확보했으니까 여민석 씨한테 직접 물어보자.
Now that we have the evidence, let's go ask Yeomin-suk who gave him that drug. Yeah, we have solid proof this time. He can hardly come up with any more excuses. Alright, time to interrogate. Compared to their last meeting, he appears much more haggard. He's already learned about the deaths of the other 3 from Darius. But Darius claims he's still unwilling to talk. He remains silent, as if that's the only thing keeping him alive. Luke takes out the syringe from the evidence bag and presses it against the glass for him to have a good look.
여민석 씨, 10년 전 이 주사기로 해마회 고위층한테 정체불명의 약을 주사했죠.
Yeomin-suk, this is the syringe you used to inject the Seahorse Association leaders with 10 years ago, isn't it?
그걸 어떻게?
How did you know? We found it in the backpack you stored in a locker at the station. We've already tested its contents. It's very similar to a drug circulating on the black market.
그 약은 제게 아니에요.
That drug wasn't
저도
mine.
어떻게 된 일인지 모른단 말이에요.
I don't know how it happened.
저는 그냥
You only wanted to avenge your sister. She helps him complete a sentence, identifying his motive. He pauses before finally spitting out the secret he's kept for 10
그
years.
사람들이 그랬어요. 제가 집에 있는 돈을 전부 해마회에 기부하면 윤진이한테 만병통치약을 주겠다고요.
Oh, that's so fucked up, seriously. They took advantage of children. I hate this. They told me they'd give her a miracle drug that would cure all diseases if I donated all my money to the Seahorse Association.
윤진이는 처음에는 상태가 좋아진 것처럼 보였지만
At first, she seemed to be improving,
얼마 지나지 않아 다시 안 좋아졌어요.
but it didn't take long before her condition got worsened.
의사 말로는 조금만 빨리 병원에 왔어도 살 수 있었을 거래요.
The doctor said they might have saved her if she'd been sent to the hospital a little earlier.
그 사람들이
It was them.
그 사람들이 윤진이를 죽인 거예요.
They killed her. His hysterical crying can hardly bring back the deceased. Rosa and Luke give him some time to calm down. After half an hour, he appears more composed, but he seems like a zombie who's given up all hope.
이제 누가 여민석 씨한테 약을 주었는지 말해줄 수 있나요?
Can you tell us who gave you the drug?
저도 몰라요.
I don't know.
꽁꽁 싸매서 전혀 알아볼 수 없었어요.
He was carefully covered. I couldn't see what he looked like.
저한테 약을 주면서 고위층에게 주사하면 된다고 했어요.
He told me if I injected the leaders with the drug,
그럼 그 사람들이
대가를 치를 거라면서요.
They paid for what they did.
근데 진짜 죽을 줄은 몰랐어요.
But I didn't know they'd die. Yeomin-suk claims he didn't foresee the outcome, but is that really so? Injecting an unknown drug into a human body in and of itself is something extremely dangerous. Consumed by the grief of losing his only family, it's possible that deep down he did want the Seahorse Association leaders to pay with their
그
lives.
뒤로는요.
And after that,
고위층이 집단 자살하고
they
너무
hanged
무서워서
themselves.
그 사람을 찾아갔어요.
I was afraid, so I went to look for him.
그 사람은 제가 약을 주사했고
He told me not to say
범행 동기도 있으니 경찰이 가장 먼저 절 의심할 거라며 조용히 지내라고 했어요.
anything, because if I was the one who poisoned them and I had motive, I would most probably be incriminated if there was an investigation.
제가 아무 말도 하지 않으면
But if I didn't say
경찰한테
anything,
잡히지 않을 거라고요.
he'd make sure no charges were pressed.
그리고 그 사람이 말한 대로 다들 고위층이 자살했다고만 생각하고
And that's how things turned out.
아무도 저를
Everyone thought they
의심하지
committed
않았어요.
suicide. No one suspected me. Then why did you keep the syringe?
그 사람이 저한테 약을 줬다는 증거를 남기고 싶었어요.
I just wanted to keep an evidence of the drug.
그리고 이 주사기는 윤진이가 생전에 가장 좋아했던 장난감이기도 해요.
And the syringe was her favorite toy. What the fuck? Why is that her favorite toy? I don't understand. I mean, I guess the syringe is not the needle itself, but still. I just don't understand.
윤진이는 자기가 아프다는 걸 안 후부터 의사가 돼서 자기같이 아픈 사람들을 살려주고 싶다고 했어요.
Ever since she found out she was sick, she wanted to be a doctor and save other sick people like
그런데
her.
당신은 동생이 가장 아끼는 물건으로 범행을 저질렀군요.
But you used her favorite toy to commit a crime. He narrows his eyes if he's only realized it just now. Shock and regret are written all over his face.
그러게요. 제가 왜 그
That's
생각을
right.
못했을까요?
Why didn't I think of that?
정말 멍청했네요.
I was really stupid.
멍청하고 약해 빠진 주제.
I was stupid and weak.
동생의 영웅이 되려 했어요.
I wanted to be her hero.
윤진이를 죽인 건 그 사람들이 아니라 저였어요.
They didn't kill her.
제가
I
윤진이를
killed her.
죽인 거예요.
I killed her. He pounds his chest in agony, the banging sound of a cry of guilt and desperation from his soul.
만약 그때 제가 윤진이랑 같이 있겠다고 고집부리지 않았다면 죽지 않았을 거예요.
If I hadn't insisted on staying with her, she would still be alive now. I do feel really sad for him. And he didn't know she was gonna get sick. And he's also like, he was only like 14. Oh, this is so depressing. Why do I read Tears of Themis stories? It's so sad.
좋은 집안에 입양돼서 행복하게 자랐겠죠.
She would have been taken in by a good family and grown up happily. The future Yeomin-suk imagines would never come to pass. Certain things can't be changed once a decision is made. They've already had the information they need, and the rest is up to the police. Dude, I'm so depressed. I'm always so sad whenever I read Tears of Themis. As the two are about to sign and leave, Darius comes striding in.
그분 잠시만 기다려 주세요.
You two,
새로운
wait a
소식이
moment.
있습니다.
We've attained some new information.
정서빈이 깨어났습니다.
Orcus Mallory's
다만
awake.
아직 몸이 좋지 않아
But his body
의사의
isn't-
동행하에 간단한 질문 몇 가지만 물어볼 수 있어요.
Isn't in a good condition, so we can only answer some simple questions under. He can only answer some simple questions under the supervision of a doctor.
정서빈은 자기가 혼자 범행을 저지른 거라 잡아떼고 있습니다.
He claims he committed the crimes
그리고
himself,
혹시나 죽을까봐 일부러 자백 영상까지 찍어뒀더군요.
and he's even filmed a confession video because he is afraid he won't live long.
그 영상은 나중에 증거물로 쓸 겁니다.
We
지금
sent someone to
건강
retrieve the
상태를
video.
보니 재판받을 때까지 버티지 못할 것 같네요.
It'll be used as evidence, but judging from his physical condition, I don't think he'll make it to trial.
궁금한 게 있으면 내일 병원에 가보세요.
If you have anything to ask, you might want to visit him at the hospital
저는
tomorrow.
처리해야 할 일이 있어서
I still have
먼저
things to
가고
attend to
있습니다.
here. I trust you can find your own way out. Darius leaves again in a hurry after finishing his sentence, leaving Rosa and Luke to mull over the information. Although the case is solved now, there are still many details that are yet unclear, and Orcus Mallory owes them a lot of answers. Are they going to interview him? Really? All right, 3 more. Rough. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, yet Marius is still gazing at the files in his desk, gently rubbing his temples.
작은 도련님, 이 자료는 변호사님께 보내드리지 않는 건가요?
Young master, aren't we going to share this with
当然要，只是我在想一个问
Rosa?
题。
Of course we are, but I'm still perplexed by something.
어떤 문제요?
What
从交
issue?
易现场的监控来看，在黑市用现金支付的金主就是钟思奎。 可你不觉得奇怪吗？
We know that. Judging from the surveillance footage at the site of the transaction, this rich guy who's been dropping cash on the black market is none other than Orcus Mallory. Doesn't that strike you as odd?
在此之前他还没人搭理，现在不仅在黑市雇佣打手，还买到了炸药。
He's been on his okay, what's going on with the explosives? Okay. Anyway, he's been on his own all these years, but then all of a sudden he's hiring enforcers on the black market and even buying explosives.
확실히 이상하긴 하네요. 배후에 조력자가 있는 것 같습니다.
That is strange. You'd almost think he has someone backing him up.
那这个幕后之人的动机、目的乃至身份，就有意思了。
Whoever's behind him, I'm very curious about their motive, purpose, and identity.
文晨，让我
Vincent,
们的人继续盯着，
tell our team to keep an eye on him
然后你去通知夏燕，把我们掌握的信息都给他。
and share everything we have with
以
Luke.
他的敏锐度，应该知道接下去怎么处理。
He's sharp enough to know what to do next. Oh, nice. Some Marius and Luke were back.
알겠습니다.
All right. Vincent turns, but then, as if struck by a thought, he pivots to look at Marius again.
还有事？
Yes?
작은 도련님, 강혁 씨한테만 전해주면 되나요? 변호사님은요?
God, I love Vincent. He's so cute. Young master, should I inform Mr. Pierce only? What about Miss Rosa? Marius smiles wryly, gently tapping on his wristwatch.
现在都几点了？不要打扰姐姐睡美容觉啊。
Don't you know what time it is? It's bad manners to disturb her beauty sleep.
제가 생각이 짧았습니다.
I'm sorry, I was short-sighted. At this moment, the once heavily guarded sick room is so quiet that one can only hear the sound of medical appliances at work. Orcus Mallory's hands are cuffed to the bed rails while condensation gathers and dissolves repeatedly in the oxygen mask. Oh, someone, I swear to God. If Jerome Adams shows up just to kill him before they can talk to him. Bang, following a dull sound from outside the room, the doorknob turns. Orcus Mallory tilts his head with difficulty, a gleam of hope flashing across his eyes as he recognizes his visitor.
선생님, 그게
Sir,
일단 아무 말도 하지 마.
shh, don't say anything. Oh, it's him! He's talking to him rather gently, right? The man walks up to Mallory's sickbed and bows down to whisper into his ear.
서빈아, 아직도 복수가 하고 싶어?
You still want your revenge? Mallory raises his cuffed hand to grab the man's wrist.
네,
Yes,
복수하고 싶어요.
I want to have my revenge.
선생님, 제발 도와주세요.
Please help me, sir. Matthew Richter, who was just referred to as sir, gently squeezes Mallory's hand.
나한테 일시적으로 상태를 회복시킬 수 있는 약이 있어. 대신 죽음과 더 가까워지겠지.
I have a medicine that can temporarily restore your physical condition, but it comes with a price. The substance will also hasten your demise. Okay, never mind. He is... Oh, dude. What the fuck is up with Matthew Richter? He's awful, isn't he? A wry smile creeps upon Orcus Mallory's pallid cheeks as he feebly raises his other hand to remove the oxygen mask. Despite the paralyzing pain, he clenches his teeth and forces out an answer, eyes fixed on Matthew Richter.
복수할 거예요.
I will have my revenge. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Matthew Richter produces the drug and helps Mallory take it.
푹 자고 일어나면 모든 게 준비되어 있을 거야.
Have a good rest. When you wake up, everything will be in order. Also, I just realized, he just said, this drug will restore your physical condition, but hasten your demise. That's very similar to the drug that Luke was taking, right? I mean, I don't know about the demise part, but the first half. Because Luke says it kind of restores him to his physical condition, how he used to be. So, holy shit. And this is why, Luke, you are an idiot. Luke, please. I can't. Also, this makes me more certain that definitely Jerome is involved with Whitehorse.
다른 사람한테 피해가 가진 않겠죠?
I won't be hurting any innocent people, right?
그래. 그러려면 조금 복잡하겠지만 네 부탁이니 꼭 들어주마.
It will complicate things, but since you asked, I will make sure to honor your request. Orcus Mallory smiles contently.
감사합니다, 선생님.
Thank you, sir.
저 조금 졸려요.
I'm a bit tired. Or sleepy.
그럼 잘 자라.
Then sleep. Watching him drift into slumber, Matthew Richter gently tucks the young man's wrist under the blanket, a soft smile appearing at the corner of his lips.
서빈아,
나.
날 실망시키지 마.
Don't disappoint me. The next morning, Rosa and Luke visit Orcus Mallory in the hospital. Given his recent actions, the hospital has arranged for a special ward for separate treatment. However, upon arrival, They discover the corridor is all completely empty. There's no signs of any doctors or nurses or even police
분위기가
officers.
왠지 이상한데?
Something strange. We'd better check out the room first. They both hurry to his room just as they suspect there's no one standing guard, and the door is slightly ajar. Luke casts a glance back at the surveillance camera in the corridor, noticing the indicator light is out. He carefully pushes open the door. They can faintly make out the outline of a person lying on the bed, but the life support system is completely unplugged.
입구에서 기다려.
Wait for
내가
me at the
먼저
door.
들어가 볼게.
I'll go in first. Be careful. Holding the expandable baton, Luke approaches the bed cautiously and removes the blanket, only to find 2 pillows underneath. Strangely, there's nothing unusual in the surrounding area. Even the windows are tightly shut. Just when Rosa and Luke start to wonder whether Orcus Mallory has been transferred to another room, the sound of something vibrating comes from under the bed.
휴대폰이야.
It's a phone. The caller ID flashes Captain Morgan. Luke taps the answer button.
뭐하다가 이제야 전화를 받아?
What took you so long to answer? It's indeed Darius. A sense of unease swells in her heart.
반장님, 저예요.
Captain, it's me.
왜 강혁 씨가 전화를 받습니까?
Why are you picking up?
휴대폰 주인은요?
And where's the owner of the phone? Ooh. Rosa and Luke exchange a puzzled glance as they relate to Darius what they found after arriving at the hospital. This is indeed Orcus Mallory's room, and based on his earlier diagnosis, the man is already terminally ill. However, the room is impeccably clean, without any signs of struggle. It's almost as if the patient simply opened the door and walked out of his own accord.
알겠습니다.
I see.
이 일은 경찰 쪽에서 처리하겠습니다.
The police will take over from here.
제가 전화를 건 것도 정서빈이 아직 병원에 있는지 확인하기 위해서였습니다.
In fact, I'm calling to confirm whether he's still at the hospital.
그런데 도주했다니. 역시 CCTV에 찍힌 사람이 정서빈이 맞았군요.
It seems the person captured on surveillance camera was him. Captain Morgan, did something happen?
오늘 아침 뉴스 못 보셨습니까?
You haven't seen the morning news? Prompted by Darius, Luke takes out his phone only to find the screen filled with notifications about multiple explosions. There are the explosives. One of them happens right along the route where the vehicle transferring Yeomin-suk was traveling through. According to both surveillance footage and witness accounts, a man bearing an uncanny resemblance to Orcus Mallory was seen abducting Yeomin-suk.
정서빈 씨가 여민석 씨를 납치한 건가요?
He's abducted Yeomin-suk?
네. 현재 은하구로 가는 고속도로에 있습니다.
Yes, they're currently on the highway heading toward Waterfront.
경찰이 쫓아갔지만
Oh, that's where
사이트 폭발
Arkham
사건
is.
때문에 미림시 교통이 마비되어
We've already
사정에
sent
어려움을 겪고 있어요.
out a team to go after them, but the other 2 explosives have made traffic and stop traffic and cells, which makes it more difficult to hunt him
그리고
down.
더 큰 문제가 있습니다.
And we have a bigger
어제
problem.
강혁 씨가 제공해준
According to
정서빈이
your intel
암시장에서 폭약을 구매했다는 정보 말입니다.
about him buying explosives on the black market.
전문가들이 현재까지 폭발한 폭약의 양을 계산해 보니 전체 구매량의 3분의 1도 안 된다고 하더군요.
Our experts estimate that he's only detonated less than 1/3 of the explosives he bought. Are you saying there will be more explosions?
네.
Yes. As Darius speaks, the people around him suddenly erupt into chaos. Rosa can hear several people calling out his name at the same time. And that concludes their call. As hurried footsteps echo from the corridor, Rosa and Luke glance out the window and see billowing smoke from somewhere southwest of the hospital. Suddenly, the hospital is filled with a cacophony of voices. Luke stares at his phone to quickly locate the spot where the 4th explosion took place.
인터넷에 올라온 동영상을 보니까 이번엔 어떤 유치원이야.
Judging from the videos on the internet, the explosion happened at a kindergarten. A kindergarten?
걱정 마.
Don't worry.
오늘 개원 기념일이라 전부 놀이공원으로 놀러 갔대. 인명 피해는 없어.
All the staff and children have gone to an amusement park. There are no casualties. Upon hearing this, an idea suddenly occurs to her. There haven't been any casualties in the first 3 explosions either, right? This seems like an unusual situation, and Luke quickly grasps that. He pulls out the detailed reports on the 3 previous explosions. The first explosion happened in a mall, but there weren't any casualties because it wasn't open yet. The second took place near a highway. It was a special lane for transporting Yeomin-suk, so no other vehicles were involved. As for the last one, it took place in a suburban park. Fortunately, they were closed for maintenance, so nobody was hurt. It seems that he doesn't want to hurt innocent people.
아직까진 그렇지만
That's only
만약 폭발이
temporary.
계속되면 돌이킬 수 없는 상황이 발생할 거야.
That may be true for now, but as long as explosions continue, there's no guarantee they won't lead to anything
이런
irreversible.
대규모 소동을 정서빈 씨 혼자 일으켰을 리 없어.
It's also hardly possible for him to pull off an operation at this scale by himself. Judging from what happened, how he killed those 3 hospitals, hired enforcers, and escaped from the hospital despite his physical condition, and how he planted explosives in specific locations without anyone knowing and abducting Hank Barnes in daylight, none of these could be accomplished by one person alone. He must have help. But who could they be? An old member of the Seahorse Association like himself, or someone else with a hidden agenda? Who could it be that's helping him? Setting aside everything else, how did they manage to get him up and moving it? So the person, okay, so we know it wasn't Jerome. Now we know it was Matthew Richter, who I guess must have approached him and told him the truth. But why? Okay, is he involved in the N2X thing as well?
암시장 약물이라면 일시적으로 상태를 회복할 수 있을 거야.
He might be able to regain
추후에
his strength if he had
대가를
access to the drug in the black
치러야겠지만.
market, but he'll have to pay the price forward.
하지만 살 날도 얼마 남지 않았고
For someone who's hell bent on
호기심으로 가득 찬
revenge,
사람인데
he doesn't
약물
have long to
부작용
live.
따위 신경 쓰지 않았겠지.
I doubt he'll care much about the side effects. A complicated expression appears on Luke's face.
지금은 정서빈 씨의 살인과 나머지 폭발을 막는 게 제일 중요해.
Alright, I guess Luke would understand his mind the best. Oh my god, Luke. If you know you're being stupid, stop doing this. What matters most now is to stop Orcus Mallory from killing anyone and detonating the remaining explosives. Judging from what he did earlier, chances are he's taking Hank Barnes back to the Weeping Tower. But didn't Captain Morgan mention on the phone that he's en route to Waterfront with Barnes?
눈속임일 수도 있어.
That might be a diversion. Luke's right. If Orcus Mallory isn't acting alone, his current escape route could very well be intentionally misleading. She opens the navigation app on her phone, only to find that all the roads from the city center to the Seahorse Association's old headquarters are at a standstill because of the explosions. The explosions have stopped traffic. How should we get there? Luke ponders for a moment.
오토바이를 타고 가자.
We can go there by motorbike. Alright. Along the way, traffic is frozen as if someone hit the pause button and a pungent sulfuric scent permeates the air. Black clouds of smoke loom over the cityscape like unsightly patches on a piece of clothing. Luke quickly maneuvers his motorcycle through the congested traffic, with her riding as his passenger. The sound of people sobbing echoes around them. Despite the lack of physical harm, the explosions have left a deep emotional scar. Some people might never be able to forget what happened for the rest of their lives. Dang. Rosa and Luke finally arrive at the Weeping Tower. Orcus Mallory's car is parked askew in front of the gate. He's really here.
들어가 보자.
Let's go in. Luke frowns. Luke, frowning, walks warily in front of her. But it's very quiet the whole way. There's no wind nor the chirping of birds or insects. In fact, the place is so quiet that it's almost like a tomb. But Luke's back tenses as he steps on a dead branch on the ground. He stops, his eyes fixed on the pagoda tree. Following his gaze, she sees a lone body hanging from the dead branches, extending towards the sky. Is that?
여민석 씨야.
It's Yeomin-seok. They release Yeomin-seok from the tree, but he's already been dead for a while. There's a tiny injection point on his right arm. I mean, so sad. The area coincides with that of the injection points discovered on the bodies of the Seahorse suicide case from last time.
한 발 늦었어.
We're a step too late. Why did he have to take this so far? We had already captured Yeomin-seok. He was going to pay for the crimes he committed. Why did he have to kill him himself? He's already taken the lives of 3 people. Why did he have to keep going? Does he really know nothing about what the Seahorse Association did? A powerless rage overwhelms her, as if everything she did these last few days has been in vain. In the end, they were mere witnesses to 2 murders spanning 10 years. There was nothing the 2 of them could have done to alter the course leading to their inevitable doom.
지금은 질문할 때가 아니야.
Now's not the time for
아직 할 일이
questions.
남아 있어.
We still have things to do. Luke is right. She's only focused or found Yeomin-seok, but there's no sign of Orcus Mallory and the explosive he intends to detonate. Orcus Mallory has already taken revenge on Hank Barnes and the others in his journal, but he had bought much more explosives than he used, which means this is far from over. Where would he go now?
차가 여기 있으니
His
멀리
car is still
가지는
here,
않았을 거야.
so he can't have gone far. As he speaks, Luke crouches down to inspect a lengthy drag mark etched onto the ground. At first glance, it seems that he had been dragging Yeomin-seok along, but on closer inspection, it looks more like the left mark by someone crawling on the ground, extending all the way to the room where the bodies were found.
일단 경찰에 신고해. 내가 들어가서 상황을 살펴볼게.
Call the police first. I'll go in and check out the situation. Okay, I'll come find you in a bit. Luke nods as he approaches the caution tape surrounding the Weeping Tower, taking care to avoid tracks on the ground. She brings Darius up to date on the situation, who informs her that there have been 2 explosions after the 4th one, and with these 2 explosions producing copious amounts of smoke, any possibility of helicopter support is currently out of the question. Yet despite this, the quantity of dynamite used in the recent explosion still falls short of the volume Orcus Mallory acquired through the black market. Anxiety spreads through her body like a cold, damp mist. Standing beneath the pagoda tree, she peers into the room. It's so dark, it's as if it threatens to engulf all light. Luke! With her heart gripped by an unspeakable fear, she begins to run on pure instinct. In the dark and grim space, Orcus Mallory leans against the furnace wall, barely breathing. Dynamite is attached to his body and piled up all around him. That apparently accounts for the rest of it. Luke crouches down beside him, his brow tightly furrowed as he examines the wires all tangled up in a cobweb. As she walks in, he senses her movements, struggling to open his eyes.
마지막으로 보게 되는 사람이 2분일 줄은 몰랐네요.
I didn't know that you 2 would be the last people I see. He twitches his fingers, inadvertently revealing the detonator under his palm. I'm sorry
그려드려서 죄송해요.
to drag you into this.
정말 죄송하면
If you're truly
컨트롤러를
sorry,
저한테 넘겨요.
then give me the detonator. Orcus Mallory shakes his head weakly, his grip tightening subconsciously.
걱정 마세요.
Don't worry.
이 폭탄은 제가 전문가를 찾아가 설계한 거예요. 해마회만 폭발시켜 없애버릴 뿐.
I've consulted an
주변의
engineer.
무고한 주민들한테는 피해가 가지 않을 거예요.
The amount of explosives here is only enough to bring down the Seahorse Association. It will not harm any innocent
터지기
civilians.
전에 빨리 가세요.
Go before I detonate it.
저는 살인자예요. 원래부터 복수를 마치면 해마회랑 같이 완전히 사라질 생각이었어요.
I've always wanted, I've always thought that I would disappear with the Seahorse Association after exacting my
모든 걸
revenge.
끝내겠어요.
I'll end it all.
옳고 그름은
Right or wrong,
이제 더 이상 중요하지 않아요.
it's not important.
끝낸다고요?
End it all? Luke glares at Orcus Mallory furiously.
이게 끝이라고 생각해요?
You think this is the end?
죽음으로 모든 걸 끝낼 수 있다면 전 오래전에 이미 죽었을 거예요.
Whoa! If death can truly end it all, then I would have died ages ago. Luke. Suddenly he seems to realize what he just said, a look of shock flashing across his eyes. Luke closes his eyes when he's talking about like survivor's guilt. When he opens them again, he has already concealed the emotions that surfaced a moment ago.
정서빈 씨, 정말 여기서 폭탄을 터뜨리면 무고한 사람들한테 피해를 주지 않을 거라고 생각하나요?
You really believe you won't be hurting any innocent people by bombing this place? Two more chapters? Oh, my heart can't take this. Orcus Mallory takes for granted that his vengeance will not harm innocent people. However, he has never considered the dire consequences that may result from an explosion at a place like
폭발
this.
범위를 아무리 정확히 통제할 수 있다고 해도 여기는 인구도 밀집되어 있고 가스관이 복잡하게 설치된 북구 번화가예요.
Even if you've accurately controlled the radius of the explosion by manipulating the amount of dynamite, the place is still located in the downtown area of North Stellas with dense population and a complex network of gas pipelines.
폭발은 일련의 연쇄 반응을 일으켜 무수히 많은 사람을 죽게 할 겁니다.
The explosion may trigger a series of chain reactions that could cause countless lives.
피해는 없을 거예요.
No, there won't be any victims.
무고한 사람들한테 피해를 주지 않겠다고.
My teacher has promised me he wouldn't hurt innocent people. Your teacher? Orcus Mallory nods in panic.
선생님은 대단한 분이세요.
He's an amazing person.
선생님이 안 계셨다면 복수도 이루지 못했을 거예요.
If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to carry out my revenge.
그 선생님이라는 사람이 북구에 가스관이 많이 설치되어 있다는 건 안 알려줬나 봐요.
But it seems that he hasn't mentioned the pipelines in North Stellas.
선생님이 저를 속였을 리 없어요.
There's no way he'd lie to me. Never. Orcus Mallory repeats the same words stubbornly as if this could strengthen his trust. Yeah, this is the problem, right? Because, like, he's already got, like, a vulnerable mind that would have been manipulated so that he would have so much faith in this organization. So he's, again, a perfect victim for someone else taking advantage of that faith and trust, right? So even if, like, what Luke is saying is logical, he can't accept it because it just goes against his entire system of belief. It's so sad. Cults are scary, man. Luke sighs, squatting down in front of him.
정서빈 씨, 무고한 사람들한테 피해를 주고 싶지 않은 거죠?
You don't want to hurt anyone, do you?
네.
No, I don't.
그럼 아직 기회가 있어요.
Then you still have a chance.
컨트롤러를 저한테 주세요.
Give me the detonator.
제가 폭발을 막을 수 있어요.
I'll stop the bomb. Orcus Mallory doesn't respond. He shuts his eyes in pain, panting, but his grip on the detonator loosens slightly. Luke gives Rosa a look, signaling for her to approach him slowly from the side. However, as she's about to touch the detonator, Mallory suddenly opens his eyes.
윤진아, 돌아왔구나.
Youngjina, you're back. Oh my god, they were just kids. I just feel so bad. His hand jerks up, grabbing her wrist, causing the detonator, which is tethered to his wrist, to swing loosely. The situation is extremely dangerous. Although she's not particularly well versed in bombs, even she understands that if the detonator hits the ground or collides with something, the explosion might be triggered prematurely. As she locks eyes with Orcus Mallory, whose gaze is gradually losing focus, she glimpses Luke preparing to snatch the detonator from the corner of her vision. So she decides to play along, buying precious time for Luke to act. Yes, I'm back. I knew you'd be back.
널 얼마나 찾았는데.
Your brother's been looking for you.
얼른 가서 그분한테 사과하자.
Come with me.
널 많이 아끼시니까.
For me to find him and
분명
apologize.
용서해 주실 거야.
He loves you so much. I'm sure he'll forgive you.
그리고 약도 잘 챙겨 먹어야 해. 오빠가 아빠 엄마가 남겨주신 유산이랑 바꿔온 거란 말이야.
And you have to take your medicine on time. Your brother donated all the money your parents left to afford it.
약 먹으면 금방 나을 거야.
If you take your medicine, you'll get better.
같이 연날리러 가자.
Then let's go fly some kites. What do you think?
윤준아, 왜 대답이 없어?
Why aren't you saying anything? Orcus Mallory gives her wrist a gentle shake. Her heart is in her throat. My heart is in my throat! Oh, this is so awful. But luckily, Luke has already grabbed hold of the detonator. However, a wire is wrapped around Orcus Mallory's arm, so Luke can't quite take it off.
나도 알아. 이 약이 효과가 없다고 하는 사람들도 있다는 거. 근데 생각해봐. 처음에 먹었을 때는 효과가 좋았잖아.
I know some people say it doesn't work, but think about it. Didn't you get better when you first started taking it?
약은 꾸준히 먹어야 효과가 있어.
It's only effective if you don't give up.
윤진이한테 거짓말할 리 없잖아.
I'd never lie to you.
날 믿어.
Trust me. He fixes his gaze on her, his red eyes gleaming with frantic fervor.
윤진이가 아니잖아.
Wait, you're not Yunjin. Who are you? He suddenly tightens his grip, sending a sharp jolt of pain shooting up her wrist.
윤진아.
Yunjin.
윤진이는 어디 갔어?
Where is she?
죽었지.
She died.
윤진이는 병원에서 죽었어.
She died in the hospital. He releases her wrist and leans against the furnace, gaze up at the ceiling, his eyes slowly closing.
그날은 눈이 오고 너무 추웠어.
It snowed that day. It was so cold.
아빠랑 엄마가 나를 버린 그날처럼.
Just like the day Mom and Dad abandoned me.
눈밭에 누워 있는데
I was lying in the snow.
엄청 큰 회화나무가 보였어.
There was a huge pagoda tree. It wouldn't be so cold
피니까
when the flowers bloom.
수위가 사라지더라.
When the flowers bloom, the cold will disappear. The sound of his breathing grows softer as he sinks deeper into imagination. Oh, it's the drug. It's making him hallucinate. She quietly checks his pulse. His heart is still beating, albeit faintly. Meanwhile, Luke manages to untangle the wire wrapped around his arm. The countdown shows that they have 15 minutes left. The ticking sound from the controller serves as a constant reminder of the passage of time. Luke removes the terminal from his wrist, connects it to the detonator, and launches the cracking software. Are you going to make it in time? Luke nods without stopping what he's doing.
복잡한 프로그램은 아니야.
The program isn't
해독할 수
complicated.
있을 거야.
I should be able to crack it.
넌 먼저 여기를 떠나.
You should leave.
기폭 프로그램이 종료되면 내가 찾아갈게.
I'll find you once the detonation program is disabled. Smart Rosa. If he can crack it, why is he telling her to leave now? Unless, even if I leave now, can I really make it out alive if this thing goes off? He didn't expect her to ask him that, so he stops inadvertently looking at her.
솔직히 말하면 그럴 가능성은 낮아. 하지만 그래도 여기 있는 것보다 구조될 희망은 크지.
To tell you the truth, the chances are slim, but it's still better than staying here. Then I'll stay. I feel safer when I'm with you. Rosa.
그래.
Alright.
그럼 내 옆에 있어.
Then stay by my side. Given the urgency of the situation, Luke wastes no time trying to reassure her, a departure from his usual demeanor. Instead, he bows his head, focusing entirely on cracking the program. As time ticks away, the program is finally cracked, and the final password box appears on the screen. A password. She attempts to rouse Orcus Mallory, but he's fallen unconscious, unable to provide an answer.
괜찮아.
It's okay.
단말기는 무차별 대입 공격 방식으로 비밀번호를 해독할 수 있어.
The terminal can crack the password by attempting all possible combinations. The terminal Luke's using is the latest model from NSB, boasting a computation speed multiple times faster than that of other products on the market. The letters on the indicator panel start changing rapidly as if racing against the countdown. The terminal has cracked the first 5 codes. There's only one left, and they still have 3 minutes, which is more than enough. Letting out a sigh of relief, she suddenly notices a thin layer of sweat has formed on Luke's forehead, and his hand holding the detonator is trembling slightly. Luke! Suddenly, the ground shakes. A small-scale explosion seems to have taken place in the basement. Huh? The terminal connected to the detonator drops to the ground. A brick falls and strikes it, instantly knocking it out of operation. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Luke slides down the wall to the ground. He pants heavily, clutching his teeth, struggling to stop his body from shaking. There's no time to mull over the situation. She crouches down to help Luke steady the detonator.
걱정 마.
Don't be afraid.
지하실의 폭발물은 여기랑 연결되어 있지 않아.
The explosives in the basement aren't connected to the ones here.
혹시나 울음소리 타워를 완전히 폭파하지 못할까 봐 미리 설치해 둔 걸 거야.
He must have placed some there in case the explosion couldn't reach the basement. Even at a time like this, the first thing that comes to his mind is still to comfort her. I'm not afraid. Turning her eyes to the detonator, she finds that the terminal has already cracked 5 letters of the password, stopping at the last one, and now it lies on the ground, shattered beyond hope, while there are only 2 minutes and 18 seconds left, as indicated by the countdown. Luke struggles to get up, but the pain causes him to fall again.
하필이면 지금.
Why now? Of all times. With one hand holding the detonator, she looks up at Luke, whose pained expression matches the panting sound she heard earlier on the phone. Suddenly, she realizes that Luke has always been taking risks. He doesn't have everything under control, not in the way he promised her. Up until this very moment, he's always been walking on a tightrope above a bottomless abyss. If he ever lets his guard down, even for a second, it could mean certain doom. But at least this once, she and Luke are in this together. She pushes back the worry and concern that threatens to overwhelm her, and places the detonator between the two of them. Luke, tell me what to do. Dang. Oh. As she calls out to him, Luke snaps out of his momentary panic and struggles to raise his hand, pointing at the last empty spot on the detonator. The terminal has cracked everything. Oh, sorry, just reading.
마지막 알파벳을 해독하고 있어. 중단되기 전에 이미 18개 알파벳을 배제해 놨거든.
The terminal has cracked everything down to the last letter. It already ruled out 18 letters before it was
마지막
interrupted.
8개만 남았는데
It says VAC
수동으로
something.
입력해야 해.
There are only 8 left. You need to enter them manually. 8 letters and you almost have enough time, teetering on the edge of possibility. If I get it wrong, will it go off ahead of time? She commits the remaining 8 letters to memory while confirming the password rules. Luke looks at her, shaking his head hopelessly. I don't know either.
이 폭탄은 개조된 흔적이 있어서
This bomb shows sign of
규칙을 확인할 수가
modification,
없어.
so it's impossible to tell the exact rules. So I'll have to take the risk. Yes.
긴장 풀고 침착해.
Try and relax. Don't be too nervous. It's life or death here. How can I not be nervous? Smiling at what she says, Luke reaches out to cover the countdown on the screen.
시간은 생각하지 말고
Don't think about the time.
눈앞의 일에 집중해.
Just do what needs to be done. Oh, the timer here is actually going down. Despite the urgency of the moment, Luke's gentle encouragement brings back some memories. Back when they were studying together, she sometimes had difficulty falling asleep because she was too nervous about an important exam that day. She had been preparing for a long, and she didn't have or lack confidence, yet she just couldn't help but feel nervous. I'm feeling the urgency. I'm stumbling all over my words. I'm sorry. Luke would cheer her up like he's doing now, and he always managed to calm her down. It was like a miracle. Okay, here we go. She looks at the interface, the cursor pulsating incessantly, urging her to enter the letter. Invalid password. This isn't right. She looks at the interface, the cursor. Okay. Invalid password. I can't be anxious. I should try again. It's not this one. Calm down. BAC. Oh my god, I'm gonna get through like every single letter. The countdown finally stops. Her fingers grow stiff with tension. Oh my god. Luke looks at her, the corner of his mouth curling upward as if he had foreseen all of this. Did you know? Before she can finish her sentence, the sound of a helicopter comes from outside. Luke struggles to stand up, but almost falls back down again because he hasn't fully recovered. She instinctively grabs his arm and places it over her shoulders, helping him stand by supporting his weight against her body. Where do you want to go?
지금 이 상태로는 병원에 갈 수 없어.
I can't go to the hospital in this state.
영한테 데려다 줘.
Please take me to Aaron. He looks at her, flustered, his eyes pleading. She hesitates for a second, but eventually she agrees. Okay, but I need to talk with Captain Morgan first. She then explains the situation to Darius, who arrives before the other police officers and boards the rescue helicopter sent from Pax with Luke. The helicopter takes the two of them directly to the rooftop helipad at Aaron's hospital. Then she contacted Aaron in advance. He's already waiting for her and Luke in the treatment room, with everything prepared. He tells her to wait outside. Half an hour later, he opens the door again and waves her in. She sees Luke lying docilely on the sickbed after completing the examinations. How's Luke doing? He's alright. No problems. He just fell asleep. He fell asleep? She walks quietly to the sickbed and sees a relaxed expression on Luke's face. It seems he's fast asleep.
현장에서 있었던 일을 저한테 다 얘기했어요.
He filled me in on everything that happened at the
신약의
site.
부작용과 과로 때문에 그런 거니까 푹 자고 일어나면 괜찮아질 거예요.
The sleep is induced by both the side effects of the new medicine and his overexertion. He should be fine after he gets some rest. The side effects of the new medicine.
혁이가 저번에 환각이 일어난 이유는 알려드렸죠?
He's told you about why he suffers from hallucinations? Yes.
사실 신약은 이전에 비해 부작용에 따른 정신 손상이 많이 줄어든 약이에요.
In comparison to the earlier drug, the side effects of this medicine are less damaging to his neurons.
여전히 몸에 영향을 미치긴 하지만 혁이는 더 이상 이 약을 먹지 않을 거예요. 이번 일은 사정이 있었어요.
But it still has adverse effects on his body, so he won't be using it again. What happened today is an exception.
앞으로 모든 약은 제가 먼저 검사한 후에 혁이한테 주기로 했어요.
Any drug he takes in the future will come from me after thorough testing.
저를 믿으세요.
Trust me.
제가 혁이를 꼭 치료할 거예요.
I'll definitely cure him. Erin makes a solemn promise, which somehow brings her comfort. Earlier, she was worried about Luke fighting her alone, but that's not true. He has Erin and her. She nods, casting another glance at the sleeping Luke before slowly walking out of the ward. Oh, okay. Time for whatever's going on with Matthew Richter. Oh my god, that was so tense. I'm just so sad. Every time I do one of these stories, I just end up depressed. Why do I do this? It's all for Artem in the next episode, I swear. A beautiful melody echoes in the spacious hall. Vin glances or gazes at Matthew Richter. I think it's also because I'm coming off of like reading Beyond Memories again this morning, and oh my god, it's in such a bad. Sang-Pi has basically finished though, thank god, and they had a happy ending, and now it's just gonna be side stories, which I think I heard are like pretty happy, but oh my. I can't handle Beyond Memories. I need them to get to a happy point. Beyond Memories has still such a long way to go, though. It's gonna be miserable separation for a while. Anyway, sorry, I'm just ranting. Vin gazes at Matthew Richter across the table, thoughtful, as if trying to discern a loophole in his plan by analyzing his expression.
아이고, 우리 조카님이 어쩐 일로 이 삼촌을 다 보러 왔나?
아이고, I can't take him seriously in this tone. What's brought my darling nephew to my place today?
삼촌 보러 오면서 빈손으로 온 거냐? 스월터에는 그런 예의도 없어?
I'm disappointed that you didn't bring me any gifts. It's hardly polite.
誤解だよ。僕は今日あなたに忠告をしに来ただけだから。
Don't misunderstand. I'm only here to offer you a piece of advice.
この世に漏れない秘密などない。
There's no secret that will not be
花井直道が死ん
revealed.
だからといってあなたのしたことが知られないわけじゃない。
Orcus Mallory's death will not prevent people from uncovering what you've done. On that day after Orcus Mallory fell unconscious, he was rushed to the hospital by ambulance, but the doctors were unable to save him from his overdose of the black market drug. It goes without saying that the identity of his teacher remains a mystery.
증거는 있고?
Do you have proof?
없나 보네.
Seems not.
나랑 정서빈의 유일한 접점은 교마회에서 대화를 나눈 적이 있다는 것뿐이야.
My only interactions with Orcus Mallory were a couple of conversations at the White Horse
나한테
Association.
자기 고통을 호소하더라고.
He confided
난
in
그
me
애가
about his misery.
안타까워서
I felt sorry for
어른으로서
him,
조언해준 것뿐이야.
so I just offered him some advice from an elder. Matthew Richter stresses the word elder on purpose, but Vin ignores his
もし本
implication.
当に同情していたのなら後戻りできなくなるまで彼を放置したりはしないよね。
If you truly felt sorry for him, you would not have let him tread down the wrong path to the point of no
そ
return.
れにあなたは直道さんが助けを求めていたことをよく理解していた。もし正しく導いていれば
This is really
結
sad.
果はまるで違っていたはずだ。
It's true. I feel so bad. These guys were they were so young. You were well aware that Orcus Mallory was reaching out for help. Things would have turned out differently if he had received positive
それな
guidance.
のにあなたは復讐を黙認するばかりか幇助し破滅に向かうところをただ眺めていた。
But what you did, you indulged, even encouraged his desire for vengeance, watching as a soul lost in the fog walked toward the abyss of doom.
それもこれもすべて自分の薄汚れた欲望を満たすためにね。
And all of this was just to satisfy your own sick, dark, hidden desires.
これまではただの愚か者だと思っていたけど、今のあなたは愚かな上に邪悪。もはや救いようがない。
Before this happened, I only thought you were stupid, but now I believe you're both stupid and evil, beyond all help.
윤노아.
Nah.
그동안 난 널 너무 오냐오냐 했나 보구나.
It seems I've been too accommodating these
말버릇이
days.
그게 뭐야?
How could you be so disrespectful toward your elder?
너처럼 못 배워 먹은 자식은 상대해주기도 싫으니까 당장 내 집에서 나가.
Since you've forgotten your manners, get out of my house. Vin turns, walking away swiftly before Matthew Richter can call security. Before stepping out the door, he turns his head, fixing Matthew Richter with a cold
残
gaze.
念だけど、もうあなたの思惑通りにはいかないよ。
Unfortunately, your plan is doomed to fail. Okay. And we are now in the last chapter. God, I hope it's short. I can't handle more of this. I am in pain. At midnight, the sound of typing is particularly loud in the empty office. According to the current investigation results, the key to the Seahorse Association leader's suicide case 10 years ago is an N2X infused drug. If the investigation had started back then, the mass infection at the capital's hospital could have been avoided. I hereby request clearance to assess all files pertaining to the Seahorse Association leader's suicide case 10 years ago. This is to find a reasonable explanation for the deaths of all those who succumbed to the infection at Capitol Hospital. Luke checks the letter for any improper wordings and typos one last time before finally hitting send.
걱정 마세요. 반드시 진실을 밝혀내서 여러분의 억울함을 풀어드릴게요.
Don't worry, I will find the truth. Behind. He releases the mouse and leans back against the chair, slowly closing his eyes. This time, he's not haunted by nightmares of the past. Instead, all he sees is the darkest of black. 5 minutes later, he receives an email from his superior. This is the wrap-up, man. Several days later, they are called to the police station by Darius.
며칠 내내 야근해서 드디어 두 사건의 자료를 모두 정리했습니다.
I've been putting in extra hours these days to sort out the materials, but I finally made sense of all the files from the two
이제야
cases.
두 분을 부를 시간이 나더군요.
So I've
앞으로의 계획을 전달해드리겠습니다.
squeezed in some time, and I've invited you here to share what I've learned. Thank you. In fact, it's already clear what truly happened in the two cases. Although the perpetrators were Yo Min-suk and Orcus Mallory, they all know they were merely pawns, manipulated into committing these unforgivable crimes. Yeah. Well, they must be held accountable for their actions. Those who pulled their strings are equally responsible. From this perspective, the two cases are far from
두 분이
closed.
궁금해하실 만한 사실을 몇 가지 발견했습니다.
We also have some details you might be interested in. Darius pulls an investigation report drafted by bomb experts. What's this?
두 분이 떠난 후 폭탄 해체 전문가가 아직 터지지 않은 폭탄을 해체했습니다.
After you left, our bomb experts extracted the dynamite that hadn't been detonated.
전문가 분석 결과 기폭 프로그램은 비밀번호 입력 페이지에 들어가기만 하면 작동되도록 설계되어 있었다고요.
According to their analysis, the detonation software was designed in such a way that once you access the password page,
입력한 비밀번호가 맞든 아니든 카운트다운이 끝나면 폭발이 멈춥니다.
the detonation would stop automatically after the countdown, whether you had entered the right password or not. So all we had to do was access the password page. But at the time, I genuinely believed that even a single mistake might have cost us our lives.
원래 설계대로라면 비밀번호를 잘못 입력하면 터지는 건데 누군가가 프로그램을 개조한 겁니다.
In fact, according to the original design, the bomb would go off once you entered the wrong password, but someone altered it.
정서빈이 폭탄을 쉽게 제거할 수 있게 프로그램을 바꿨다는 뜻인가요?
Are you saying that he might have deliberately lowered the difficulty of defusing the bomb? Darius nods with a serious expression. But why would he have done that? Was he expecting someone to step in and change things?
그럴 수도 있어.
Could be.
근데 실제로 무슨 생각이었는지는 알 수 없지.
But since we couldn't save him, we'll never know his true thoughts.
살리지.
Yeah, he said that in opposite order in Korean, but I need to get through this. I can't handle this anymore. An ending like this leaves her wondering, would things have turned out differently if Orcus Mallory and Yo Min-suk had been given a better choice? If they had just been able to talk to each other beforehand, maybe? But the reality is maybe better or optimal choices were never available to them. They were only left to choose what's between bad and what's worse, watching as things spiraled out of control.
엄반장님, 여민석 씨 몸에서 N2X가 함유된 약물 성분이 검출되었나요?
Right, Captain. Was N2X detected in Yo Min-suk's system?
네.
Yes.
여민석뿐만 아니라 정서빈도 사망하기 전 N2X가 함유된 약물을 복용했습니다.
We not only found traces of N2X in Yo Min-suk, but Orcus Mallory also took a drug containing the substances before he died. That was why he mistook me for Luna Barnes. It wasn't only because he was dying. The drug must have also played a role. Yep, the hallucinations. Darius doesn't reply. Instead, he takes out another report from the folder.
그런데 여민석 체내에서 발견된 성분은 두 분이 저번에 제공해 주신 보고서와 일치하지만
But the substance found in
정서빈 체내의 성분은 현재 암시장의 약물과 비슷합니다.
But the substance found in Yo Min-suk matches the report you provided earlier, while that in Orcus Mallory is more similar to the drug on the black market.
다만 확실한 건 정서빈이 복용한 약물은 암시장에서 얻은 게 아니라는 점입니다.
So we're certain that he didn't obtain
자세한
that drug from
사항은
the black market.
아직 조사 중이라 말씀드리기 어렵군요.
We're still investigating, so we're not able to disclose any information. Unable to disclose any information implies that the police must have gathered some data already, but there isn't enough evidence to confirm it yet, so they can't share it with them at this time. However, it's very likely that the mysterious force behind Yo Min-suk and Orcus Mallory will come to light in the future. Someone's knocking on the door.
들어와요.
Come in. A youthful-looking police officer pokes his head in from behind the door.
엄반장님, 사건 회의입니다. 크리에이터 실종 사건이요.
It's time for the case meeting. It's about the disappearance of that vlogger!
그래.
Darius closes the folder looking at them.
대략적인 상황은 이렇습니다.
That's about all we know.
새로운 단서를 발견하면 언제든지 연락 주세요.
If you find any clues, feel free to contact me at any time. Oh, no.
그리고 강혁 씨,
And Kang-hyuk,
앞으로 경찰을 도와 10년 전 사건을 철저히 조사하신다면서요?
I heard you'll be assisting us in our investigation of that case from 10 years ago. Huh?
그럴 생각이지만
I plan to,
아직 공식적인 지시를 기다리고 있어요.
but I'm still waiting for the official assignment.
알겠습니다.
Alright.
그럼 그 일은 그때 가서 얘기하고
We'll continue
오늘은
this discussion later.
여기까지 하죠.
That's all for now. Ah, Darius opens the door as he speaks, gesturing for the police officer waiting outside to come in for the case meeting. During the case meeting, the projector on the middle plays a ghost hunt trailer from Nothing But Guts, the video
여러분,
blogger.
울음소리 타워에 한 번 더 가기로 했어요.
Everyone, I've decided to visit the Weeping Tower
그거
again.
아세요?
Do you know why?
엄청 소름 끼치는 곳이지만 기운이 좋은 땅이랍니다.
This place is creepy, but it'll help me earn my fortune.
제가 저번에 거기 갔다가 정신을 잃었잖아요. 그래서 용한 스님께 점을 보러 갔는데
I was unconscious the last time I went there, so I had a master help me read the vibes.
원혼이 떠돌아다니는 무서운 곳이지만 보기 드문 명당이기도 하대요.
He said that despite the creepiness and all the resentful ghosts, the Weeping Tower is a rare place of great fortune.
그래서 그렇게 많은 폭약을 터뜨렸는데도 무사히 보존될 수 있었대요.
That's why it survived even after someone packed the place with explosives.
제가 귀신 찾기를 한 번 더 하면 가장 핫한 영상의 크리에이터가 될 수 있을 거예요.
If I go for another ghost hunt there, I'm sure to become the most popular vlogger.
스님의 말이 사실인지 확인하기 위해 내일 밤 12시에 귀신 찾기를 생방송하기로 결정했어요.
So to confirm the master's theory, I hereby announce I will be live streaming another ghost hunt at 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
여러분, 제 운을 빌어주세요.
Everyone wish me luck. Okay, why does it say cousins? Is that like a okay. Okay. After that, Nothing But Guts goes offline. The young police officer closes the video and flips to the notebook, starting to go through the case.
조사에 따르면 담배 씨는 그 다음 날 울음소리 타워에서 생방송을 진행했지만 몇 분 지나지 않아 화면이 꺼졌습니다.
According to our investigation, Nothing But Guts did visit the Weeping Tower and start a live stream, but the video cut out after a few
담배
minutes.
씨가 이때 실종되어 현재까지 나타나지 않고
Then he
있습니다.
disappeared and hasn't been seen since.
지난번에 기절했을 때처럼 그 다음 날 회화나무 아래에서 발견되지 않았고요.
Last time, he woke up from the coma and found himself under the pagoda tree.
현재 동영상에 전부 진짜 실종된 거 아니냐는 댓글이 가득 달려 있습니다.
This time, the comment section under his video is flooded with questions like, did he really go missing?
그리고 의문의 실종으로 인해 지금까지 담배 씨의 구독자가 수십만 명 늘어났습니다.
Because of his mysterious disappearance, he's already gained hundreds of thousands of new fans.
어떤 의미에서는 스님의 말이 틀리지 않았다고 볼 수 있겠네요.
I guess it seems that the master was right in some way, in a different way. After sorry, I'm so tired. After hearing the briefing, Darius puts down his thermos agitated.
현장을 봉쇄하지 않았어?
I thought the area was under lockdown. How did he get in?
그것도 정말 수상한 점인데
We also thought that was strange.
담배 씨가 들어가는 모습이 CCTV에 찍히지 않았습니다.
The CCTV didn't capture him going inside.
당직 경찰도 이상한 소리를 듣지 못했다고 합니다.
And our colleagues on duty
현재
reported they didn't hear
조사
anything strange.
인근 아파트 단지까지 넓혔습니다.
So we've expanded our area of investigation to include nearby neighborhoods.
그래, 잘
Alright.
찾아봐.
Look carefully.
사람이 아무 이유 없이 사라질 리 없잖아.
A living person doesn't vanish into thin air. Yes. Oh my god. He seemed like a nice guy. Oh my god, I'm just so sad. Every time I do Themis, I am just so sad. Late at night, Luke opens a package left in front of his door, revealing a bottle of the new drug. At the same time, he receives a message signed by Oedipus on his phone. It's a pleasure working with you, Mr. Pierce.
신약 개발 속도가 생각보다 빠르네.
He's coming out with new iterations faster than I imagined. The end. Oh my god. All of this just to get to collapse, which I do want to do because of Artem, but Jesus. All right. Bye-bye.